and welcome to the Wild Rift North American Series brought to you by Riot and Wisdom. This is the Last Chance Qualifiers. Last chance, last opportunity for these teams to try and qualify for the WNS Season 1 Championships. My name is Sierra Dawn, your host for today, and I have a wonderfully coordinated desk with me here today. First off, Rafa, hello. Love the energy.
Let's go. What's up, Sierra? This is pink aesthetic vibes today because the vibes, as our producer Kathy has said, immaculate. And I'm ready for some last chance qualifier action.
They really are immaculate. What wasn't planned, by the way. This just happened. As well on the desk, though, Smax, how's it going?
Hi, I'm very excited. This is our last day for Wild Rift before Minnesota, which is just 3 weekends away, which is crazy. We're gonna all be seeing all the players and everything. It's gonna be a great time, and I can't wait, but I'm gonna have to, because we have to watch the games today to see who's actually gonna go.
True.
Yeah, I have to wait a little bit. We still need to figure out which teams are going to finish up that roster headed over to Mall of America. But you're right, it should be a lot of fun. But we're going to start off today fun as well. We're going to have another fun segment. We did Pictionary yesterday, and right at the beginning, I heard Rafa, I want to play Pictionary too. So, you know, we're going to continue with that going on to today. So, quick reminder of the rules. There's no lines, no, can I answer now, please? Nah, just, you know the answer, shout it out. Winner takes all. All right?
Okay.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay. All right. Here we go. First off, I am the greatest artist. We are aware of
Finn
this.
from Adventure Time.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
Oh my-
It's gotta be Wild Rift related. It's
Oh,
Renekton.
okay.
It's
Renekton!
No,
Oh, it's Nasus?
this is really bad.
Twitch? Wait, Twitch is not in Wild Rift.
No, he's
Oh,
not.
I have butchered this already. All right, well, we'll help out here. It's
Kindred? Is it Wolf?
Oh no.
Wait, there's a happy
Meowkai?
cat. Yumi?
No, oh my, I have a worse artist than I thought.
Is it the Fury Horn, like Rengar, or like the cosplay Rengar skin?
All right, we'll give you half points. It's the pretty kitty
Pretty
Rengar
kitty
skin.
Rengar?
Oh, pretty
Yeah.
kitty Rengar.
Okay.
We'll give you
I got there.
Okay.
we'll give you half points for it, not full points. But you know, it's close enough. Close enough. All right. For the next one, this should be a lot easier. So I am
Okay.
especially because this is someone that we did get to see quite a bit of yesterday, and I think right out of the gate, this is going to give it away.
Vi? No, it's not Vi. It's Seraphine! It's Seraphine.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
There we
Damn
go. That was an easy. Okay, I
Seraphine
had
pink vibes as well.
Yeah,
I like it.
that's
I like
true.
it.
That's the only reason I had to do it, you know? All right.
I thought it was Vi for a second. She had the bob, but then you gave the ponytail. And yeah.
All right. So this is the last one, so I kind of regret this
Goldfish.
now.
Big heart. Pretzel.
Yeah, the mall pretzels. I kind of
really?
It's a pretzel.
I kind of regret that's my last one. But, you know, it is what it is. Maybe we'll go back into Pictionary later, but nah. We gotta get started with the day. Rob, are you okay?
I didn't expect
pretzel.
us. I was just memeing. I was like, wow, I'm just looking at it like it's a pretzel, and I thought it was going to be like a Wild Rift champion.
You made it too easy.
We're at a Mall of America. What do all malls have?
Yeah.
Pretzels.
You're right.
You know, come on. We had to make it a little bit, like, bring it back a little bit to the broadcast, back to what these teams are playing for. Of course, with this bracket that we have coming up, these teams have been battling out, trying to make it to the very top, is the double elimination. So, you know, a loss doesn't mean you're completely out of it, but definitely a longer journey to the top. And with how things are shaking up, Smacks, anything that you were surprised about?
Well, I'm pretty happy with my analytical prowess that I had yesterday, because I did predict that Funhavers and Enemy would be the best two teams in the entire tournament and would be the teams that qualify. So far, I'm right about that, but they still do need to prove themselves today in addition, because just being the top two on the upper side does not mean that they are the top two by the end. They do still need to make sure that whoever loses that matchup wins against the winner of Ailish and Yan, which I believe is going to be our first match today.
It is. And I mean, the big talk so far this weekend has just been about NME, because everyone on the desk has been pretty unified with this team is going to take the win here. They're going to be moving on forward. Everyone else kind of just playing for a second, Rafa.
Well, we don't know that for sure. I'm very much in the enemy hype train. I have been waiting for these guys to secure their qualification spot to the Mall of America at the end of the month. After what seemed like a disastrous collapse in Major 3 and a very early exit, a lot of us were having questions, especially starting off the weekend. You know, is Enemy going to have the form necessary to make it on through to Mall of America? And then when the 2 new subs came through and we don't know what happened to Jackie or Truth, we're like, oh God, is Enemy, you know, are they losing their team at the worst possible moment? But, you know, we don't have to worry about that answer right now because it is still about Ailish and Yon who are playing for that top 3.
Yeah, and Ailish's team card going up. Not the only team that is going up for subs. You know, we got to make things interesting going into the weekend, going into the second day. So the fact that there has been some changes here, Smax, what are you kind of looking for? What are you kind of expecting here?
I mean, interesting is definitely one word for it. For Ailish, they've got the new players new to today. Kant in that Baron lane is going to be pretty interesting. But yeah, on the other side, Yon. I mean, look at their cute faces. They've got the little. Nine's got the bow on his head. Look at him.
Nine also has pink aesthetic vibes going on today. How do you win against that? Hold up. Did we unironically just bias Team Yon to win with the vibes?
So I might have some information that might bias you a bit more, Rafa, because Nine used to go by Boba, if you remember Boba from back in the day.
Oh, that's right. Boba T, the legend. Oh my
the
God.
Ziggs God. Same person.
Wow, all right. Well, I already see which way that you're kind of leaning towards here. We got our predictions up. If you're going against Yon at this point, Rafa, I'd be kind of surprised that actually nobody is going against them. We're all unified here on the desk with our choices. I mean, I'm just voting for the team that's managing, you know, to put in this work, making their way through. I think a lack of changes might serve them really well here, Smax.
So my prediction for Yon goes down to one thing and one thing only. Yesterday, 2 teams in this matchup played against Jotu's team. And Jotu, as we all know, is the best player in the entire world. And Ailish lost to Jotu's team as predicted, but Yon beat them. So I think that Yon now takes the title for best team in the whole world because they actually managed to beat Jotu, who is so amazing.
In the world. Okay, that is some pretty big words. We're gonna have to see. We still have a whole competition to get through, and it's time to get started with the first match, second day of the Last Chance Qualifier. It's time to head into the draft. I will catch you 2 later.
She didn't let us take it away. Is this, did someone tell Sarah about taking it away? Because I was waiting for it.
Kangas was on yesterday, and he knows,
Damn it,
he knows
Kangas.
better than that. So.
First, Kangas is slandering Darius Jungle on the broadcast, and now he's ruining the take it away. This guy, man. This guy. And you know what he's doing? He's at the LCS studio instead of supporting the homies on the Wild Rift broadcast.
Can't believe it.
Cringe.
He's got the EG hoo-ha-ha chat going,
Cringe.
or chant going.
It's okay.
I don't know. I don't think that's that cringe. I really like that chant. That
No. The chant is cool. I'm just trying to bully Kangas while I can.
True.
But for this draft, both teams are looking to bully each other on the Rift Smack so that they can get into that top 3.
Yes, so this match is for so much stakes right now. You do need to win this game. Sierra mentioned earlier that it is a double elimination bracket. These teams are in the lower side. So 1 loss and you are out, or 2 losses, I should say, as it is a best of 3. So you do have to win this matchup. You do have to win the next one to qualify for Mall of America and fly your way out to Minnesota and meet all the homies over there, play some Wild Rift. It's going to be great.
If you qualify into the top 2 today, I'll get you a pretzel. No cap.
Whoa! That's going to be 5+ pretzels for you, Rafa. You got to buy. Or
That's
10, because there's 2 teams qualifying today. So
yeah, 10 pretzels on me. On me, bro. I got you. That's the Rafa guarantee.
Okay, I might have to switch from casting to playing in the game so I can try those pretzels.
Too late. You can't sub, guys. Don't let Smack sub in. He's got a cast with me.
And you'd lose, because I have a great Blitzcrank. I'd beat everybody, of course.
Oh.
No Blitzcrank in this match, though, so far, at least. We have Ailish going for the Senna Gragas bottom lane. I really do like this pair. We've been seeing a lot of Senna, actually, this weekend, which I absolutely adore. I really love the unique pairings that you get from this champion. We saw some Seraphine with it yesterday, which was great, but I do expect this to be the Senna Gragas together. These two champions have been a standard pair for quite some time. I even remember you and I, Rafa, working on our bottom lane strategies like this time last year with Senna Gragas.
We were slightly ahead of the curve before NA started adopting it, because we were enamored with the Senna Nasus that a lot of the C teams over in Southeast Asia were experimenting with, and we're like, well, why can't we just do this with Senna Gragas? Why can't we just do this with Senna? I don't remember there's one more tank that we were trying to make
Mundo
work.
was pretty good. That one's pretty good too. But yeah, Senna just works really well with the melee champions that have a lot of sustain and just bulkiness, because it acts as a front line for the Senna, and the tankier your champion is, the more the heals benefit you. And Garen also works really well with that. So Ailish actually building up a really solid front line to protect this Senna. A little bit less damage than we would expect, and that might cause some trouble into a Darius that Zenith is locked in.
Yeah, this is really a fortress composition that Ailish is getting themselves put together here, which is something that our good friend TJ is a big fan of, which you will see.
Yes, he is.
You'll see later on the broadcast today with Julian Pastry Time Carr. Yes, that is correct. A goated duo. They're going to be closing out the broadcast for us today and seeing which second seed team will be qualifying, and it's Alistar. Smacks, I know you're a big fan of the Moo Cow.
I am. I love Alistar. This is another great frontliner, but provides just so much crowd control. That's really the only thing that he does most of the time. And as a duo with Kai'Sa, it works incredibly well also, because you actually provide all those plasma stacks with the crowd control you get. Ooh, I like this answer, though. Morgana. The Black Shield voids out all of that.
I think... Is this Gragas jungle then? I think that this is Gragas jungle then when you look
Could
at...
be Morgana jungle.
No, don't do Morgana jungle.
That'd be pretty neat. I like Morgana jungle.
Morgana jungle on Wild Rift does not translate as well as it does on PC. The clear speed is so like, yeah. I'm much more content with the Gragas pick.
Okay,
this is
Gragas jungle.
One thing about this though, Smacks, this is a lot of magic damage that you're stacking up on Ailish's side. So if I'm Yawn over here and I'm playing Graves, I'm playing Darius, I'm looking for a way to rush Maw of Malmortius ASAP.
What's End is really nice in this game. Maybe less so for those two champions, but for someone like Joey, it could work out quite nicely. Magic Resist, as you're saying, very valuable. Even more so against a jungle Gragas that you're expecting to get some damage. We saw some support Gragas build damage yesterday, too. Did you see, like, the death cap looted and stuff that was going on?
That
looked
was
really
sick.
Fun.
Yes.
I haven't seen anyone try out Charm's build yet, which is Ludens and then full tank after that. I think that sounds amazing. Yeah, for Gragas. Sounds really good. Shout out to Charm, of course. He is one of the people that is awaiting his opponent in Mall of America. Of course, not there yet, but will be in a couple of weekends, a few, rather. And him and Immortals and Sentinels, those are the two teams that whoever qualifies here today will be playing against us. That's seed number 1 and number 2. And your people are qualifying here to be seed 7 and 8. Can Yawn or Ailish do that? We're going to have to find out.
I imagine that Immortals and Sentinels are more than likely chilling in Twitch chat right now, getting a glimpse of their potential competition. Hey guys, big fans.
Big fan.
I know. I hope they don't feel left out that I'm getting specifically the last two teams, Pretzels, and not anyone else. This is motivation, guys. You guys have already done all the hard work. I need to give the extra push so that, whoever wants the Pretzels bad enough. And, of course, to go to the Mall of America and play in front of a crowd, in front of people, live. I mean, if that isn't enough motivation, I hope the Pretzels, does it enough justice. But we are about a minute and a half into the game already, Smack. Scuttle Crab wars have already taken place. And it's not really a war. It's just, hey, you want to get the top one and I get the bottom one and we continue scaling? We cool? We cool?
I think it favors your dumb, though, because Graves recently has received a pretty solid clear speed buff, and he does scale incredibly well, as you and I have definitely been experimenting with recently. Baby on Gragas needs to be going for these plays early, and I really like that attempt from Lin to try to get the Dark Binding onto Joey. It certainly would have gotten a kill for them, just didn't quite land.
In theory, the idea is great. In execution, a little unlucky, but you know what? It's all about sending a message, and right now the message from your dumb is, yo, can't. Don't walk up. Don't mess with my Darius, bro.
It worked. Oh, I don't think that's in the brush. I am fairly certain that did not quite see your dumb's recall. Not that it matters that much, but it is a little unlucky for Can't. Just a couple of pixels away, perhaps. Your dumb wanting to scale up continuously and is going for the Bloodthirster build, which I've been really enjoying recently. He could also be going for our hybrid thing that we were thinking about on Twitter, Rafa, where you go Vamp Scepter into the Stormrazor, and then you finish Bloodthirster after that?
Ooh, yeah, I remember that discussion. More than likely, I think most Graves are just doing the Bloodthirster rush. It's after doing more tests with it, the thing about Bloodthirster, even though I feel like you don't have as much kill power as you do with the Stormrazor and dueling power, it's an insanely safe build, and if you don't feel like you need to be bringing a lot of upfront burst in the first fight, then you can just go for the Bloodthirster. You'll be safe. You won't have as much kill threat, but you won't die as easily, right? And so,
yeah.
And as you said before, Graves is an insanely powerful scaler.
He really is. He's going to work really well with the scaling crit itemization as the game progresses, and I think your dumb is actually going over this wall and looking for some sort of play on the Dragon Lane side of things. Baby was just there, but now has to catch up in the clear against this Graves, which has been going pretty well, honestly. Baby keeping up in pace and levels, and I imagine the gold too. Yeah, look at that. Baby also going for the damage, again compounds upon the need for the magic resistance stat for Yon.
Holding my breath to see if your dumb and 9 wanted to go for a little bit of a wombo combo in the mid lane, but so far it is Yon trying to gain positional advantage in preparation for this Drake. Can't. Oh, nice flash timing. It was exactly the same time, making sure that he doesn't go down to Zenith.
That was pretty beautiful as your dumb stacking up for this Drake. You can see Gragas. Baby, look at that ultimate onto two different members, bumping the Graves into the entire team as Senna, donning Shadow Lance onto multiple members. Can't quite get the save onto Ally. At the same time, though, as Lin will fall 1-for-1, but Jungler still alive for Ailish. I think they can secure this one, Rafa.
Lacan is walking over, but... Oh my god! Baby! Lands the body slam flash! Smacks! Baby was just playing Baron lane as a sub for this team yesterday. Now he comes in. They've swapped up the roster. He's playing jungle this time around, and he's killing
your dumb is in.
Comes with a wall, but Baby still secures the dragon. He is not deterred by a surprise enemy jungler in the pit. It is Ailish that pushes ahead 3-1.
Man, Baby is saving it right now with the mechanics, knocking everyone around. And they even get another kill. Lin found the kill onto Joey in the Dragon Lane. What was that? We'll have to get a replay on that one, I hope. But Ailish off to a great start.
Max, what is it about Ailish and coming in with roster swaps and moves and just things that we don't expect? There's a reason why we predicted Yon to win this, because we had information that Ailish was coming in with roster changes and things that we didn't know that almost didn't allow them to play in today's matchup, and so then they're coming in with an emergency sub overall. We're like, okay, there's no way that Ailish can perform up to peak form, right? But the way that this game has opened up, it's still one game out of a best of 3, and it's only 6 minutes in, but so far, Smacks, things are looking great.
Here we have the engage from Kami. He's body blocking multiple different members as the rest of Yon is able to secure this Rift Herald, but they're giving over so many of these kills. Double kill over to Kant, diving underneath this turret. Can they find Joey? So many members are here, but they do back away, already nagging themselves. 4 kills on the play. Ailish again.
What the hell is going on, Smacks? Ailish, they had this composition. Yes, both they and Yon have scaling components in them, but Ailish have been far more successful at being able to find the engaged plays that they need. Look at the explosive cast from Baby, isolating both of the frontline members. Yes, they are tanky, but when they don't have the damage follow-up behind them because how spread apart the fight has been thrown, you can't function as Yon.
You really can't. And they're going for too many different fights at the same time also, trying to split things up and actually take these objectives, which they did manage to do. We have 9 taking the Rift Herald. The fights just can't work out after that. You're playing a split fight into a champion like Akali and Garen, that specialists in dealing physical or single target damage, which is exactly what ends up happening there for Ailish. I think that Yon need to have a better and more sophisticated plan of attack in these team fights to actually make this comeback work, because it will need a comeback. They're down 6K.
Yeah, 6K at 7.5 minutes. That's not a fun state to be in, especially if you're a composition that is waiting to come online. Ailish, having taken away the first dragon and the first objective of the game, has now put Yon into a spot where they're going to be losing almost all of their outer structures in this rotation.
And Zenith, even with his Hullbreaker, there's no way that he can manage his solo play. There's 4 members stacking up, trying to take away these structures. That's exactly what Ailish managed to do. 2 of them already dead, and they didn't even get the Rift Herald. And look at this, on the other side, we have Tyrant playing defense. There's not enough members here for Yon to actually make this punish happen, even with this Rift Herald. They don't decide to drop it. And look at this, the map is so small that everyone from Ailish is already here. This is the fun part about Wild Rift.
You can be over in Baron lane taking down a turret, and then 5 seconds later, boom, you're in the Dragon lane. And whatever time that Yon thought they had alone with Tyrant, is suddenly quashed as 4 more people show up, making sure that Tyrant is able to push out that wave safely. And our next dragon is spawning in 25 seconds. And this is the big one, Max. It's the Infernal.
Yeah, surely Ailish can stack up right there and make a play happen. However, thinking about this now, Yon, they are smart to keep this Rift Herald for the Drake spawn. 9 is the one that has it, though, and he is split pushing in this dragon lane. Not exactly where you want the Rift Herald to spawn when you're going to take the dragon. And I really hope that Yon can actually make a counterplay occur, because this is not going to win this team fight. Look at the itemization difference. It is way too big. Tyrant will one-shot everybody.
Dude, Baby is going for... Oh my god, can't just solo kill in the Baron lane on Zenith. No Darius for this fight. Yeah, this is totally a dragon secured for Ailish.
Wow.
Look at the positioning from Yon. How are they supposed to approach? They can't.
They can't. It's no way. And they don't even use the Rift Herald at the same time. 9 chunked so ridiculously low. Tyrant in the exact correct position to make sure there's no counterplay occur. And then, oh my god, Senna's in the position. This is Stealth Gragas.
That's what I love about Senna overall. Being able to, stealth in a member, and you think, oh, okay, it's the squishy backline member, like a Morgana or a Senna. Nope. There's a big belly man ready to flop you down, and as I was trying to say before, he's got the Prophet's Pendant. So I don't know if he's going for a Void Staff right off the bat, but if he's actually going for an Infinity Orb, I think so. That would be the most Giga Chad build I have ever seen from a Gragas on stage, and that is tragedy as well.
The Rift Herald doesn't even get any turret platings as your dumb flashing. They're not going to be saved by that flash, my friend. Zenith, this flash might do something. Forces the barrier onto Tyrant with the Senna ultimate shield. Oh, it's not quite there. As Lin does get the bleed stacks on top, but there's no dunk as he will just die here. Can't. In a 1v2 situation, this Garen is super, super tanky, and he's just bumping everyone out. More kills for Ailish.
The thing I'm starting to realize about Can't is Yon can't deal with him. I'm sorry, I had to get my dad joke in for the day. Yeah, it's just...
It got me. I did the Kangas laugh. Ha! Ha!
Just King is catching more strays, man. But in this replay, we got to see how well Tyrant is able to just single-handedly annihilate your dumb before the rest of the team comes. And even though they collapse, it's then punishment for them.
I like the kill onto Akali, and it is some really good mechanics from Zenith, but they get too confident after they find that kill, and they move forward. You have to take what you can get as the team that's this far behind. As soon as you find a kill like that, you're like, okay, I'm leaving. I already got the best thing possible for me. Let's just walk away with the small amount of gold that we actually managed to get, not continue forward and make the play not worth it.
Smacks. Baby is not even finishing the
At
Infinity
Greg.
Orb. He just has the Prophet's Pendant, and he's going to go for the Death Cap next. And I don't think Kant is even worried at all. Dude, they don't do any damage to him. He just tanks it through all. I think he's has a Bramble Vest, so the physical damage coming in from Zenith and You're Dumb just cannot penetrate.
Second Rift Herald of the game dropped here for Ailish. That will completely remove the mid lane turret from the map. And now all of these camps on the bottom side will be theirs too. I think the Rift Herald can die. Yep, alright. Saved there for Yon. That's crucial, because if you lose out in the inhibitor turret, that's already lights out. You really just can't do anything at this major deficit, and with the super minions stacking on top.
Ailish have taken full control. They're 11,000 gold ahead, Smacks. That's usually the point of no return. You as Yon would have to hope that Ailish is going to just throw multiple times in a row, and then Yon can miraculously be the victorious ones in every single fight so that they can pick up the objectives afterwards, or at least buy more time to scale on through. This is also a Hullbreaker Darius, so he wants to be alone. He never wants people around him, otherwise you don't get the full benefits of those resistances.
There's only one way that Hullbreaker works when you're the losing team, and is if you play with completely you just don't care about living at all the entire game. You just go into that side lane, whether or not your team is pressuring, and try to take turrets like hit by hit. And he's not doing that right now. If you're going to actually use this item well, you need to just be up in that Baron lane right now and say, hey, we're going to lose this Drake. We need to find some amount of gold so that when an objective comes up that we have to fight over, we can actually do this. But yeah, again, as you can see, Zenith is just not in that position, and Yon, again, give up positioning where there's really just no way they can take this Drake.
Yeah, you even saw freaking Tyrant zoning them off, and now this fight has potentially begun.
Oh.
Kami already popped the ultimate, and they're just popping like flies, Smacks, in the blink of an eye. You might have missed it, because I know I did. All 5 members of Yon are just gone.
They were popping like Baby brought a needle to a balloon store. Did you see that? Cask onto everybody, bumping them back into every single member. And Ailish, they will take game number 1, defying our predictions and moving ever so close to that 3rd place match. And hopefully for them, further to Mall of America.
Do you hear that, Smacks? Do you know what that is? That is the sound of just absolute surprise.
Oh, I hear it now. Yeah, I do hear that now, yes.
It's deafening, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
What the heck?
I actually can't hear anymore.
This is technically just the first game of a best of 3. Yon still have time to recover, so, you know, we can't get too excited about a potential upset of our.
I'm
prediction.
excited.
But,
I'm very excited. That was sweet.
Dude, this is a
Look
team.
at Baby's damage.
Yeah, highest damage in the game. This is the powerful AP Gragas, man. I've been trying to tell people that this pick is so freaking goated, and to be fair, there's still some other jungle picks that could potentially on it, but we didn't see it come out. And I need to go back into the draft and see if which champions were left up at the table, because Gragas does struggle when he's invaded on early, because he has, in the first encounter, he has a lot of burst, but he cannot follow up. He doesn't have extended skirmish all-in damage. And so that's where you fall against someone like a Xin Zhao or a Lee Sin. But Graves just wants to farm. He doesn't necessarily want to skirmish. I mean, he can. But he's trying to farm just as much as you are. So Gragas is like, yo, I'm getting a free pass. And the nice thing about Gragas specifically into Graves is that Graves stacks only armor on the True Grit. He doesn't stack MR, which means an explosive cast built up with a death cap by the end of the game. Sheesh, that's a lot of damage, bro.
And I mean, if it's not already apparent here, Rafa, I think we both agree on who the star player is. It is Baby on the Gragas. And I'm hearing that the replays are going to be coming in as well, which I cannot wait for because I need to see that last Gragas cask one more time. The game-ending fight from Baby. Absolutely filthy. We're going to get there eventually.
And it all started here, Smacks. This is where, the first fight that you were calling, Baby, just with the surprise cask that really surprised and set the tone for the rest of the game.
And then the retry here from Your Dumb doesn't even land because Baby's good at the smite too. Crazy. I wonder if Baby just like plays jungle off roll, or maybe Baron lane is the off roll. I don't know what Baby does, but
we don't know because Baby subbed in for Baron yesterday playing what was it? What did he play yesterday?
I don't even remember. But,
I have to go back.
It might have been Gragas. Oh, it was Jace. It was Jace.
That's such a different champion style to play. Dude, Baby.
Very comfortable on the Gragas, though. I'm impressed. This is pretty awesome. Oh, here's this solo kill we didn't get to see. Wow. Yeah, that's just a Garen dunk. True and true.
The most satisfying of all dunks.
I think the phrase is through and through.
Through and through, yeah.
My bad.
No, it's all good. You know what? We're making up our own phrases. This is still year one of the WNS. So we are the ones that are establishing the margins and the kind of the standard.
Okay,
so,
here it is. Watch this Gragas cask. You ready for this?
I'm ready. Wait.
Look at this. I told you.
Oh,
that's
man.
so gross. That is so gross.
I'm so sad because I actually did blink during the team fight, which is why I didn't react to it as strongly. I had to blink, and then in the call, I'm like, wait, they're all dead. What happened?
Maybe Jan blinked too, because we are now in game 2, and it seems like they are late to the party right now. Ailish is really stepping up right when they need to, because they need to win this series and the next one to qualify for Mall of America. And yeah, that damage is pretty nutty.
The damage percent, he almost did half of his team's damage
on Greg.
What the hell? Dude, Baby's based, bro. You know what? That's his new nickname, Based Baby. We're coining it now.
All right. Well, he needs to live up to that title in this next game.
Correct. You now have new expectations to perform to Baby, or Based Baby, I should say.
We're one step away from Based Baby. I think that game proves it. But I think he needs to win this game, or one more game in this series, and then the 2 in the next one, and then we can see him in person, and we can call him Based Baby there. I think that's the way it works.
You know, considering that Baby, I don't know if Baby is the sub, or I don't know who are the starting players now for English on this roster. But the way he played, he deserves to be a starting person on the spot. And if anyone is going to Mall of America, if this team makes the run and he continues making that performance, it's got to be him. I don't care if he started out as a sub. He has now earned a starting position player spot, at least just off of game 1, but he needs to carry it on through to game 2.
Well, if you think about it, just based on today's games, right? He already won his team 1 game, and they have to win 4 games today. So realistically, if he won 1 of them, he already did his part. He did almost half the team's damage. Now the other 4 or 5, the other 4 members have to do their work, to get him there. So I think it works well.
Smacks. I can tell that you have been reading up on your Moneyball because it's, we're counting the number of wins that a team needs to get in order to get somewhere. It doesn't matter about player stats or anything. It's like I just care about wins. You want to buy wins, and it's like okay, here we go. 3 more wins now is the key for the Ailish dream to Mall of America. Hashtag ATMOM.
Where's the T come from? The Mall of America?
Ailish to Mall of America.
Oh, so you just do the number 2.
Oh, see, you're the real Zoomer here. I should have listened to you. I'm still a millennial, so like, you know, I pretend I'm hip, and in reality, I'm like just a few years away of being a boomer.
Hashtag A2MOA. That's the one. Okay.
Oh,
well, great.
Yeah. All right. Well, we made a new hashtag. Bam.
And for Yawn, they have to overcome that right now. They have to come back in this series, make the reverse sweep happen, and again, also have to win this next one. And we're going to be seeing the potential opponent of both of these teams later in the match against Enemy and Funhavers. Both of those teams also very, very good. So it's going to be really difficult to do this. But, I mean, Baby, so far, is the best player on the day. And, yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, so let's talk about what Yawn would need to do in order to bounce back from this opener. You know, that's one option, you know, but we can't just rely on banning champions if you don't change the playstyle that got you into that spot in the first place. And I think the thing for Yawn is, I think they severely underestimated how good in terms of team fighting and skirmishing Ailish would be, even with this kind of roster swap. So I think they went into the mindset, we'll just take a scaling composition. They won't do jack shiz, you know, in the early game. We'll kind of just take objectives for free, and then we'll just be better than them. So now, having learned that they cannot severely underestimate their opponents, I think they should dip into taking champions that'll give them more skirmishing power in the early game. I know Your Dumb made a huge pop-up performance on the Lee Sin in one of our yesterday's games. I would like to see that. If it's not banned, I would like to see Your Dumb insta-lock that in.
It'd be pretty good. I know that these players have it in them to actually win these games and win them very fast, because if you remember back to one of the qualifiers where Yawn was playing, they did look like one of the favorites in the entire thing. I believe that was in Circuit 3. Qualifying for the third major. Didn't quite make it, but they were winning their games super, super quickly, and a lot of that was off of Your Dumb playing these assassin-like carries. The Lee Sin's one of them. The Kazakhs, also one of them that I was really impressed by. And, you know, both of those champions are available.
You gotta do it like Space Jam with the Kazakhs. You know, gotta be jumping and leaping around. You know, scoring not necessarily dunks, but you know, you'd be dunking on opponents with the amount of isolated damage that you bring to the table. Lee Sin, not banned, but Yawn's first priority is picking up that Premier Enchanter in Lulu for Kim.
I like the Lulu quite a bit. I think it just does a whole lot for you in this team fights as well, and it opens the way for some of these unorthodox carries, like some of the marksman things like Jinx can actually exist a whole lot more with Lulu on the board. So maybe that's something that Yawn is looking at. They do give over the Darius to Kant, who was just playing the Garen. So I wonder if Darius is just the preference for both of these players, Zenith and Kant alike. It does, in theory, deal more damage than Garen, but after that last game, I don't know if I fully agree.
So far, no Gragas lock-in as I'm stupid.
It's banned.
No, yeah, it's banned. It's banned. Yawn.
Banned.
You know what? I just realized that Yawn with the strategy of like, okay, we are forcing you to completely rebuild your core. The Vayne being locked in with the Lulu. I know we've been seeing quite the pop-off performances of Vayne in the past few weeks.
Yeah. Vayne is one of those carries that I was looking forward to with the Lulu. It empowers that so much. You get the attack speed bonus, you get the help picks autos too. Seems to work super well, and so does Olaf. I really like this as well. This is going to be a really powerful set of champions that are empowered by this first pick of Lulu, and this might actually pave the way for something like a Lulu solo lane, honestly, Rafa, because I don't know if 9 is comfortable on the Yordle, but it does open up the 2v2 earlier than normal when you pair it with this Olaf, and it gets those supportive items in quicker.
You would...
Seems like it'd be good against Diana, too.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that either, because then you could put someone that is going to be a reliable frontline engage paired with the Vayne down in the Dragon Lane. The other thing that could happen is we could see this Vayne... Hold up, I need to sneeze. I've been feeling it on my nose, and I'm like, am I gonna sneeze? Human body? Come on, man. I'm trying to cast, and I can't cast if I'm gonna feel like I'm gonna sneeze every 20 seconds. right. We're good.
I think my camera's been feeling that this entire time as well. I didn't want to mention it, but I think my camera.
You are slipping into the nether realm, I think.
Yeah.
I might have to pull you out at some point.
I don't really know what's going on. I think it might just be that my camera's plugged into the wrong USB port. I really don't know, because this usually does not happen.
Yeah. We might just have to get you refreshed back into the system.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's just put a picture of me up. I'll be cute.
Okay.
Or maybe we can do it later.
You know what? We can do the
There's me. Look, guys.
I'm doing this Max thing. Rate my cosplay.
I love it.
Someone screenshot a chat. All right.
I'm back.
Making memories here on the WNS championship. Now, Jan have to round out this core, Mr. Smacks, and for them, what I like about this composition is that you have two primary carries that can be buffed up by this Lulu. What you need, though, is something that Vayne and Olaf tend to suffer against is a ton of people stacked on top of each other. They're great when they're dealing with isolated members and they can take them out one by one. But if they're all grouped up, I mean, then it's going to be... You need some way to break and pull apart the fight. And unfortunately, because they already banned Gragas is kind of like the go-to person when it comes to dispersing everyone and allowing Vayne to pick off targets.
You're saying some smart stuff here. That's usually my job, Rafa.
Well, you know, we tend to trade a lot, which is something I do enjoy about games with you.
That's true. That's true. We're both five-head analysts on the Wild Rift broadcast. Except for me right now. I was wrong about the Lulu going mid lane. It's instead going to be Ahri, trying to go for the push strategy and roam around with the Olaf, which again I do really appreciate. Activating the Olaf is the biggest thing for Jan in this early game, and Lulu still is going to be able to do that late game. So this is a smart draft from Jan, well constructed, and the team fights make a lot of sense. That's not a team fighting champion though. Jax will give them some trouble in the side lanes, I fear.
You know, it would be super based if Baby allowed Jax to go to the Baron lane and took the Darius jungle, just so that Jax can itemize specifically into the Hull Breaker and then be permanent split push duty, and then we get Darius jungle. If he does that, I will already give him the based Baby top. Damn it. Okay. No Darius jungle today.
Gotta do some more work, unfortunately. I think the Jax is definitely a champion you can carry on. I'd be really impressed if he was able to end the game as fast as the Gragas one, still with most damage on Jax. Like, that would be absolutely phenomenal. So I'm not expecting that one at all, but they do have some good utility there. I really like the utility-based Dragon Lane as a response to a carry one like Vayne and Lulu, because you can actually stun them up. You can be that annoying front line, and it's going to start right at level 1, it turns out.
Bro, they just ignited Joey. They set him on fire at the beginning of the game.
Yeah. It's true. Already chunking Joey out, and there's a good range advantage here for Ashe too with the volley. Yeah, I like that shield. It's gonna be really tricky for them to actually lane into this one. As Lulu can get engaged on, you're gonna get poked out. Oh wow, it looks like just trades all across the board right now. As I think Baby was receiving a leash of some kind from Tyrant.
I have no idea.
That's what it looked like.
But definitely 9 taking advantage of the level 2 power spike. Shaz to cutie pie. Is really given a powerful combo. Oh, hold up.
Wow.
Ghost has been popped. Zenith. All right. He did not flash. He did not lose the chicken game, one might say.
No cooldowns were there for Cant, but they are here now.
Smacks?
Oh, okay. It looks like I Can't has lost the chicken game. Now It's only one flash for Zenith. Honey fruits eaten, and right back to laning. I feel like Zenith is going to have an easier time in this lane because of the Garen passive. He is regenerating HP very quickly.
There it goes. See that? That's the sound of
Garen
him.
sounds like?
No, but that's the sound of healing, you know, going back into full.
I think that's just the sound of honey fruit. I think that's just you eating the citrusy fruit.
Well, what's the sound of 3 people about to gank you in the face under the tower?
I know what it is. It's first blood.
We did it! But Ailish have been able to respond with reinforcements of their own, and they're running down your dumb. 9 is too low to be able to assist any further. No mana either, but it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, nice job. I like the idea behind that dive, and we're seeing in action the roaming potential from 9 on this Ahri. However, they are responded to very, very efficiently. We're going to watch this again, as there is a really good ward there from Kant over that wall, scouting out where everyone's going to be, and we can see Baby just arrives from in the base, I believe, as he did take a recall before this, running directly up to the Baron lane, reading out this play was going to happen. Really smart stuff from both teams, and I think it just favors Jan slightly up until maybe right now.
The caster curse! But thankfully for Zenith, he gets out alive. Oh, this is super close for Cammy.
Oh.
He's able to walk it out, but another flash forward, follow up, Lin, and Just Mobile Gamer take the 2v2.
That's not the level 2 spike, that's the level 5 spike, as we're getting a gank up in the Baron lane as well. Kant, he's got some healing, it's just not enough, as we have Joey farming up, but in the Dragon lane one more time. Just Mobile Gamer and Lin stuck around, and 9 makes another successful roam.
Jan heard all the expectations that we were talking about being defied and all the hype for Ailish, and they're like, hold up, it's a best of 3, we're coming back. And I love that 9, with the switch up over from the Orianna to the Ahri, making great use of the agency that you do have in the first few minutes of the game.
Look at this rotation here. Joey not even missing a beat, trying to farm up this wave and getting some solo experience into the Vayne. Always going to be helpful, as sometimes Vayne will be the split pusher later on. I think that actually very well could happen in this game. You really want everyone else to be there for these team fights, as we have Olaf going to be engaging. Speaking of, we don't have Ragnarok on the side of Jan. Your dumb will be more susceptible to these stuns, and he has to flash out immediately because of it.
Oh no, just the layer of crowd control on top of every single spell means that your dumb is also dead.
Told you. He's too far. He does not have Ragnarok, and he will get stunned and killed immediately. He stepped all the way into that river. Lulu not near him. He cannot get all of the utility there, and Ailish taking the first strike of the game. They're continuing their streak. They've not dropped a single one of those objectives.
Ailish are just too good when it comes to Drake control. And might as well just set up their own little dragon zoo.
Well, I don't know about that. They're the ones that are killing the Drakes. I don't think that's PETA.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dragon Butcher Shop. Is that probably more...
Yes, that's the one.
That got really dark. I did not intend it. But however, Jan are able to, just like game 1, pick up the first Rift Herald, but this time, they answer back. Ragnarok is available, as you called it out. 9 is also rushing forward into the back line, taking out another.
That's what a team fight looks like when your Olaf is moving forward instead of backward. Jan take the Rift Herald. They take a double kill onto their ever so powerful Olaf, and that's the mid lane turret as well. First turret, huge gold swing over to Jan. For the first time, it feels like in this whole series, and I think Kant needs to be a bit careful. He's ignited.
He's a level down. Zenith Rank going in for the big dunk, and it's the Beyblade spin that sends it back to the fountain.
Nicely done. Revenge for the last game as Jan, they're firing on all cylinders all of a sudden. Kant 0-3-0, not working out on the Darius side of the matchup. Maybe Garen is just the better champion. Thoughts?
I'm willing to oblige by these thoughts. Garen is a very poggers champion.
Sword greater than axe?
Ooh. You know, I'm not a weaponsmith, so I would not have the expertise on this. Who in our friend group would be the one to ask, Smacks?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe...
No one has... Yeah.
We're
no
all
one does
gamers,
LARPing,
you
and
know? We're-
yeah. Well, the thing is that I would imagine if we had a friend that did like active LARPing, you know,
Kangas does Dungeons and Dragons every week.
Oh, you know what? We have to ask Kangas. Is a sword actually greater than an axe?
I think they actually deal a pretty similar amount of damage, just like the base sword and axe. I think it's pretty similar.
All right, well, let's see how well an axe can handle 3-4 people, and you know, if the axe can't cut down the Garen to size, I don't think it's going to do anything against 4. And already Yawn making greater moves, better use of the macro play in the first few minutes of game 2.
You know what the real answer is? That Olaf has 2 axes, and 2 axes
shit,
has got to
you're
be
right.
better than 1. He's the barbarian running around. That's a Dungeons and Dragons class. We're there. We can make those references. Oh, I like this trade around the rift though. Okay, we're actually seeing some macro moves from Ailish that even out the gold. This is really smart. They're actually able to get some damage onto 2 different turrets at the same time, and even though Yawn mount a really solid attack plan, Ailish are actually doing some pretty good stuff.
They do have to buy a little bit more time this time around in terms of the scaling department. That is where Baby gets the shine on this Jax. Also, when you're looking at the other player that we've been hyping up from this squad of Ailish in Tyrant, he's not necessarily had, you know, an explosive start that we normally have seen when he pulled out the Ari in yesterday's game. But this Diana, we know, if you're a big fan of, as Degon would call it, everyone's favorite streamer starting, then you know that Diana can do some massive damage in the mid-late game.
That's definitely true. I'm definitely expecting Ailish to provide that one with Tyrant in the mid lane. Very skilled player in his own right, and this could be the team fight to do it. I've been waiting to see if Ailish can actually force your Dumb to go on retreat mode again. Really difficult to do when he has Kami near him and has the Ragnarok as well. It's just all of the extra benefits that this composition provides to the Olaf. However, if you can avoid the person who's getting all the Lulu buffs and instead go for Joey or Nine instead, then that can really work out, and this flank might be the angle.
Okay, but look at the back line. Just Mobile Gamer, a 2-man taunt. That stuns up Joey, and Joey, even though he gets out, cannot participate in the rest of the fight. And you see Yurgen trying to do everything to support it, but he goes down. It's a trade that ends up Baby getting collapsed on, but it's an overall win for Ailish.
It turns out I was a bit late to ask that question because Ailish have been asking it for about 4 minutes time. They already had the answer prepped. They already lied in wait with the flank, and we need to watch this one more time because look at this. They attack everybody that isn't the Olaf. They go directly behind him and start hitting the Lulu, the Vayne, the Ari, the Garen. All of those champions can be crowd controlled and killed very easily, and Ailish prove it. 2 kills and a Drake. This is beautiful team fighting.
Yeah, that is incredible awareness from Ailish, just recognizing, hey, in a 5-on-5, you don't always want to just go front to back. If you know that their backline is going to output more damage than your backline currently, which is definitely true in the case of a Vayne versus an Ashe, you got to kill the foundation for the backline so that the front line doesn't even matter, even if they are able to trade 1-for-1 in the end. It's just, overall, this is more surprises for us, Max, as we just honestly didn't have any expectations for this team because this is not only the first time we're really seeing them in action outside of yesterday's games, but also with this roster change that they have come in with today.
The roster change is the big one. We did not know what to expect from this new lineup and the new players, but they are certainly delivering. This team fight was amazing. They are now even in gold because of their map movements from before. As I mentioned, they were able to take out that Dragon Lane turret. They now capitalized on the damage that Lin was able to deal to the mid lane turret, and they're even taking the other one at the same time. No Hullbreaker needed for this. Darius can't, just takes 3 turrets, and now Ailish has a lead.
And look at this, you know, because the Darius is going to go into what I believe is the Death Stance off of this Caulfields, he's going to be not only dealing a fair amount of damage in these team fights, but he's going to have an insane amount of durability and sustain throughout that makes Darius one of those terrifying team fighters where you feel like you're trying to cut through a tank, but he's also one that packs a lot of damage you have to respect.
He's got Tyrant in his back pocket alongside with an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, just zoning them off. It's a zoning arrow if I've ever seen one. Exactly being the crossing guard. Just like, no crossing right now. Stop at the crosswalk. You cannot go forward.
The best use of zoning in the game, all thanks to Lynn's Ash arrows. Yeah, we knew that going back to year 0 when Gienzio first started pioneering the use of Ash. In fact, I think he was the only player that would like really push Ash forward before the rest of NA's player base was going into Ash. It's a shame we never
playing Ash. This is Rest Erasure. Oh, another arrow.
Is the arrow hit? Ooh.
I think it gave vision. Yeah, it did. All right. So 9 spotted out on that play. It's still effective. A hawk shot again reveals these two members, and Jan trying to make a return brush camp play, learning from their opponents, but you can't best the master. At least not yet.
Not yet. You know, if they make it through, you said it before, they need to win 3 games total out of the next 2 series. If they do that, they are coming to the Mall of America in Bloomington, Minnesota, where everyone, by the way, if you already don't know, if you want to see the WNS championships for year 1 in person, you can.
The tickets
if you
are
get
free.
Yourself to Bloomington, Minnesota, yeah, there's no ticket prices at all. You just walk in, you come to the rotunda,
and Rafa will buy you a pretzel.
No, hold up. Hold up. That's only for the last 2 teams that qualify. I can't buy everyone a pretzel smacks.
Okay.
And we can't set up false expectations.
That makes sense. Are you gonna buy me a pretzel?
Yeah, sure.
Yay! All right. Special treatment. I love that. Ailish stacking up for this Infernal Dragon. Huge bonus to them. They're able to take this, and there's no one here. There's no Olaf in position. That's already Infernal Drake. Now, Jan are on the defensive, which is exactly the opposite of what you want to do with Olaf. They need to turn this around right now.
Okay, and 9 looking for that charm, but barely misses it. What a nice taunt from Just Mobile Gamer once again, stunning up and making the backline incapable of being able to fight back. Joey cannot stand up to the Darius. He gets the big dunk down and smacks with this push.
Quadra
the
kill!
are long enough.
It's a quad!
Kill.
It's
Look
a
at that! Can't! Comes in with the pentakill to send Ailish into the top 3.
They are going to end the game off of 1 pentakill as Kant, the carry for his team, cleaning everyone up on the Darius. Dunks after dunks, and they are moving on in the Last Chance Qualifier.
How does this team do it, Smacks? At the beginning of the broadcast, we were literally told that Ailish might not be able to play today. That they were missing their roster. That they were sending us mixed signals. We almost got gaslighted into thinking that we were just going to go on to the next match of the day. But here they come in at the very last minute. It's like, okay, we got some subs in. We got a roster. Here, let's just see if we can make this work. We're like, oh, man, we don't have a lot of confidence going off you guys. We all predicted Jan 2-0. Look what happened.
Pentakill happened, Rafa. Ailish 2-0 against Jan. They are now 2 single Nexus explosions away from being one of the 8 teams to go to the North American Regional Championships here at WNS. Off of a comeback victory like that. That was some wicked teamwork off of a day 1 team that we just witnessed. I can't wait to see them play again. You know what? I'm excited for our next match, Enemy and Funhavers. That's going to be a good one. But after that, I mean, Ailish are the team to watch for me.
Did you just see this? Did you see this, Sierra? Did you see what we saw? Oh my god.
Definitely not what we were expecting. I thought this would be a lot closer. We all predicted that Jan was going to be winning here. And then I want to circle back to something we talked about before the broadcast, because Rafa, you were scared about putting predictions in because you have been right 0% of the time.
No!
I would fully like to blame this one on you. So congratulations there. But also, all curses aside, with the star player of the match, when you're going up against a beast like this, no wonder you're not going to be coming out on top. I mean, that pentacle at the end.
Yep.
Oh, we need the star player. I mean, we already know who it is.
It's
Yeah, like we know who it is. I'm fully expecting it because I know you can't end things off on a pentakill and not get star player here, Smacks. We'll have a chat with Rafa's.
Rafa, you can't lean over that
himself.
much. You're showing a brand on your chair.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay.
Okay.
My prediction rate is in shambles here. I'm happy for Ailish. That was some sick stuff, but I'm falling further and further down this. I don't even know what it is. Yeah.
That's so funny.
I mean, it was deserved though by Ailish, and I'm glad to see after everything that they're coming out here and they're proving that they can play some hang good Wild Rift. The first game was dominant. The second game, I thought for the longest time it could go either way, but they definitely put on a show here, Smacks.
They really did. And I think for this game in specific, I was shown again why I was excited for Jan. Like, they did have some really solid planning. I liked their draft idea, and they were even attacking the early game really well with Nine's Ari. It's just that once the team fights and the objectives came around, their team play was actually matched and beaten by Ailish. And that is the reason why Ailish continues moving forward in this bracket. And honestly, for Wild Rift, to me, it's just a common trend. If you work together as 5 players better than your opponent, 9 times out of 10, you are going to win that game. And that's what we're seeing here today. And we're probably, spoilers, going to be seeing that throughout the rest of the day as the rest of the 3 teams battle it out for 2 spots at the regional championship.
Yeah, and with how this is all shaken up, this is a team I feel like has been consistently bet against Rafa, and just such a dominant ending to the game. I think it's time we start putting a little bit more respect on them.
I guess we do, because I just don't know what you can reasonably put as expectations for this squad. If you're able to coordinate and put yourselves together in somewhat of an organized fashion, strong enough to take out Jan, who has been a team that has shown up in our previous majors. They have been a team that has been at least top 5, top 6 throughout year 0. That is remarkable. And I honestly wish I knew how else I could explain and express my confused state of emotions and my sense of panic now that if my prediction rate is still 0%, what the next series is going to be like. I am just trying to hold on to all sense of sanity at this very moment.
Yeah, I feel like there's always the joke about the caster curse, and you are literally the living embodiment of that right now on this broadcast.
I don't want to be a caster curse here.
And looking at the bracket, considering what we have up next, and considering the way that you bet on it, I'm a little bit worried. For game number 2, we're headed back up to the upper bracket. We're going to be looking at Funhavers versus NME, both teams actually that we've talked about highly thinking are going to go all the way into the end, Rafa.
I'm going to ask production if I can withdraw my prediction from the next game.
It's too late. It's too late.
It is too late.
Oh,
Rafa,
no.
you're going to have to walk backwards under a ladder. You need to fix a mirror. You're going to need to...
I'm going to have to throw salt over my shoulder. Oh.
Need to
anything to backtrack right now.
There's a black cat. Sierra, I need to borrow your cat. Hang on.
If you can wake him up, then sure thing. Good luck with that one.
Yeah, you just put the headphones over
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I mean, we'll have to see how it shakes up, but these 2 rosters and the players that they're bringing out, we're going to be looking at Funhavers first. I mean, it's definitely going to be an upper finals setup, that's for sure. We got to see Funhavers have a great showing out here yesterday, Smacks.
I was really impressed by Funhavers yesterday and in their Fight Night Rift they played recently. Now, that was with a different support and jungler, but they do have their new support and jungler straight out of Demons. And that is a team that I had a lot of respect for, as they did play in a few of the most previous qualifiers, and I believe some of the majors too. That way and Yenna are pretty impressive to me, and they will actually need to be in order to actually win the game, because they are against some of the best support and jungle players in the entire region.
Yeah, well, Rafa, looking at No More Ego, I'll let you talk through this team that you have inevitably, perhaps doomed.
No, don't say that! Don't say that, please! I want to see this team in Minnesota. If you haven't already guessed it, chat, I did predict enemy 2-0, but if my prediction rate is like this, at 0%, I have doomed enemy to the third place match. I hope that's not the case. I hope that enemy can rise above. And even though I feel I don't want to do a disservice to Asami and Cloudy, because I have played with them in some in-houses. We've won some games together, and I appreciate that bonding experience, and I would also love to see you guys in Minnesota, but it's super hard. We're pitting some of my favorite players against each other, and it sucks because I feel like I'm now the dad that has to watch their kids fight against each other, and it's so emotionally stressful.
You know what, Rafa? If Time loses this series, if enemy lose this series, then you'll just have to officially predict them to lose the rest of the day, and then you'll be saved.
It's the only way. It's the only way.
It's the only way. We're not done pitting people against each other either. We have our head-to-head. It's going to be the support from each team. We talked yesterday that supports don't get enough credit, and this is the time, Smacks, to really kind of give these two the credit that they deserve and making it that their teams can get this far.
I am so glad that you're starting this conversation, because support players do need more credit. I'm a support player myself, and
Same.
supports are the biggest carries on the team. They do so much for the entire squad, and specifically these two players as well have been really solid about roaming around the Rift. I mean, Yikes specifically has really made it his goal to be the best roamer in all of the support role, and I really appreciate that about him. I really like that way's mechanics too. I think we have a stellar head-to-head going on in this series in the upper bracket finals, and yeah, I would, just like you, Rafa, I would like to see both of these guys and their teams in Minnesota. I mean, Ailish looked pretty good, but they're in the upper bracket for a reason.
I can't speak, Sierra.
The
it's
ball
okay.
of stress.
Yeah, and maybe when we come back, I'll be able to recompose myself and better prepare my emotional levels for this match.
You need to take a couple of deep breaths, go for, I don't know how long our break's going to be, maybe go for a walk, something. Compose yourself just a little bit. We're going to take that break. We're going to let Rafa collect himself here. After that, it will be the draft, so don't go too far.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
That's real magic.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series brought to you by Riot and Wisdom. It's time to head over to the upper bracket, the upper finals between Funhavers and NME. And considering the 0% predictions that Rafa is going right for him as we pull our predictions up, I'm a little bit worried because we've talked a lot about NME being a team that we fully expect to see at Mall of America. And, well, you can see that prediction nice and... nice and bold on the screen here. Rafa, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Listen, Sierra, I know my prediction rate for the past 2 weekends has been 0% so far, but during Majors 1 and 2, I was 100% right. No one else was. I was. And so I'm going to at least bring myself to a 50% caster prediction rate with Enemy. Enemy will win this match. I fully believe... I was skeptical with the 2 subs coming in, but Best Player and Gumayusi have exceeded them. I think Enemy are very capable of punching their ticket to Mall of America.
All right, all curse aside, I mean, NME Smacks has definitely been a team to watch. They've been doing so well. It's no wonder that we all thought it would go this way, right?
See, if I knew that Rafa was going to predict Enemy, I would have gone with Funhavers, considering his curse.
No,
but
man.
you know what? I'm right there with Rafa at this point. I think Enemy's really solid. I obviously have been casting Tybe and Yikes for like almost a year now at this point, which is incredible. These guys have been stand-up performers the entire time, both of them most of the time in jungle, so that's pretty interesting. They're both on the same team now. And I will say that Luan is one of the best Baron laners in the entire league as well. So I have a lot of faith in both of those 2 players. I think that whoever steps into this team is in good hands, and I just can't wait to see the new guys.
Yeah, well, the game is ready. So it's time to take a deep breath and head over to the draft. I'll catch you 2 later.
She almost had me. I thought she was about to say, we can take it away, but
I think she did that on purpose.
I know! Clever girl. Damn it, Sierra.
She's too smart!
She is
I'm
actually
glad that we have-
smurfing the
I'm glad
broadcast
that we
right
have
now, guys.
Sierra.
By the way, make sure you give Sierra a lot of love if you go follow her on Twitter. She's been an absolute blast to have on the Wild Rift broadcast, alongside our new additions in Ravishing Ravish and Beatdown Boulevard, who we've also had throughout the weekend. You know, we're lucky to have them, and we hope to have them more in the future.
Yeah. They're all really good at all the other Riot titles they do, too. Both Valorant and League of Legends PC, so... definitely check it out. Check them out if you like those games too. So we're in to the upper bracket finals, Rafa. I almost said grand finals, but we're not there yet. That's later.
Not quite grand
That's
finals.
going to be TJ and Pastry time. We
Correct.
have the upper bracket finals, but we do still have a lot of stakes here because whoever wins this matchup is in for Minnesota.
And one way to start off the upper finals is by locking in that Rengar. Now, for those that have been missing out on Wild Rift action, or, you know, if you're just tuning in for the first time and thinking, oh, you know, is this like an Assassin Rengar build? No, the Death Stance and the Divine Sunder additions to the game have allowed Rengar to become kind of a sustained bruiser. And so he jumps in and he absorbs a lot of damage, takes up a lot of attention, and then thanks to his empowered Battle Roar, alongside the sustained durability that all the new item changes give him, he's very, very hard to take down.
If you give me your Rengar impression right now, I will give you my Corki impression.
Tonight we hunt.
Yeah, that was pretty good. You're nothing but a whiskey delta.
Not two snuffs. It got me a nice machine.
Lima,
Oh God, we got hold up. We got a rock monster
We do.
over for fun. Oh
You
snap!
will lose. I can't do
Oh, that's
Malphite.
the best one right there. When he just does the flex.
You will lose.
I can't get that deep for the Malphite. Just a little, you know. But yeah, I think this is a great pick against all of the physical damage here. This is really, really cool. Really great pick into Jace if that is going to be the top lane matchup. There's some actual pretty solid ways for enemy to combat this. One of those is Akali. You can move the Jace into the mid lane and put a Kali up there, and then have Set be your support. If you don't do that, though, Malphite is going to have just so much armor, and you cannot pierce through that.
Yeah, I really do hope for enemy's sake that
He's
they
back.
invest into some magic damage. And you're right, Seraphine is back. She saw that we had the pink aesthetics, the immaculate
Yes.
vibes on the broadcast, and so she wanted to make a star appearance. And with this Jax lock-in, I believe this will be for Tide. There is enemy. There's the big rock monster on the other side.
Yeah, there is.
You need some magic damage, bro, or you're gonna make this Malphite's job super easy of just stacking armor. That's all I'm gonna say.
You know, Rafa, you've got a good Seraphine impression too, yeah? For the encore.
We got to save it for the team
Okay, we'll
fight.
save
You know,
it.
we can't.
Magic damage arrived! We're
All
here!
right.
All right.
All
I
right.
think this does mean, though, that Jace is going to be into Malphite. So that's going to be difficult, unless we're pulling a Feybi here and sending Diana into the Baron lane. I don't know if that's really
You know-
advised.
I don't know, Smacks. I mean, 'cause depending on the mid lane matchup, wait, then who goes? Let me think about this. And this might actually be for look at
Seraphine
that.
mid. That's pretty neat. It also could be Seraphine Dragon lane. Those are rather interchangeable for Seraphine and Corki. I
Yeah.
think you'd expect Corki to want the levels a bit more than Seraphine. So I'm maybe thinking that this is Corki in mid rather than Seraphine. It depends on what Corki build you want. Because if you go for the Black Cleaver one, then you don't really care about levels at that point. You're just going for utility. We're going to find out, though. The fact of the matter is that Funhavers have two big hulking tanks that can build a ton of armor, and enemy don't have very easy ways to combat that at all. They really have the Set ultimate that deals a lot of damage to them, and it's Malphite in the support position.
All right, Max. Well, this is where I'm going to come to you for your support expertise. Malphite in the support role, how exploitable is it, even with ultimate being accessible at level 5?
Quite, I will say. I think Set is a really good
snap.
time into Malphite. I would have really liked to see the Mundo as an answer to that, because you can't get face broken if you play Mundo, because you have your passive. But that's not the case. We do have Toki. He's the one playing Dr. Mundo, the deranged scientist, and that way we'll have to try to chunk out these members with his shards. And he's got the font of life, so he's at least on the right path to play a support. I just think it works better for Mundo, but they clearly disagree with me. I gotta trust Funhavers. They're the pros.
All right, well, we'll see and keep an eye on how well that way is able to not only maintain pressure and control of this laning phase against Gumayusi and Yikes, but also how well the roaming game is, because the thing about Malphite support is that your roams, apart from a slow, don't do jack.
Yeah, you need level 5 to actually make that work out. So for that way, sort of does need to stay in the lane until he hits that point. This is one of the reasons why I was concerned about Cloudy not getting levels, because you're going to have that Malphite in the lane for quite some time. Toki playing Dr. Mundo doesn't seem to be going super well there either, as Luan lands just so much damage with the Ignite, and Toki's forced to use both summoner spells.
Yeah, Toki almost going down would have been absolute disaster for fun, but it's definitely the way that an enemy want to set the pace. Luan DJ, as you called out before, one of the best Baron laners that we have in the entire circuit, and the fact that he stepped in for a Louis, who was, for year 0, our undisputed best Baron laner during that time, it just goes to show that for some reason, enemy managed to pick up some of the best Baron laners you have around.
I think it might just be that everyone wants to play with Tyve, honestly, because Tyve is just so good.
Facts.
He has been so consistently amazing at the top of his game for so long, and you know, you got to give him a lot of credit, because his two major champions have been kind of pushed out of the role as, wow, there it is. Luan and Tyve are here, getting first blood on a Toki.
I think I heard some squeakiness out of it because it was so clean, Smacks. My God, they didn't have to use any summoner spells.
No, we're not bringing that Kangas bit to Wild Trip. the Mr. Clean segment.
Mr. Clean, baby.
Hey, that's so clean. They're cleaning up the competition. Yeah.
The amount of times that we talked about Kangas on this broadcast is astounding, and I think it
Love
goes
you,
to show
Steve.
that.
I hope you're
Yeah,
having a great
we actually
day.
miss him. We actually miss him, and we can't wait to see him again at the end of the month, Max.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. I hope he's having a great time in LA. You get to see him later too, but we'll talk about that later. We've got Fun Havers.
That's not
Enemy.
important. That's not important.
It's important to you guys, but it's not important to this match. As Enemy
Yes.
have the first blood, and look at this Baron lane. The one is already up 1,000 gold. That is the entire lead that Enemy has.
And I love that he's rushing the Black Cleaver. True savant, understanding that, hey, they're going to be stacking quite an amount of armor in the early game. So, you know, normally you could greed out for the Yuma's Ghost Blade, but you can still do a hell of an amount of damage in the solo lane, even with those two item components. Another kill for Luan DJ.
Yena's just too late, even with the Rengar ultimate. Can't get there in time. Just cleaning up the wave, which is nice for Rengar, but you definitely did want to have that ability for the objective play. And to use it there is a missed opportunity for sure. Toki still falls. And look at this. It's just Luan who did that too. No assists even needed. I like the best player in Tybur were there just in case. If Yenna was there on time, then they would have been needed. But just in the isolated 1v1, it is Luan who picks up that kill. Here's the support realm.
There it was.
They don't have unstoppable
feel-
force for the objective fight now.
I don't want to be disrespectful, but I was, you know, it didn't threaten Luan DJ. It didn't get his Ignite. It didn't get his Flash. It didn't have those available, but it just wasn't enough. This Rift Herald, as you called it before, no unstoppable force available means that this Malphite can't really do anything in this fight other than slow the attack speed. But Tybe is undeterred by that. He finds the first kill of the fight against Toki. And out that way, trying to run him down. Does have that health advantage. Has Yenna with this kitty trying to run him down, and the package is there from Cloudy trying to get more damage.
Oh!
But Tybe still makes it out, and the Encore follows up, but a zombie still goes down. And now it is still, in the end, Fun Havers being able to push out Enemy.
Steven that way got so low right there. I think he's going to be able to recall. But Rafa, that was an even trade for kills, and best player wasn't there. He was sieging in the Dragon lane, taking an entire turret just by himself. And because Fun Havers were distracted by the fight, they give up all of this time, and now they still don't have unstoppable force, and it's Enemy who again move over to this Rift Herald. Yenna is in the Rengar ultimate, but he hops onto best player.
Okay, but he's now pushing him out. He's leaping back in. Once from the Lunar Rush. Woo! Wait, that way stole the Rift Herald. Has the unstoppable force. It flashes out. He makes the great escape.
Nicely done that way. All
right.
You know what? Malphite still can have mechanics. That's what we've learned from this, is that way his styling on people. I love that. Stole away the Rift Herald too. Fun Havers finding something in the nightmare situation in this early game, as they have given over so much of an advantage to Luan and Tybe. But they've got this Rift Herald to show for it.
We're not going to pick up the cannon? Ooh, okay. Well.
Don't judge the players, man. They're under a lot of pressure right now. One win and they're in.
All right, well, Tybe is engaging onto 3, trying to coordinate with best player, but Tybe goes down. Toki taking a lot of damage. Best player will be able to clean up and finish on the fight, making a 1-for-1.
All right. That's the jungler dead on the side of Enemy, though, as Tybe is the one who falls. And he's the one who needs to be alive if you're going to be taking these Drakes. And you don't want it to be stolen away by the stray Malphite in your pit again. Is Tybe going to be respawning, coming back onto the Rift, and returning to the Mountain Drake. Yikes, already in position. I like that he's clearing out these wards. It's not every day that you get to see a bunch of these sweepers picked up this early on into the game. I know a lot of our ranked games, people are getting so greedy for the wards. Just like, I gotta drop all the wards. But the sweepers are very beneficial.
Oh, can they cancel out the
Goodbye,
Rift Herald?
Long.
Meanwhile, Gumayusi has been picked off by Yenna. That means no Varus, no Legolas arrow is going to be contributing any damage in this fight for the Dragon. I think Fun just get it completely.
Looks like it. That is a clean objective take for Fun Havers. Pretty good advantage for them as they already did take that mid lane turret. As here comes the fight erupting. Asami face broken into the front line as it's an encore onto multiple members as well. The Diana ultimate knocks everyone back in, but it's already a full retreat for enemy, and they give over that kill. Best player sacrificing his life as a diversion.
Yeah, enemy made the correct decision knowing that they could not compete for the dragon. Just try to siege for the mid turn instead. Tybe still looking for a re-engage, but he falls a little too far forward. The damage just did not come through. Nice flash from Cloudy, saves his life and turns it around onto Tybe.
The flash trade was there. Cloudy still had it, and I don't think Tybe was expecting that to be the case in the end. One up here just has to watch his turret fall, maybe get a solo kill into Toki. He's a very tanky Mundo. I like the positioning, though. He steps on the canister, denies the healing, and takes the kill.
And Luan DJ, you saw how close it was against Toki. He had to reposition himself to make sure that the Shock Blast went through the acceleration gate to maximize that burst output in that just what could have been a Toki win.
I like that quite a bit from Luan again, showing us why we herald him as one of the greatest Baron laners to touch the game in North America. These mechanics are top-notch. He has that going for him for enemy as these team fights get dicier and dicier. Couple of the new players here for enemy, not quite coordinating in the fights yet as they've been picked off a couple of times as Tybe maybe finding a similar fade. Got to run there with the Counter-Strike.
And before we faded over to the top side of the map, Yikes actually ran down Asami, forced the flash out after an off-screen face breaker. I didn't think that Yikes was going to get anything out of that, but Asami was definitely worried that Gumayusi was going to follow up over the wall.
The boss is a bit spooky, turns out, even with the Sunfire Cape first item. I haven't seen that one before. This is a good bit of damage, good bit of health on the set. Maybe a Black Cleaver later on would still be useful. We'll see what he decides to go for. As enemy got everyone here. They will need to overcome the Corki package to take this Rift Herald and not have it go the other way as the past two objectives have suffered the fate.
Watch how... Oh god, wait, Yikes is into the back line. Can he soak up as much damage as he can? Hastemaker actually takes out almost half of Asami's health, forcing them to use the Encore early in the package. Has only split up members of enemy, but Funhaver's still able to push on through and take out 3 from enemy.
Yenna's Rengar cleaning up that fight so well as Cloudy layers the package on top of it. Even the Encore on point there as Funhaver scatter the fight one more time and pick off these members. Another Rift Herald goes over to them as they take these sieges. And watch this Corki package. It seems rather inoffensive to begin with as he's kind of just seems like he's trying to get outside of the range of these melee champions, but best player is completely routed into the brushes. It's exactly where Yenna needs him to be to get all of his damage off with the hunt, and then the ultimate comes through. Triple kill for Yenna, just nicely played, and a good capitalization there on the positioning from the Funhaver's jungler.
And I have to give credit over to that way as well, knowing that in the situation where Yikes is diving the backline, you have one of two options. One, try to peel Yikes off of your backline, or 2, infiltrate their own backline and prevent them from being able to put out damage to follow up on the initial engage that Yikes was looking for. It looked great for enemy, but because of the counter response, Fun are the ones that come out on top.
How annoying Toki is being to this front line here for enemy. You can't crowd control him when he has that passive available, and he just ghosts everyone out. Trying to get some footing when it comes to this objective. Funhaver's 3 for 3 on these now. No Corki package means that Cloudy is less useful than he was in the last one, but all of the other ultimates are here and ready to fire. Tybe is not going for this objective. As you can see on your minimap at the top left of your screen, he's trying to go for the split push style, taking away these structures. I think this does make sense. You already have lost away most of these team fights, and Jax is a split pusher just in his nature, so I think this is a good move.
I don't know if Tybe will ever itemize into a hole breaker because at some point Tybe is needed to be at those fights to secure the objective with his smite. But he does want to be on the side lanes threatening these towers. And that trade for the dragon so far, Fun haven't been able to rotate on up, but that way is buying a lot of time right now with that unstoppable force. Yikes forced to flash. The Haymaker is not going to be enough to shield him. Tybe finding Asami onto the backline. There's still a flash available. The Encore, the does not find Tybe into the back line, but it stops best player from getting into their own back line. Asami makes it out alive, and Toki's trying to chase him down. This Mundo's unkillable smacks, and here comes Yenna! Still has Thrill of the Hunt available, but he just flashes in plays. Fun Havers are wiping out Enemy!
What a nice team fight from Fun Havers, and it all starts because that way clears the wave. Enemy were just looking to go for these sieges, but just like we said in the last series, the map is too small for you to stick around. The team will arrive, even if they're taking away the dragon. And look at Toki, so bold on the tank. He knows that his team is going to follow him up, and Yenna is in the perfect position to do exactly that. 4 for 0 for Fun Havers, and they even save that turret, so they turn it just around, and it's a 6,000 gold lead.
This is very, very dire for Enemy. Yes, they have some scaling components on this composition. You have a split push win condition that at some point you can overtake either Toki or Asami in the side lane if Asami is ever the one that is forced to answer in the split push. But Enemy, they're losing control and grasp of the game state right now because Fun Havers, every single time that they are able to find someone, they go without hesitation.
This is one of those examples right now. Gumayushi needs to be very careful. He has the pretty kitty Rengar, as we played in Pictionary before, over his head. You are not safe anywhere when Rengar is in the area. Although when you got your buddies with you, it makes it much more tricky for Yenna to actually get the surprise jump off. And what happens there is that Fun Havers, they don't find any jump with Yenna's ult, but they do push all these minion waves out because everyone on Enemy is forced to stack up, and now Tybe's out of position.
No! That's a huge pick for Fun Havers. They stacked all the CC right on top. They can just turn to the Baron, and they know that there's no smite that can contest them from Enemy.
Pepper in some shots over this wall, but they do eventually need to engage, and it's onto the Mundo passive. Yikes doesn't bring the Mundo into the team. He just deals the damage, and with the engage from best player, he actually does get them solo, but no kills to be had. Yenna's still alive. He's got all this healing on the Rengar and Rafa. It's a full team fight. Ace 5 for 0 for Fun Havers.
Smacks, no one went down from Fun Havers. They were blinking on health bars. Most of them were sub 100 HP. And yet,
Baron does a lot of damage.
Okay, now, this is going to be scary. That way, you got to walk out. A teleport's coming in as well. Fun. They are no longer get to have fun. Tybe is here. Oh, does he just want to...
Tybe?
Take down the Baron? Tybe just has to clean up here.
No!
Counter-Strike comes in, but he cannot finish through. Fun Havers, again and again, survive.
Oh, Tybe was so scattered that he didn't know just how low the Baron was. He tried to jump in, no holds barred, and then he realizes, oh, this thing still has 4,000 HP. I can't do this, you guys. I need you to deal more damage to the Baron. But Fun Havers already made the turn. They made the call, and they execute Tybe one more time. Fun Havers still retained control over every objective on the map, and now Tybe is dead because he attempted that, and there's no smite to steal away the third Drake on the Rift.
Maybe they seal it. Oh! The poke combo from over the wall. They have saved Enemy from being down multiple dragons. Moonfall is there, the massive wombo. Asami falling up from the backline with the encore, finds the double. And now Enemy, they just have to stay alive. They have to keep themselves alive so they can defend the base. But Fun Havers are still strong as 5. They're pushing through with 2 cannon minions, but 2 cannon minions could all be enough just to claim game 1 right here, right now, Smacks.
Luana's getting so low, they have another minion wave arriving. They still have the death timers. They have about 20 seconds to do this. They need to clear the base. They need to clear the minions and Enemy, but they just can't. Game 1 to Fun Havers.
Fun Havers have now put themselves at match point to secure a spot at the Mall of America for the WNS Championship Season 1, Smacks. And Enemy, if you are this team, you could be seeing that chance, that peace of mind to secure a spot as one of the 8 teams to go now be slipping away.
It's still a double elimination, so whoever loses this series has another chance. In order to get to Minnesota, you don't necessarily have to be the best team in the tournament. You can get by being the second best team. It just won't be as glorious. And for Funhavers right now, they're
It'll
feeling
be more stressful if you have to go
it's
down
also
to the
more
lower
stressful.
bracket.
Yeah, that's a pretty big part of it too. Your tournament lives and your chance at that regional qualifier or the regional championship, I should say, are out the window. So it's a tough spot to be in. Enemy, they need to make this comeback happen to have the peace of mind for the rest of the day. Funhavers are just one win away from getting that for themselves.
And if you look at the performance that Enemy showed yesterday when Ty got a chance to play on the Rengar, I think going into this next draft, if Enemy are blue side again, they are going to somehow prioritize either securing the Rengar or picking a champion for Ty earlier on in the pick and ban phase, because there was... How many bans, Smacks? There was Camille, Lee Sin, Wukong, this Rengar, if you want to count in terms of it being taken away. And I know we're getting the draft graphic up here. Olaf as well. It's
a lot of jungle bans.
5 junglers taken away. I mean, and there's a reason why we don't see Jax that often. I mean, Jax can still be that, Hueva-esque split push monster that kind of 1v9s and gets a lot of resources. But when you look at how well the new itemization changes favors champions like Olaf and Rengar and how it doesn't really adapt to Jax, no one's running Black Cleaver, Death Stance, Divine Sunder on Jax these days because the Trinity Force Bork is a much better combo. It's just... That's why we've adapted with the times. That's why we've gone with the other junglers as priorities.
Speaking of junglers, I think we have our star player here, Rafa. You might disagree with me, but I think it goes over to Yenna on the Rengar. I think the teamfight awareness was really stellar from him, and he had the most KP on his team as well, tied with That Way, who was pretty close there in my mind too. But yeah, I'm going to give it over to Yenna. I think this performance was great, and he had a really solid control over just about every single objective. It was just the one that got stolen away by Luan. And, honestly, if I could give star player to Luan, I probably would. So we're going to see some highlight reels there. I don't think that's allowed. I think I have to give it to the winning team.
Yeah.
And I don't feel bad about giving it to Yenna. I want to make that clear.
I remember there was a concept we had talked about, like arch rival. Or I don't remember if it was in this show or another show, but we talked about how do you celebrate a player who was, almost the person that won it for their team despite the team losing. And that was definitely Luan DJ.
Yep.
This guy was putting out so much damage, and yet unfortunately he cannot be the only person that is following through. It seems like Enemy were not as coordinated as well as they did show themselves in yesterday's games when we first opened up the Last Chance Qualifier.
It's looking a bit rough here for Enemy. I think this is the first game individually that they've lost all tournament. I think that's correct. I only remember seeing them win yesterday. I might be wrong. But I think for Enemy, this is a bit of a wake-up call for now. Funhavers are certainly here to play. And in one more Nexus kill, they are here in Minnesota to qualify for the tournament. So Enemy, I'm sure that they are already thinking about what they need to do to overcome the play style for Funhavers, keep their win in their own pockets, and perhaps also get over the jungle difference, because they already know that these jungle champions are going to be banned away. Ty just has to deal with it.
Or at least if you are putting Tybe's champion all the way towards the second round of pick and bans, and it will be much more slim pickings in terms of what options are available. Enemy, as we're getting ready for game 2, I do not know if they have retained blue side going into this next draft or if they'll be switching it up. I imagine that if you want to secure the Rengar pick for yourself, you probably want to be on the blue side. But I think the other thing that you have to consider as well for Enemy is the fact that this Malphite support actually got out of lane unpunished. Because I know you're talking about it, Max, was, hey, you can exploit this pick. The problem was I don't think Enemy were necessarily equipped or had the game plan intended to punish that Malphite support.
I also could be wrong, honestly, because looking at the way that lane worked, it did seem very, very bulky. And again, that might just be because enemy didn't have a solid plan of attack into it. They didn't deal enough damage to that Malphite, but the extra shielding, the Font of Life heal, did look pretty solid. I'm becoming more of a Malphite support believer myself off of that game. Did go for the full tank build too, which I like.
Yeah. Well, so the what I imagine into things like champions that I think can't really do anything until they're level 5. Normally, you're scared of diving tank supports because they have like some type of CC ability that prevents you from getting your damage output, and you know that stalls enough time for the turret to do damage to you, and it does a lot in the early game. But Malphite, I mean, the most that he could do is either slow you or reduce your attack speed. So as long as you have the appropriate amount of burst damage, you can kill the Malphite or whoever he is supporting pretty easily early on. But you already saw that enemy, they had no intentions of diving bot lane early on. They were all about snowballing Luan DJ up in the Baron lane.
I think that was a good call also for enemy. I think getting the Jace ahead is really solid. And
oh, yeah.
It led to Luan dealing the most damage in that game and very nearly winning them a lot of those team fights. Even stole a Drake, for goodness sake. So I think for Luan, getting all those resources is really good. You do maybe need to have an adaptive game plan to either punish the Malphite or try to out-roam it too, because we didn't see that much roaming from Yikes, which I was really surprised about. He did feel like he was trying to stay more in that lane in isolation. So for enemy, they need to have something. They need to show us something to adapt to what Fun Havers are doing. I like the early game plan. It led them to a solid advantage. They just couldn't follow through. And the team fights, as well as the early game, maybe need to show us some more.
Mid-game skirmishing, definitely where enemy fell in comparison to Fun Havers. That was quite the surprising just turnaround, where even when enemy were the first ones forcing the fight, the counter responses from Fun Havers were beautiful. And just understanding and the awareness of saying, hey, if they dive our backline, there's no point in trying to peel them off and let their backline have free access and follow up. We just need to CC their backline, and then that sets up for our Rengar, and we believe that he should be able to, finish off any stragglers. And so that goes back to a lot of kind of the composition theories that we've talked about with TJ, where, if it's not a fortress composition where you're protecting your 1 or 2 backline members from just being able to put out damage reliably, you want to get an assassin, someone like Kha'Zix or Rengar, who then follows up on the engage and picks off any of the low health bar stragglers after the fight.
Speaking of the draft and the compositional strength, we do know now that enemy is going to be on blue side. As you were hoping, I think you were hoping about that, or maybe you were just wondering. But regardless, they did select to go back to there and can go for some early power picks. To think about the draft one more time, as I think we're getting into that right now, do enemy go for some of the newer champions here to try to throw a wrench into the Fun Havers plan, because they've been banned out really intensely in the jungle position, as continues to be the case. Maybe something like the Shen can come in and be a really interesting new layer to their ideas.
And speaking of which,
counts.
Of that, yeah. So by banning the Rengar from enemy, the Gragas ban was left through, and then Fun Havers realizing that were like, oh, we can't let the Gragas go through, because that's definitely one of Yike's best all-time champions, both as a jungler and as a support throughout his entire career. But that does leave the Senna coming up, and now you have some options to set up that damned Malphite.
He's back.
Yeah.
Like a rock in your shoe. Can't quite get away from it. It's just there. You can try shaking it out.
It's painful, too.
I know, man. That's why I only wear slip-on shoes now, actually. Because they're more comfortable, and I can take them off easily if I get something in the shoe. Also, I have really flat feet. But anyway, let's talk about Fun Havers.
Yeah, well, so for enemy, they see that already Fun Havers have built up quite the front line in just their first 2 openers. So now they need ways to either stall this front line or be able to burn down this front line. Yoinking the Corki is a way to do it. Package will do a lot of damage over time, and it's hard for those frontliners to get out of the package. And then, of course, Galio. We already saw some fantastic Galio gameplay off of Just Mobile Gamer from Ailish in our last series.
So I was talking about the new champions here, Rafa, and from this position, I don't think Shen is amazing, but I do think that the other new champion, new, on this patch, works pretty well. And that champion is Master Yi. You can definitely get away with that, because you've got some supplementary marksmen on your team, you got some crowd control, and you need more DPS in enemies' composition. Maybe that's the angle for Tybe, because he's running out of jungle picks right now. Everybody is banning out junglers. I don't see a Master Yi ban quite yet.
So we are on the live patch, the one where Master Yi did get a nerf.
Oh, he did. I forgot about that.
The Riot realized that his clear speed was obnoxiously too fast. Faster than they intended.
I forgot. All right.
And we have seen kind of Master Yi be hard to pilot even in competitive fives, but look at this. Not only enemy slimming down the champion pool in the jungle, because Fun are going to be the ones that have the first pick for a jungler, but they've also lost the Jace for Luan DJ.
Taking off some more comfort here. Luan's...
This is a tough draft.
Yeah, it really is. I like what Funhavers are doing to just make sure that these players on enemy that have been standouts over the course of the entire year are not getting their comfort picks. Because as a reminder, enemy with this core of players did get second in the first major. If you remember, they were in the finals. And they only lost to Immortals, who's been the best team over the course of the entire year as well. And it's really been downhill since then. Riven is good DPS, though. That is more along the lines of what I was looking for.
And this is the champion that Tybe and Enemy found the very first victory against Tribe in a grand finals. It wasn't in a Wild Rift. It wasn't in a Summoner Series Major, but it was in a grand finals in a community tournament that we had, and it was off the back of this Riven pick. Tybe, we know him for the Camille, we know him for the Wukong, we know him for the Lee Sin, that this Riven, when their backs are against the wall, in the past has been able to come through, and Luan DJ will round out this composition with the Darius in the Baron lane.
A lot of scaling here for enemy all of a sudden. When they do have these two scaling marksmen, and then Riven is going to be dealing a lot of DPS. Good front line as a supplement to that. This is a solid strategy for enemy. Ooh, okay, this is really interesting though, Rafa. Ooh. Cloudy in the final hour, 1 win away from Minnesota, pulling out Ezreal, a very slippery champion to get a hold of for Riven.
And because you don't have any targeted lockdown from the side of enemy, that was the other option, and I thought that maybe Tybe would go for a Vi going down the T-Tigers avenue, just to be able to have access to the backline. Now that you know that you don't have that, it's Cloudy's like, yeah, I mean, I can just stay very safe in the back line, keep an arm's length with Mystic shots, and Ezreal scaling is pretty nasty if you go late game.
The Divine Sunder build has really made that a lot better too. So for Cloudy, this is pretty good for him. I like this as a last pick also, keeping that flexibility alive and playing with the Malphite again. Once Malphite hits level 5, Ezreal's completely fine to just keep farming up, and while Malphite does the dirty work, you know, just go have fun, right. Malphite. I have got my Arcane Shift. I'm gonna be okay.
So now here's the change that I want to see from enemy if enemy want to push this to a game 3
and break your curse
and break the curse. Please let me have a 50% win rate at least. Even our production is chuckling at that. Now they already know what's really on the line here. But for Fun Havers, Cloudy and That Way have gone from Corki Malphite to now Ezreal Malphite. So this is an even weaker lane in terms of overall push against Galio Senna. Dive this bot lane if you are enemy. Dive them.
With what though?
Galio Riven,
I mean,
Senna.
yeah, I guess Galio's... You're just naming champions on their team. I don't know if this actually is going to work super well, though. You don't have a very powerful diving mid laner until the package arrives. I don't know. I think you're right. I think you do want to try at least to kill these two champions. It's just going to be pretty tricky, and I think that's the idea behind the lane for Fun Havers is, again, more and more, I'm becoming a Malphite believer for support. I might have to try this out. My own games, much to Alec Battery's dismay. Sorry, buddy.
Alec already saying, dude, you already leave my lane, and now when you actually play a champion that will be in lane, you don't actually do anything. So...
Yeah, I'm just skipping rocks for, 3 minutes, and then I'll leave.
I mean, we joke about that, but so far that way has been the one that has proven us wrong.
Ooh.
One DJ might be looking for the solo kill. There's still a barrier available from Toki. Oh my god, Toki! Pulls out the 1v1 solo kill, upsetting Luan DJ for first blood.
And I didn't notice this before, but Luan didn't have barrier in this lane. Something must have happened very early on to make sure that that was on cooldown, because Luan did not have access to his own defensive summoner spell. It was a lopsided summoner match, and Toki took full advantage of that when we watch this again. Facebreaker, excellent positioning to get the stun, and this barrier makes sure that Luan can't find the last hit. It would have been a 1-for-1 trade if Yenna arrived anyway, if Toki did manage to die, but he didn't. Turned it around, and it's revenge on last game where Toki got camped so hard.
Luan DJ with Fun Havers, 1 game away. This is how you start off if you just want to secure that Mall of America ticket as Fun Havers. Now you have this advantage on the set. And even though the set has been nerfed in the past, a set that snowballs is a champion that is so damn unstoppable. And then you add an unstoppable force on top of it from the freaking support Malphite on top of it.
Very scary stuff in these team fights. So much crowd control is coming enemies' way once it gets to that stage of the game. Look at this, that way. He's very close to level 5. As soon as that happens, he's just going to leave this lane, and Cloudy will be like, all right, it was nice knowing you. Have a nice time. Waving at the ship, leaving the dock. All right, Toki, how do you outplay this?
Yeah, I don't know if I like this. He still has access to Showstopper. He can stun up Tide if they get too close to the tower. Yenna and Asami are also already rotating in pursuit. Tide burning the ultimate there, but they don't get anything off of it. Toki had already lost his summoner spells in the previous 1v1, and he didn't have to use anything.
Yeah, I didn't even use the ultimate there. It's a really tricky dive to make happen against a set, so... I understand the predicament there, as here's the set ultimate onto Luan. Is this another 1v1 win for Toki? He has the barrier. He's just forcing Luan out of the play, taking a bunch of bleed damage, but again, Luan has all this pressure onto him. As one of the constant members of Enemy, he's here, he's very experienced, he's been one of the greatest players that we have in North America, and a lot is riding on him as he was the big carry in the last game to really turn the team around.
Already Fun Havers taking advantage of the priority from both mid lane and top lane. They want to collapse on this Rift Herald before Luan DJ can reset and come back in time. He's already pushing this wave. He's not healthy enough to participate. That way is waiting in the bush. The package is here. They come right on top of to the Rift Herald. That way looking for the unstoppable force, but they take out Yenna, and it is Tide that steals and secures the Rift Herald. Tide flashing over the wall separates Toki from his escape path, but it looks like Toki still gets to walk out, but it's now that way and Asami that are on the run. Enemy pick up 3.
And it's Fun Havers who fall to the play as well. They try desperately to set this one up, but they're on vision the whole time. Look at that. Look at that ward onto this Rift Herald. It spots out the play minutes before it happens, and we can see the full-fledged engage come to fruition from Enemy. This is what that teamwork has been promised to us this entire time, and the ultimates just aren't there. Asami doesn't get to use the Encore. We don't see Yenna get into the stealth and make things happen on that side either, and Enemy now have this massive lead, as I believe they were able to take out the Baron lane turret too.
Luan DJ in trouble here. The Dawning Shadow comes through from Gumayusi just in case. The rest of Fun Havers were pursuing the dive, but Luan DJ ends up being just fine. And Tybe might find this space bug looming a little too long in this corridor. A flash away, but Tybe follows up still. Can't get over the wall, but it's not even necessary. It's the gusts of wind paired with the wind slash from Tybe, taking down Yenna.
Feel a breeze, anyone? As Yenna might need to close the window so that he does not let all of that air into his back to blow him over. As now we have a response that way. Just hanging out with Tybe there as the turret just drops.
Handshake. You don't kill me, I let you take the turret. Trade deal.
I mean, I don't think that way likes that trade. He had to use his ultimate for that. I don't like the trade.
This is the worst trade deal in history, Snacks.
Don't talk about that guy. No. We're better than that.
All right, you're right. I'm sorry. 6.5 minutes into the game, Tybe now looking to make another trade deal where he just takes Cloudy's life, but it looks like Cloudy is willing to part with his flash summoner spell, and they still maintain the turret.
Lots of these structures. Aggressive bond for enemy as Tybe doesn't have ultimate. This burst damage is not so easy. And Cloudy has the arcane shift to escape, and he's into the Winds of War. He's ignited. He's going to die. It's a 1-for-1 right now as Yenna is here. The Encore lands onto multiple members, and Fun Havers have the cleanup crew here to make the play work. It's 4 kills just for Cloudy.
Yeah, Fun Havers just see a Tybe in the bush. It's like, okay, does he have Blade of the Exile? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have ultimate. Okay, he can't really kill Cloudy by himself. It takes a lot of resources out of enemy to make it happen. But at what cost, Max? Enemy just a little overconfident in their ability to take the fight, even with the follow-up from Yikes, because now it is them who have the first collapse. All 5 members can get a chance to show up and take enemy out.
That Seraphine ultimate was so good also. Landing all the way into the backline onto Guma. Beautiful stuff from Asami as he's going for a full damage build this game. That's pretty neat. I think he did the same thing last game. Yeah, he did. So he went for the Ludens into Deathcap and Oblivion Orb. Or Infinity Orb, excuse me. Oblivion Orb is the component. I like it for Asami.
You know, one thing that enemy are doing is, as I jokingly begged for in the draft, dive Cloudy.
True.
Dive this bot lane.
It's
and they
just
did.
Hard.
Yeah, it was very difficult. But they eventually have now knocked out all 3 outer turrets. And, you know, take a note of this. Yes, Fun Havers have been able to trade almost blow for blow. They're up in kills, but they're down 3 towers.
Enemy are missing a couple of members here on this play. Yikes does not have ultimate. So if Fun Havers go for anything here, they will be in the lead in terms of numbers. Numbers are one of my favorite things about Wild Rift, and Fun Havers are doing the math at this moment. Asami coming right out of the base, but best player doing the same thing. He's got the package, and this could maybe scare Fun Havers off of the Rift Herald. Fun Havers force Tybe's flash. Oh no, oh sorry.
Toki flashed. Unfortunately, it wasn't in the right direction there. However, Yenna trying to pick off Yikes. No support Galio for the fight. He is chunked out below 50% HP. Tybe forced away from the Rift Herald. But Fun Havers still being wary to not take any immediate fights because they know that best player has the package on block. He's still holding it in. They've started up the Rift Herald. They're trying to bait Fun Havers in so they can collapse in with that package play, but they're keeping their distance here.
Can't actually tell if he has that. I don't see it under him. Whoa, that's the engage. Whoa, Rafa, everybody piling on top of the enemy team's jungler here for enemy. It won't be able to land any kills, though, as Tybe is going in. He's trying to get that way, and it works out. That is 2 dunks with the resets here for Luan. Dodging out of that Mystic shot. It's a 2-for-1 trade in the end. This enemy can move back over to this Rift Herald. They didn't squash the bug as Yenna actually forces them away.
Yeah, barely a win for enemy because they take out 2-1. Best player falling just a little short. And I think you're right. Maybe the package was already used in the play because it looked like it had expired. But the rest of the engage in the fight is so crazy and chaotic back and forth because it's knock-up for knock-up, both from the supports.
The Facebreaker saved so much there as well. I was very impressed by that. It could have been even more disastrous had that not stunned up multiple members. So good on Toki for helping his team survive. I think this is going to be the most anticlimactic team fight of all time. It's just an objective trade. Drake for Herald.
I mean, for Fun Havers, I imagine that the Rift Herald is much more prioritized since they have yet to take out an outer turret. And they need some way to get some of that standing gold back into their pockets for a little bit of a financial injection, or stimulants, I should say. Fun Havers, though, trying to answer back, prevent Enemy from taking this tower, but Tide answers back. No one drops down from Enemy, but a massive encore from Asami is going to catch any stragglers. Can they finish up? Can they fall through on the damage? Tide so close to taking out that wave, but Asami just needs one more auto attack, one more high note, but it doesn't find it. Tide lives.
Wow, that was so much damage from the full AP Seraphine. On the other side of the Rift, they're going for the siege here for Fun Havers, and they give over Achilles. Cloudy can't get out of reach from the 2 beef balls of Enemy. More kills to blue team.
Smacks, this game is so tense. Both teams are very close to each other in terms of overall strength. Yes, it's a gold lead from Enemy, but every time that I see Fun looking for a way to collapse and take advantage of Enemy just overextending a little too far forward, I can't help but think that it could be a fight closer that sends Fun into an overall momentum lead for this game too, and that leads them into punching their ticket to Mall of America.
Ooh. I wanna break the tension here just a little bit and say welcome to all the LCS viewers that just arrived.
Oh, snap!
They arrived 5 minutes ago. We're a bit late, but we've been lost in the action
sauce
here. Yeah, I know.
Not lost in the sauce.
I hope
We've been
that,
lost in the sauce.
I hope that all the FlyQuest and Evil Geniuses fans got what they were looking for. I don't know who won. I've been casting Wild Drift, if you can believe it. But
yeah, no spoilers, guys.
Yeah,
we're gonna check out the VODs after we are done with the broadcast here.
Anyway, welcome. This is Wild Drift. And this is Toki in a pretty bad spot. He had to use his barrier and has to flash away from Tybe now. Might be dead under his own turret. The ultimate doesn't save him, and Enemy finds another pick.
All right, so while there's some dead time in preparation for this next objective, Fun Havers and Enemy are currently in the upper bracket finals. Fun, this is a best of 3. Fun already have taken the first game of the series. If Fun Havers win one more game, they will advance to the grand finals of this Last Chance Qualifier and also secure one of the 2 remaining seeds of the 8 teams that will be taking or going to Minnesota to the Mall of America for our WNS Season 1 Championship LAN live. But the engage from Fun is trying to secure that ticket to Mall of America right now. They've already annihilated Guma Yusi. Can they follow up on more? But here comes Juan DJ, but he gets exhausted and slowed, so the apprehend misses, and Fun is able to just secure 1 kill for nothing, but it's Tybe on the side lane, Smacks, making that split push happen.
Just gonna be 1 kill in the end, as Yikes Ultimate did stuff most of that right there. Actually bought enough time for Yena to not get all of the cleanup kills. Luan in position to try to make a re-engage happen, exhausted again, as everyone is on the defensive now for Fun Havers, because Tybe is ravaging the backline, uses the wind slash, the package is on top of everybody as well. They find Cloudy, as best player has to flash away, so does Yikes. It's a 1-for-1 in the end as Asami tries to find the high note, can't land it. 1-for-1 is all it takes.
14 minutes into the game, Smacks. We are approaching late game hours. Yes, that means late game for here in Wild Rift, ladies and gentlemen. For those coming into LCS, Asami might have overextended their welcome. No summoners available. The flash definitely wouldn't even have saved him there. Toki also overextended. Enemy now have a chance to secure this dragon where they have a 5-man versus 3 advantage.
That is not where you want to be, Asami and Toki. They give over a couple of those picks, and this could be more structural advantage to Enemy. Yena has got the jump out. Oh, he's still chased down. He can go through the base gate. He's going to be all right for now. No, he's not! Flash into the base! Luan is killed as the stasis times so well for Yena. Makes it a 1-for-0 in terms of this fight. Fun Havers, they get 1, but again, they already lost both of their solo laners, and this does mean that they will miss out on the Infernal Dragon if Tybe's Smite reigns true. Okay, there it is.
It was so close. You saw the Fun Havers were so close to being able to collapse onto the objective. The map is smaller here in Wild Rift. The game pacing is almost twice as fast compared to a normal League of Legends game. So the fact that we're 15 minutes in, this is late game. Everyone is either on 2-3 items at this point. The Baron does a lot of damage. If you're taking this Baron, you have to be careful with it because it can go very awry. Tybe is already teleported in to make sure that he can be here to threaten a Baron steal. And if you know Tybe's history, he is known for making those Baron steals happen and do or die situations. An enemy need this win so that they can go to game 3 and keep themselves alive for that grand finals advancement and securing the ticket to Mall of America.
Neither team wants to take the 50-50. I like that hesitancy on both sides. They don't want to flip it for their chances of moving over to Minnesota and being there for the biggest North American Wild Rift event we've ever seen in person. So we have everyone going back, collecting their thoughts, collecting their items and strategies for this remaining fight. We still have that Baron alive, and Elder is going to be on the table very soon, Rafa. That is a do-or-die objective. If you take Elder, you just win the game most of the time.
Yeah, Elder is a permanent buff. It's not an execute like it is in PC League, but it's an overall damage buff, and it gives you true damage burn over time. So for Fun Havers, they need to be careful about how they take this next objective. The Elder Dragon isn't spawning for at least another minute and a half at this point if the timer hasn't come up, but they're being careful about how they take the Baron fight because that is also an objective that is very hard to take despite it only being a temporary buff as well.
I really like that idea that they just had on Fun Havers. They start up the Baron intentionally on Vision so that they get the Corki package out of Best Player. Now he just has a package and there's no objective fight to be had at all. So they use that really big objective timer. That Best Player can't play around. Not available at all anymore. Well, I mean, he still has it for now, but it's gonna wear off very soon and not do anything.
They'll time out before the Elder Dragon spawns, which I think is the big thing that Fun Havers were banking on. Yeah, you know, if they lose the Baron or they don't get the Baron, it's like, it's whatever. But then not having the package for the fight for the... they jump on the Tybe! Tybe is so far overextended! He flashes away, and the mobility of Riven allows him to get out, but he's not going to be able to participate in the fight. He has to recall. He has to go for a base. The rest of enemy now have to regroup, making sure that they can be back in time to not let Fun Havers take advantage and go for Baron.
3 crucial flashes. Toki, Yenna, and That Way all went for it just to try to kill Ty, but again, they just can't do it because Yikes' ultimate is there. Another big cooldown, granted, but the flash cooldowns are going to not be there if they go for another fight very, very soon. Much less safety for these 3 members on Fun Havers, and they're the major frontline. Everyone else is backline on this team, so they can't really escape once they dive forward on Fun Havers. It's do or die.
We are so close to the Elder Dragon getting ready to spawn. That little circle around means that once that circle is completed, we should be at the time where the dragon spawns. 30 seconds now officially has popped up. Fun Havers, they need to find a way to brute force their way through the jungle quadrant because if enemy have full control of this, there is no way that they'll be able to contest for the objective.
Enemy, they've got a bunch of people over here still going for recalls as Ty needs to get that Guardian Angel online. I like that idea. It gives him a second life, a second try when it comes to this objective. They still need Luan in position, and Fun Havers still need Asami over there because Asami's team fighting has been beautiful on Seraphine, getting everything done for his squad. He needs to take the right path. Okay, he did. He did not face check the same brush that enemy was lying in wait in. As they've got this Mystic shot, they can check this one out, and good on Cloudy to throw that over there. This is so tense for both teams because we were already talking about the 50-50 when it comes to Baron. This one is even more important because, as you said before, Rafa, it is a permanent buff for the rest of the game, Elder Dragon.
And this is good awareness from enemy trying to clean up the mid wave so that Fun Havers cannot just hold that choke point position. This gives enemy the priority they need to move back into the river, looking for control of these entrance points.
Minion waves are going to be pushed out here relatively soon. Watch that one in the Baron lane as well, because Fun Havers have a larger wave than enemy. That Baron lane will be pushed in if this goes any longer, and nobody is there for enemy to actually match that one at all. If they leave that unmatched, the turrets will drop. Minions are ruthless in Wild Rift, so you have to be super, super careful.
And just great patience from Enemy, not starting the dragon fight quite yet. They waited out for the package timer, despite Funhavers trying to delay that package timer with the early Baron call that you called. Enemy not losing their heads, not losing their composure. They make sure that they wait for the time.
This might be the time, right now. As we have everyone here for Enemy actually dealing some damage to this, but instead they use the package to try to catch out Toki. Showstopper might be his escape path as the flash is up as well. Tide into the backline, forces a stasis. There's a Malphite ultimate onto 2 as we have Toki still alive, but only barely. As Corki is in this stasis, he'll be taken out. Yikes actually gets the Gallia ultimate onto multiple members. It's a 3-for-1 right now. An Enemy still have everyone alive. Yenna dies, and there's no smite for Funhavers.
Funhavers not having Yenna anymore. This means that the Elder Dragon should go over to Enemy, but we have seen steals happen before. Cloudy and that way have to brute force their way in, but with the frontliner gone, Cloudy knows there is no way that he can get into the pit without sacrificing too much. Enemy have secured the Elder Mountain Dragon. That puts them one step closer to evening out this series.
Look at the base though, Rafa. I told you this was going to happen. Enemy lost their inhibitor turret because of the minions. That's a lot of pressure onto them. They do have Elder. That is a massive game-ending buff. But they do have to make sure they don't outright lose the game because of super minions. I told you they're ruthless.
Already you see Enemy trying to set up for this Baron, but it's only Tide here. He needs to get the rest of his teammates here, but he might have lingered a little too long. He's got mobility on the Riven, but you cannot discount the amount of mobility that Funhavers have. Recalls are coming in, though, because Luan DJ is trying to prevent them from being able to take the Baron by threatening the base. That has forced 3 recalls. Yenna's the only person that stayed here for the Baron.
That is an impeccable play from Luan DJ. Now inhibitors are dead in both bases. That is so massive for the pressure on both teams as we have Toki and Yenna and Asami are here. Can Yenna actually get over the wall, or will he just die? He's dead.
Encore from Asami. Can he steal the Baron away? But Tide secures it with the smite. That way comes in from over the wall with the Protobell. Tries to get a range, but it's not enough damage.
Luan's ending the game!
Luan DJ! He doesn't care about Cloudy! He's just trying to end the game by himself. Yikes! They send the Avengers signal. They're bringing the whole party with the double teleports. We're going to a game 3.
Oh, those objective fights are where Enemy finally came alive in the upper bracket finals, Rafa. They're here to play, and they're here now.
That game was so... Oh my god. That game was so tense, Max. Even my dog is popping off in the background. Woo! He heard me shouting. He's like, I gotta shout too. This game is going crazy.
Woo! Yeah, Choco. I love Choco, man. He knows. Even pups know when Wild Rift is hype, which is all the time. This game is so sick.
Yeah, that's why I love this game, man. And the fact that we get to such a tense breaking point in the game so fast because, you know, for all the LCS viewers who are still sticking around with us after the raid, first of all, thank you and welcome to the Wild Rift show. This is the Last Chance Qualifier, which means that out of the total 8 teams that can go to the Mall of America for the live WNS championships, there's only 2 more spots left. That's what the Last Chance Qualifier is here for. That is what the teams are playing for today. We're down to 3 teams so far, and with Sierra back in our host, I mean, she knows as much as we do that this series is delivering on the hype.
Oh, it definitely is. I was a little worried after the first match about how this was going to be shaking up, but no, I'm so glad we're going to a game 3, especially with that last game going the limit. Enemy, they're like, you only get one. That's it. We're coming back. We're coming back with a vengeance. And, game 3 is going to be spicy, Rafa.
I have to unmute myself so that you guys don't continue hearing my dog popping off. I'll check on him once we get a chance after the show to make sure that everything is okay. Maybe he sees
You know
someone
what?
outside.
That's okay, because I want to talk about star player, because we do have
There
to
you
hand one
go.
of those out.
Go ahead.
I know that Rafa, he's just going to have a good expression on his face. He doesn't even need to say words. I'm going to give it to Tybe. Tybe's Riven was amazing in that game. So mobile, so slippery, and he knew that he was the star player in that game. Even Funhavers knew he was a star player because they kept trying so hard to kill him. But the Riven is way too difficult to kill, and he's the reason that a lot of the plays actually ended up being favorable for enemy in the end. Tybe's my star player.
I mean, honestly, super, super valid. And we'll talk too a bit more about really what that was contributing to the team, because something that was brought up too was just the objective control in this second game, how enemy actually had it this time around. We saw, close to a steal at the end coming out from Funhavers, but not quite. And at that point too, just a little too late. And just the fact that Ty was able to set them up for that Rafa is absolutely fantastic.
When Tybe is on form, he is by far one of the best junglers that we have in the entire Wild Rift NA scene. And it goes to show. And for those that, are just tuning in, just a little bit of, brief history on both of these teams that are playing today. Enemy is an org, is not actually an org. It is a pickup team. It is a group of players that have no orgs, no type of sponsorships, nothing, no financial support whatsoever. It's just, 5 people trying to play some Wild Rift at the highest level. And throughout year 0, which was the prior summer and fall, they were consistently a top 2 team for the first half of the circuit, up until the regional championships, where one of our teams, Immortals, finally rose from the 3rd, 4th place standings and overtook them in 2nd place at last year's regional championships. Enemy has been in a spot where they wanted to challenge the throne, who now Immortals is kind of sitting atop as the number 1 seed. Enemy were 2nd in the first major, 3rd in the 2nd major, but then in this previous major, they had a unexpected collapse. And then during this last chance qualifier, where now this is their last chance to get in and be able to compete at Mall of America, they lost 2 of their players. They're using 2 subs in Best Player and Gumayusi. And they surprised us yesterday because they had some standout performances, but in Game 1, it was Funhavers who are the ones that surprised us here, Smacks.
We can't just say Gumayusi's name lightly, as we do have LCS viewers. That is not the same Gumayusi as the guy on T1. So
yeah.
Just clearing some confusion there. But yeah, exactly like you're saying. All of our teams and players in this tournament in specific are playing without an org backing them. And Enemy has been here the longest in terms of the players that fit that category. Tybe specifically has been around since the very beginning. It's really good to see him stepping up in this most recent game and making sure that Enemy are now 1 win away from that North American Regional Championship in the Mall of America. And I know, Rafa, you're getting excited that the curse might be broken here.
No. Now we have to explain the curse. Oh, no.
All right, real quick for those tuning in about the curse. Rafa is 0% correct. We already saw that come to fruition earlier on in the day, and the fact that this is a 1-1 series going into a Game 3, waiting to see if that curse is gonna strike again. That's not the only thing to really explain and get across to the viewers as well. Perfect opportunity for Rafa to just realize what you've done, come to terms with it. But welcome in, LCS viewers. This is Wild Rift, and of course this is Last Chance Qualifiers. This is the last opportunity for these players to make it to the first ever WNS Season 1 Championships. There's a lot on the line, and we're getting so close to the conclusion of the event, and we do have a little video as well to show you to explain a little bit more about Wild Rift.
back line puts down the Cataclysm.
Happens, and the rest of Cloud9 are now diving.
Enemy are still alive. How are they doing this?
Let's bump it Sobel. Look at this, the submarine Malphite.
Now the engaged by Iraqi Zoro, pushing Jackie Raider, pushing Truth right into the rest of the fight.
Niels is just gonna make an absolute delight out of it.
But it's catastrophic for the side.
Now, the WNS Season 1 Championships will be taking place April 29th to May 1st at Mall of America. It's a free event with seating available on a first-come, first-served basis, so make sure to get there early. The regional championships will see the top 8 teams compete for a piece of the $80,000 prize pool, with one team moving forward to represent North America at the Wild Rift Icons Global Championships. There is so, I just gotta repeat it. There is so much on the line here, Smacks.
Oh yeah, and as you can see at the bottom of the screen, you can check it out, wisdomstudios.gg. All the details are there, in case you missed it from the glorious explanation from the video and from Sierra, or you just like reading things.
I do like reading.
Yeah, I like that website as well, so definitely check it out. I am having just so much fun here. We already know 6 of the teams that qualify for that event, and we will be seeing them in Minnesota. Today is all about the last 2 spots. We have 3 teams remaining. One of them is about to qualify in this third and final game in this series.
It's so close, literally on a knife's edge here. And considering that Enemy has been a team that we've talked about so much, what's it been that's led Funhavers to bringing this into a Series 3 in the first place, Rafa?
I mean, we didn't get a chance to see it as much in Game 2, and so for all the people that are coming in after the LCS raid, I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to see Game 1 because you might now have your bias slighted towards Enemy, but I want to give Funhavers their respect and their props. In that first game, their team fight coordination was so damn clean that they had ways to counter engage, and they just always answered back at enemies' attempts to start fights by pinpointing the targets that needed to be neutralized, mainly Type and Gumayusi in the backline. This time around, though, I think Enemy just adapted well. They had also just a better composition that was adept and far more mobile, so that they weren't caught out by the primary engage threats that Funhavers were using in the second game. So now as we get ready into the third game, I wonder what some of the adaptations that Funhavers make so that they can also fight for that guaranteed first spot for Mall of America.
Well, what are a couple of things that we can see different going into this Game 3? Because both teams have to be looking towards what their win con is here, Smacks.
I think, funny enough, both teams have the win condition in the jungle. I think both of them have been doing super, super well over the course of these last 2 games, and the mobility that both of them are showing, too, is astounding. It seems like it's true for all of the 3 remaining teams as well, with Baby's Gragas earlier. But we'll keep it to just these 2 for now. I think the jungle bans are really smart from both teams. I think we might even need to see some more tailored to this most recent game. Maybe for Funhavers, they throw Riven on there too, because that champion, it's one thing to ban out Tybe's Comfort, but I think for Riven specifically, it just does so much that is countered by, or it does so much to counter what Funhavers have been doing and just picking people off. You can't pick off Riven.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if that's on their mind as we're getting ready to head into the draft. Game number 3. Whenever, of course, moving on to Mall of America. I'll catch up with you 2 later. Have fun.
Thanks, Sierra. All right, draft 3. I'm not even impressed that she didn't say we can take it away, because I'm just going to take it. You know what? I'm just coming in. This is Game 3. This is like Liam Neeson, baby. This is Grand Finals on the line, and the first seed from Last Chance Qualifier, which is the overall 7th seed, going into the WNS Championship Season 1. And with the bans that have come out, Olaf makes it through for the very first time in this series.
Ooh, yeah, that's a pretty big deal. And it's the series with all the pretzels on the line as well, as Yana is going to be heralding
Not the
this
pretzels.
pick I'm super excited to see what Funhavers can actually do to make this Olaf the best it possibly can be also, because we know it works incredibly well with all of the support that you can provide from mid lane and support. You have things like the Orianna, the Lulu, the Seraphine, and I think all of these make a ton of sense. Nami, also one that works.
So,
You like
one
Nami
of the
with
reasons...
Olaf?
No, I do. I'm just thinking about how do you now neutralize this Olaf? Because for all of our, newcomers coming in, one of the bigger things that have come into Wild Rift recently in competitive is the patch update that has added Divine Sunderer to the game alongside Hullbreaker, and they changed Death Stance to what it's like on PC League. So bruiser items and, team fight sustain items are very much in. Divine Sunderer is not the Divine Blunder as many people would call it in PC League of Legends. It actually is kind of base and one of the strongest items we have in Wild Rift currently. And on Olaf, it makes him one of the best team fighters in the game right now.
I've never heard Divine Blunder. It's pretty good. But yeah, as you said, it's really strong. There's no mythic items in this game either, so you can just slap that on there with some other really powerful options. And Olaf definitely can take advantage of that one. I like that you mentioned the Death Stance too, because previously you'd see Olaf just rush that item. It's not that good as a first item anymore. You do want to have some more bulk and damage to supplement it, so I think the Divine Sunderer makes a ton of sense. Funhavers, they're in their last ban. I want to see the Riven ban, personally. I think it did do so much for Tybee, so we did give him star player, but instead they're going to go ahead and ban his most comfortable champion remaining, which is the Wukong.
Not only the Riven is left up, Smacks, but also the Lee Sin has been left up. And it is one of the few champions that can take on the Olaf in the very early stages of the game. And in this moment where enemy could either be sent to the lower bracket in a more stressful situation to secure the second seed for the tournament, or win this game and secure their spot at Mall of America, Tybee goes back to the Lee Sin.
Big focus on early game here. As you said, it is one of the only champions that can actually do things against the Olaf very early on. Tybee was the big late game carry in the last game on Riven. He was the guy setting things up and surviving them, dealing some burst damage with a wind slash. All those things do still apply to Lee Sin. It's just less damage as you get to the late game and less auto attack focus. So for Tybee, he has to shift that up a bit, but as you said, he's really comfortable on this one, and this is a draft that favors it. They still need a Baron laner, and that Baron laner needs to be able to take down Garen. Jace back for Luan DJ. He had a stellar performance on that in game 1.
Yeah, even though enemy lost, Luan DJ was one of the few standout players amongst the defeated in enemy's game 1. This is a very scary early game combo that enemy have set up, and they're not completely down when it comes to the late game scaling, thanks to the Corki and Senna as insurance.
This is really interesting here for enemy. They have that as insurance for later, and the poke too is pretty good. I just am worried for like DPS on their side. I don't know if they're going to be able to easily kill a Garen is my biggest worry once it gets to the super late game. And enemy did not really have that problem in game 2.
Yeah, Funhavers, what they got going for them, I think, is a very explosive mid-game if the early game from enemy does not snowball. If you don't get this Jace and Lee Sin rolling, Olaf and Garen get to shrug off the initial burst damage that they bring to a party, and they will be able to just run through whatever attempts enemy have for setting up a front line, because it's not really that much. It's just yikes on the support Galio here.
Yeah. That's like the only crowd control that you have on the whole team. Maybe when package comes up, that can change. It's just not very frequent. And enemy need consistency in this game. They need stability, and they need teamwork to take down Funhavers. Something that is a tall order when they have 2 new players on the roster in mid and in Dragon Lane. And Tybe and Luan DJ, they've put up amazing performances in this series. They need to be that veteran focus on the team, and they need to bring this squad to that grand finals and to Minnesota as we are wrapping up this series with one more game.
Back-to-back star player performances came from the jungle for either team's game 1. It was Yena's Rengar. In game 2, it was Tybe's Riven. This time around, this matchup can be so volatile. It can be so unforgiving for the losing matchup once the snowball starts rolling for any of these two champions. Right now, both teams are taking it on the slow side, but if you are enemy, you want to be picking up the pace within the next couple of minutes.
You really do. You need to get the Lee Sin ganks going. You need to get the Jace going, which he already is, to be fair. You can see that push happening in the Baron lane. Luan DJ is getting, I believe, some turret damage onto Toki's Baron lane structure. That's not too shabby. As Tybe, uncontested, takes the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side of the Rift. Yena taking this opportunity to actually get into this Baron lane and force Luan DJ back. This is the opposite of what we were hoping to see from that early game where enemy and Luan DJ in specific, we wanted to see him get a lot of pressure. Not there yet.
Oh, but look at where enemy have started their focus. They learned from game 2 that they got a lot of success off of pressuring the bottom side of the map in the Dragon Lane duo. Tybe, even though he doesn't find a dive against That Way and Cloudy, he's able to get some counter jungling for his trouble. Yena is undeterred. I think he was able to pick up some Krugs in exchange against Tybe as well. And so far, I'm not gonna lie, Smacks. I'm a little concerned now for the pacing of enemy because so far it is still a 0-for-0 game, and that is very fun. Havers favored.
Tybe, though, he on the topic of stability, the most stable Lee Sin ganks do come when you do have level 5, as he does.
Yes.
Now. So Tybe now with Dragon's Rage could potentially find something deadly onto Cloudy. There, I believe, is a ward. Is it stacked on top of the other one? Yeah, you can see both of those little brush icons above them in the try there. So you can see that Cloudy in that way will spot out Tybe if he did choose to arrive, which he doesn't. Making that recall, continuing to farm up and trying to match the pace of Yena. 1 minute now between us and the objective fight that will likely occur. I feel like both of these junglers really do want to get the first skirmishes in their favor. The only way to get a skirmish in your favor is to actually take the skirmish. So,
and look at this. Fun Havers are already preemptively setting up the rotation over. They set up and they've almost found Tybe. It forced the use of his Dragon's Rage, and it's an Infernal Dragon that is coming up first. Because of this Dragon Duo rotation over to the mid lane, they have priority.
And Yena still has Ragnarok too. That way, not even level 5 there, so it didn't even have the possibility of using Tidal Wave. We'll see that one come online very, very shortly. And I like this look here for Funhavers. As you said, they are forcing Tybe back. They're making sure that they have this advantage onto their Olaf. However, they do still need to actually fight against Quirky Package, which is going to come up.
Oh, and this is a huge chunk out of Yena. If enemy can stay safe and still be in the area here, they can pressure the dragon off. And now that best player's picking up the package, there's no way the Fun really want to take this fight.
So all of a sudden is enemy favored. They don't have Dragon's Rage kick available, but they do have more important ultimates. The Senna and the Galio are here in position. And Yena, I think he's just going to let this one slip by. They don't have Toki here, which would be the way that they can swing this fight. And it's outnumbered now for enemy because Luan has arrived.
And look at that. The exhaust preemptively out of Gumayusi, forcing Yena back. There's no flash available. Tybe secures the Infernal Dragon. That's a huge boost.
Luan killed Yena.
Luan DJ came in, and that's first blood for enemy in this Game 3 series.
That is such a massive lead here. You get so much damage out of the Infernal Dragon and first blood onto Luan DJ. We were concerned about him not getting a major gold advantage against Toki in that lane. But now with first blood, you can see it on your screen right there. About 700 gold in the lead. That equates to a full Executioner's Calling, as it turns out, knocking away some of that healing from this team. Really big deal for Luan, as here comes Tybe. There it is.
Tybe, a clean insec. makes the play happen onto Cloudy, catching him when he was window shopping. Not even a chance to burn any of his summoner spells in defense.
Nicely done. This is the time we know and love, Rafa. I'm getting nostalgic just watching this game. It's early game, certainly enemy favored. Cloudy not going to be here for the Rift Herald, and Tybe still has the smite. They're already forcing Yenna out, and this, to me, Rafa, looks like enemy is going to have a great time in this one.
It's a 1.5 thousand gold lead at this point in the game, so it's not the biggest thing, but so far in terms of objective control and overall map state, enemy are very favored, and we get a chance to watch that kick once again.
Really good setup as well. You mentioned it as well, the window shopping for Cloudy, unfortunately. He was still trying to get that one down that way. Was ready, but didn't alert his fellow compatriot in time. It's a good tidal wave.
Oh yeah, Tidal Wave actually splits him up and it almost sets up Asami to assassinate Gumayusi. He's forced to flash over the wall. Yikes, might be the sacrificial lamb to make sure that the rest of enemy get out, but yikes! Still makes it out alive! An attempt for Funhavers trying to see if they could punish enemy for the overextension, but no one goes down.
Great kick again from Tybe. This time a preventative measure as the Rift Herald is popped in mid lane, catching everyone on a reset as Tybe just might take this entire structure by himself. They've already taken the one in the Dragon lane, 200 HP away, but that's just not enough damage as that way and Yenna have arrived. Gonna be cleaned up easily later.
That's one turret gone. Another turret almost biting the dust in the mid lane, and then best player working on the Baron turret over on the top side of the map. We're at 7.5 minutes into the game, Smacks. The game isn't over by a long shot, but already the steps that enemy have taken to set themselves up for success is forcing Funhavers to start panicking and start looking for desperation plays. As we already see Asami, he tries to go for the assassination, Smacks. But you cannot handle the power of 3 people, even across the rift.
I don't think Asami had ultimate there. Yeah, no, he did not. So it was really difficult to actually land all of that damage, especially through the exhaust that best player so expertly used and timed. Enemy find a 3rd kill in a row, and Tybe, he's getting his recall delayed, but once he actually does make it into the fountain, we're going to see that he is able to afford an entire 2nd item.
Let's see what he buys. It should be the black figure.
Oh,
maybe
full cleaver. Just give it a second.
Oh, no.
There it is.
He's got the stasis.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Yeah. You know what? Respect.
Yeah.
He could go for the Giga Chad build and just building that straight 2nd item, but now he has the resistances and he has the utility of that stasis in case he goes a little too far forward, or to give him the survivability to make what could be a game-ending play.
This could actually happen on this next Drake take, because enemy already has a gigantic lead, and he has the kick and flash again. Ooh, I believe the sweeper spotted them out. Yes, it did.
Look at that taunt, Smacks. The package layered right on top of it. Just beautiful team fighting from enemy. 3 members, 4 members instantly gone. And it's only Toki that's left alive, but enemy don't want to leave any prisoners. There is no mercy in this dojo, Smacks. Enemy take him down in an ace.
5-for-0 ace as well. That's going to be every single structure taken out alongside the Drake, and the sweeper from Yikes sets it all up. The sweeper spots all of the members in that brush, and then the taunt collects them with the Corky package, with Tybe kicking on top of it, and then the cleanup crew. It's just so easy for them after that. Mid lane turret gone, Drake gone, and enemy may have just booked their ticket to Minnesota.
I'm gonna hold my breath, Smacks, because we have seen comebacks occur even in the most dire situations. And for any fans of Funhavers, things are looking very disastrous. But until your Nexus falls, the game is not over. And that goes for Enemy as well. If you want to win this game, if you want to punch your ticket to Mall of America, you have to play the rest of this game out cleanly, which is exactly what they're doing, systematically taking out the members of Fun Havers one by one. Another ace for Enemy.
And it's the steal under the Rift Herald 2, Rafa. With these death timers, this could just be a flat-out inhibitor siege at 10 minutes. These stay dead for the whole game. The super minions will be relentless. And Enemy, that's it. That's the inhibitor.
Doesn't look like it's long enough for Enemy to take the game completely outright. They did drop one kill, and it's Fun Havers' first kill of the game, but it might have been a little too late for that, Smacks, because they're already down 14,000 gold. Fun Havers, their base has been penetrated. Enemy are now on the brink of being able to advance as our 7th team going to the WNS Championships.
I think just about now, Rafa, we're going to need a hydration check. Everybody in chat, get your hydration ready. Take a sip. That's some good stuff.
I don't have anything to sip, Smacks.
Oh, no. That's not good. That was for
and
you.
Asami. I think Type has enough damage. There it is. Dragon's Rage. This is what happens when Lee Sin is this snowball far ahead. And he's going to take the fight because he's got Yikes in his back pocket. He pops the stasis. It's the double for Type. And this is the Type show.
That's what the stasis is for. Tybe survives the onslaught from Yenna, and that is disastrous for an Olaf player. You can't win a 1v1 against the enemy team's jungler, and now best player in stealth with Package, looking for some sort of engage, bubbled up, in stunned up as well, but Package survives. And now Enemy, what else can they take? They take this structure. They even go for more. Another super minion wave is into the space, even hitting the Nexus.
The second inhibitor of the game will fall. And as you said before, Smacks, these are permanent. They don't come back. Enemy, one structure away from being able to end the game, to take out the series, to close them out. Time diving all the way back in. Was looking for the hero play, but might have gone a little too far forward because Cloudy still survives in the end. And now Fun Havers, this could be their moment to turn everything around. But do they have the damage to follow up? Asami finds best player in the back line. And Enemy might have chewed a little too far much, but it's Luan DJ trying to secure things for Enemy to secure their spot to Minnesota. They find Toki and Enemy, and they're 3 members strong, Smacks, but I don't think they're strong enough to make the push. But Luan DJ, if he has teleport, Yikes, looking for the 2-man taunt, the root from WC. Luan DJ, he has teleport, he's coming back, and you have best player coming back as well. Enemy! Can't wait to see you guys at Minnesota! I'm gonna give you all guys the biggest hug ever! Welcome to the WNS Championships!
Woohoo! Pretzels all around! The curse is lifted! Enemy do it! They make it in the final hour! Reverse sweep onto Fun Havers! In the fastest game of the series! And it's time again with the Lee Sin this time! I told you I was getting nostalgic in that one, Rafa, but that was something else. Ty put the team on his back, set everyone else up, and he's got to be the star player for that game again. He's doing it. He's making it to the in-person event, the first WNS Regional Championship. He's been here since the beginning, and he's going to be here for the end of this split.
To be in that position, after we saw them collapse at Major 3, we knew that this was a team that was struggling to keep themselves together. We knew that there was a chance that Type could not return to competitive for quite some time. We thought that after the end of Major 2, that was going to be Type's last competitive game. But he stuck it out. He competed. He played for Major 3. They made it here through the Last Chance Qualifier, their very last chance to come to the championship season. And Enemy, through thick and thin, have done it.
They really have. Huge congratulations to them for making it to qualifying. We're going to be seeing them in the finals, and huge congratulations to you as well, Rafa. The curse has been lifted. You're sitting at about a 10% correct now. I'm proud of you.
They made it.
Do you have a tier?
Oh, he's got many tiers.
Go all.
This is a common occurrence here, Sierra. Don't mind Rafa. This
Okay.
happens.
I'm a little new to it, but okay. Common occurrence. Okay. But I mean, you all talked already about who you think's gonna be star player. We'll get some more tiers.
You're downplaying it. You're downplaying it. I've known Tybe for a very long time. We've known him since the beginning of the competitive season, and I'm.
I didn't realize. Is it safe to say then the Tybe star player back-to-back games?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Of course it's
Yeah.
time. I mean, the gameplay speaks for itself, too. But then, Rafa's out here. He's getting some moisture on his pink shirt.
I thought this was the bit. Oh.
Rafa, go get some water, man. You need it.
Yeah. Oh. That's,
We'll do it in a bit.
that's amazing. And I obviously didn't know the history between y'all, but seeing you so happy, I know that you're cheering for them going on to the finals, and it's so well-deserved, too, after this game, because, it was a little bit worrisome after the first one, but they bounced back, and they bounced back in strides, Max.
I really loved this game. It all comes down to Tybe turning it around, even after getting banned out so heavily in this series. And this entire tournament, people have been really trying to keep him down with the bans, but he's still finding angles. That's what I love about Tybe. And I know Rafa would be able to say it as well, choking back some tears of joy. It's a wonderful sight to watch him at his peak, and the rest of the team piling into. Luan DJ played 2 sick Jace games today. That was amazing.
Yeah, I know we're giving Tybe the star player award, but I do want to give respect to the rest of the team. Luan DJ on this Jace.
It was so filthy.
I think one of the big turning points in the game was Luan DJ roaming on down, picking off Yenna for first blood, giving them that Infernal Dragon, which gave them the huge stats boost that they needed in the mid game. Because otherwise, if you look at a world where enemy don't get Infernal Dragon, Fun Havers have the better team fighting composition at that state of the game. They're the ones that would be able to take enemy blow for blow head to head in those 5v5s. Had that not happened, we could have been looking at a different game. It could be Fun Havers the one advancing onto Mall of America, but it is enemy that slide on through, they clutch it out, and they have booked their tickets.
And that's the face we're going to see in Minnesota, too. Look at him.
Yeah. Star player. Rafa, you obviously care a lot about Tybe. Just, again, for the viewers that might not know why this is such a special moment.
Tybe, as Smacks and I have said before, we've known him. He was one of the very first players that we got to know when we first started casting Wild Rift at the beginning, when the North American scene first started out back in July. He was known as a Camille Wukong True Trick. He was streaming at the time, and we were trying to get to know the players, and so he was someone that we tuned in a lot, and we got to really know him.
He's the first
as well.
Wild Rift streamer we ever watched.
Yeah, and he, on this team for Enemy, even though the players have been swapped around and multiple players have come in and out of the org, he has been by far the longest standing member on this team. And remember, Enemy is not an org. I know I just said it's an org, but this team has no financial support, no large staff members like coming in and helping, make sure this team is doing well. It is just 5 players on their own time, figuring out when to scrim, when to practice, when to get ready, how to do draft preparations, everything. And the fact that they have been consistently a top 2 team throughout year 0, and then for a majority of this circuit, they've been a top 2, top 3 team before the sudden collapse in Major 3 and the rumors that Tybe was not going to be able to continue playing competitively. We thought that would have been like the heart of Enemy gone, because if you go back to the very beginning, the very first roster iteration of Enemy, Tybe is the only one remaining from that 5-man. Everyone else has gone to a different team.
That's insane, especially seeing just a time and then the rest of the team as well. They've been making this run. They've been trying to qualify. They've been showing up the majors. They've been doing well, and to see them finally qualify, I mean, that's definitely huge as well. And I can't wait to see you two hug it out once we're all out of Mall of America. Of course, though, to talk a little bit more about that journey, we are going to be having a player interview with Yikes. We're going to head on over there. First off, I want to say congratulations. That's it's a big win, and you're qualified for Mall of America. That has to be pretty exciting, right?
Yeah, we finally did it. As you guys mentioned earlier, Major 3, we kind of lacked in practice and, players. We had a lot of players dropping out of the team. The financial support wasn't there, so a lot of people committed to like real life jobs. But yeah, we were able to get brand new players over the last 3-4 days. We've been practicing a lot. Shout out to Tribe for like being a screen partner, helping us out and everything. IMT as well. So yeah, we've been prepping for the last few days, and today, first game we slacked. We kind of had like an issue with the draft, and then second game I opened the book, the notes, and then we were able to come back the last 2 games and win the game 2-1.
So is that what it was all down to for that first game? Because definitely we've been talking a lot about enemy going into the last chance qualifiers. Like, okay, they're going to get first. We're looking for the second place team. And after that first game, definitely a little bit worried there. But is that all it was? Just a draft diff coming out?
Yeah, to be honest, like I kind of had like a game plan for us in the mind, but then some of the players were like, okay, let's change this up. We kind of changed it up, and it wasn't our play style and how we wanted to play the game. And obviously, Fawn actually has like a really good combo with the Malphite Seraphine. That kind of threw us off our guard, and we didn't know how to kind of play against it with the comp we picked. So I was like, let's just go back to the roots, whatever we play, comfortable champs, and whatever like we've been practicing, and it worked out,
I'm glad it worked out, and you're moving on to the grand finals for that. Of course, you're qualified, but not quite the champions of the tournament yet. Of course, Ailish Funhavers are both going to try and work their way back up to play you again. Is there anyone in particular that you're kind of hoping to square off against?
I want to see what Ailish has, to be honest. I've seen them actually play the last few games. They're playing really good. I've been actually looking at their comps and everything, so I'm ready for them. Let's see what they can do. I want to play against them. We played against everyone else, I believe, in the tournament, so let's see what they have in the books.
That's the last team off of the bingo card. That's awesome. So yeah, Mall of America, especially with the team. What are you most excited for with that whole experience coming out now?
To be honest, right now, again, like we don't have an organization or anything, so like we just playing for fun at the time. So our goal is to like go there, meet the players, give everybody a competition, and like something fun to watch. We always been like the team that has been like the underdog, like as like everybody said, like Type has been like a player for enemy for a while, and we've been trying really hard to get an org, play our best. Like we've been like top 3, top 2 in the last majors and stuff like that. So yeah, it's gonna be fun meeting everybody in real life. I'm super excited to see everybody. And that's the fun part.
I definitely know that the casters can't wait until they get to meet y'all. Before I send you off, I'll let you have the stage for any parting words, any shoutouts that you might have.
Yeah, that's it. Just follow @EnemyWildRift on Twitter. And if any organization is watching and wants to, help us represent them in the Wild Rift scene, hit us up on that Twitter account, and we'll see you guys in Mall of America.
Cannot wait to see y'all at Mall of America, especially with how you played here today. Thanks again for sitting down with me. We'll catch up later. First of all, good luck in the finals.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. As for us, we're going to head back over to the desk for a little bit just to catch up. I love that. I love it when a team's like, you know what, like, we might not have the backing. We know we have to put in the hard work. And they went out there and they did it, Rafa.
They have consistently been a team that have contested with some of the best Wild Rift teams over the history of year 1 and year 0 without an org supporting them, without an org backing them. And the fact that they consistently do that is just so remarkable to me. And I'm really hoping that there is an organization out there that wants to get into Wild Rift, and they are like, man, if we want the easiest way to get into Wild Rift and we're not sure about how to go about scouting in a completely different esport if they haven't ventured into Wild Rift or any other mobile MOBAs before. Look at this team! Look at Enemy! Please! Pick them up! Sign them!
Yeah, they're
sign
coming.
enemy.
They're coming out here. They're making a splash for sure. And with that victory, it does mean they're going to be moving on into the grand finals. The bracket, it's almost complete. And I cannot wait to see if they're going to be, taking down that #1 spot. Of course, though, a couple of teams are coming for that spot. Funhavers are now being knocked down into that lower bracket. But since this is double elimination, they're not out. They're going to be going up against Ailish, who is all too familiar with this lower bracket because this has been a long fought run for them, Smacks.
Yeah, and I do agree with Yikes. I don't have a preference on which 5 players we get to see in Mall of America, but I do actually want to see the Enemy Ailish matchup. So I guess that kind of means that I want Ailish to move on. But just like Yikes said, I want to see all the different matchups, and I want to see if Enemy is able to beat all of them and be the best team in this tournament. As we know, they have been in other tournaments in the past as well. I've got a lot of faith in the Enemy boys, as I'm really excited to meet them. I'm really excited to meet you too, Yikes. I know you said that in the interview, so that's going to be a really fun time. And yeah, can't wait for the rest of the day.
Yeah, well, we still have to find out what other team we're going to be meeting over at Mall of America. We are going to toss to a short break, though. But of course, thank you two so much for being here. Y'all amazing. Can't wait to catch up after the event and going on forward. But quick break, get some water, get some food, and we'll be back with some more Wild Rift.
Back line puts down the Cataclysm.
Happens, and the rest of Cloud9 are now diving.
Enemy are still alive. How are they doing this?
That's Puppet Sobel. Look at this, a submarine malfight.
Now the engaged by Iraqi Zoro pushing Jackie Raider, pushing Truth right into the rest of the fight.
Niels is just gonna make an absolute delight out of that.
But it's catastrophic for the side.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series brought to you by Riot and Wisdom. We're getting so close to the end of the Last Chance Qualifiers, and we know one of the two teams that are going to be advancing on to the first WNS Season 1 Championships, which is NME. But of course, two teams still battling it out to try and be the second team to secure the spot. I'm still here, Sierra Dawn, your host, but I'm joined with these two lovely faces. First off, Pacer Time, hello. Long time no talk. How have you been?
I've been great, actually. Wild Rift's been really exciting in North America. I'm super excited that we have a big LAN event coming up in 2 weeks to kind of see who is the king of NA. So it's been a really fun ride kind of in the latter half of the season trying to qualify these final few teams.
It's definitely led for an amazing weekend of Wild Rift here. That is for sure. As well, TJ on the mic. Hello, friend. How are ya?
So my plan was I was going to go to the aquarium and swap around all the signs so that nobody knew which fish were in which tanks at the Mall of America. But then I got told that that would be vandalism and breaking and entering, and I couldn't do it. So it's been a little bit of a rough morning to answer your question.
Everyone on the broadcast been talking about some pretzels and seeing some fish, and you're out here with some crazy plan to wreak havoc on Mall of America. You know, I'm kind of for it. I'm a little bit scared. Hello, nice to meet you as well. So we got some more Wild Rift for today. Of course, we're heading over to the lower bracket, and this is the lower finals coming up next. Team Ailish going up against Team Funhavers. Of course, Team Ailish, they have surprised us at every turn, including some roster changes and some wins, and they are looking pretty good right now, Pastry.
Yeah, this is one of the most exciting things about esports in general, and one of the things I've loved about Wild Rift is that as a younger esport, there's a lot we don't know yet, right? There's only so many established teams, there's a ton of pickup teams still, players change around pretty often. This is one of the success stories that is very familiar for anyone that knows grassroots esports scenes, and the amount of games and success that Ailish have had has been so much fun to watch this weekend. I guess it's just one more best of 3 to see if they can do one better and actually make it to regionals.
And they are the purveyors of our first major tragedy as they knocked Yawn out of the bracket, even with their roster changes.
Yeah, and now they have to do it again. This team, I mean, they were running through the lower bracket, and now Funhavers, this is their first taste of the lower bracket, just being knocked down here by NME. We've seen them do so well in this upper bracket, but of course, coming off of a loss, CJ, that has to feel a little rough.
It's their first major loss on screen, because our entire knowledge of this team is they came out of the Giant Slayer Fight Night, kind of a more community-level tournament coming into this weekend, and we saw them there and they looked really scary, and that was our first inkling they might be good. And then they came into the Last Chance Qualifier, their first real tournament as a team, I think, and they've looked unbeatable. Now, for the first time, they're against some of the best teams in North America. They've climbing through the ranks, they're against kind of the top 4, top 5 now, and this is where they're going to have to prove that they're around for the long haul.
Yeah, if my bracket brain is remembering correctly, which it may not, I believe they beat Reflection on the way to this point, which is very, very impressive. That's a team that I assumed alongside NME was, going to already either be in this finals of this tournament or be in this match and be a favorite to qualify in and be one of the last two teams to sneak through the majors. So very impressive from them already. Now kind of the last step here against a team that is kind of on fire. So I'm a little worried for Funhavers, given how Ailish have looked, but I guess we'll just have to see.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to be looking at this head-to-head. Going to be Baron Lane between Kant and Oki. So, TJ, looking at these players and how they've been doing so far, what should the viewers expect from this?
Well, these are two of my favorite top laners in a very long time. Because the thing that they've been doing on stage in a competitive game that so many North American top laners disappoint me with is they're playing tanks. And they're not just playing tanks, they're playing tanks that get out on the map as well. We've seen some great Garen, some great Darius, some great Set, being able to control the top side, win lane or lose lane, and then take your Mundo out of the top lane into the team fights. And that's where having a tank on your team makes a massive difference. If you have a really good tank player, it will guarantee you late game team fight wins. Both Tokyo and Kant have delivered on that promise today.
Yeah, I think to echo TJ a little, the thing that's really impressive from teams we don't know as much about, especially teams that we assume are newer and less experienced, is teamwork is very important in team games in general. That's definitely true in real sports. That's obviously true in esports. And to see the coordination from these teams is really impressive. But I think, to TJ's point, who has been on the tank train forever, it feels like in North America, if you are coordinated and you understand how to play the meta, how to play those compositions, you get a lot of leverage against teams that are in some ways still trying to just play solo carries and win through lane, where as sports mature, that's not the way you're going to win most of your games, because everyone's going to get better very quickly, which we've already seen this season.
Yeah, well, looking at our predictions too, I'm loving this. Personally, myself, I have bet against Ailish at any point in the road. I'm not going to lie, but honestly, after watching them earlier on today, I can't any longer. But TJ is still with the Fun Havers pick.
Yeah. I think Ailish had some better drafts earlier. They looked really good in the lower bracket, especially in that game versus Yorn. But I saw a game where a pretty kitty Rengar got like 16 kills. And frankly, Sierra, from all the data I have, I don't understand why you're on the opposite side of this, why you're on the wrong side of this after that Yuna performance.
Okay, wrong side of this. We'll see, because we don't really have to wait too much longer till heading into draft. So I'm going to send you two off that way. We'll catch up later, and we will see, TJ.
All right, we'll see indeed. Perhaps Rengar will make another appearance. Definitely been a champion that we've seen a ton of, paired with lots of different supportive style champions, whether it's pure enchanters, something like Seraphine, either farming or from bottom lane, or like Senna, which has kind of been the marksman, because apparently no one plays real marksman. It's either mages or utility picks. And there, look at that. Rengar's banned and Senna's the first pick. What do you know?
I just think it would be a lot of fun if every time you looked into a fish tank, you were like, what is this fish? And you couldn't trust the sign next to it. It would be like a loot box or something.
I don't know very much about the Mall of America, but I do know it's very big. And I don't think you, as a one-man like heist crew, can swap all the signs yourself in a limited period of time. Because I will remind you, you also have to be on show for a lot of the time you're in Minnesota.
Okay, well, I hadn't considered that, but I also feel like I could plot this out. This is a math problem.
Okay. We'll see how that works. It might be a labor problem as well, depending on the size of the placards you'll be shifting around. 6 picks are already done there. Let's recap quickly. Center, as we mentioned, Olaf, Orianna, Galio, Camille, and Morgana.
Yeah, and right away when you see Senna, Olaf, Orianna, that's going to be a late game team. Funhaver's already pointing towards wanting to win through those late game team fights, pointing towards wanting to win through the top side of their map. You're going to see a lot of emphasis here on Yuna. That's what both Senna and Orianna do. They really boost something like an Olaf in the front lines because you can speed boost them, shield them with the Orianna ball, because the Senna can sit at the back of the team fights and just give them permanent heal. So it's very obvious what the Funhaver's game plan is. And on the opposite side, it's full Sen time in response. Yep. We've got the Camille, we've got the Galio, we've got the Akali. They're going to get at that supportive backline. They're going to get at that Orianna Senna and destroy them before they can give a boost to the top lane.
I feel like we were blessed to cast this series because it's tanks on one side and divers on the other side. And we're kind of on opposite sides of the coin as far as how we like to see games played out. I'm very excited to see how this works out, but Window, a pick that I know we haven't seen that much of, but nice to see Funhaver sticking to the tanks here and going with one of the, I guess, newer ones.
I mean, Julian, I feel #blessed to cast every series, but especially this one, where we have a lot of tanks. And it has broken out exactly how we expected it to. I think this is also, I think I feel even more blessed than usual because I think this is my Mundo support. This is, of course, Mundo support, very popular in Asia. I've been claiming that you can run it for ages and ages. You put Font of Life on it, and you get a whole bunch of free regen in lane, and the Mundo just ties people up. So I will be very excited if we see it here with the Senna in that bottom side of the map, Renekton up top.
Yep, and then Garen, of course, likely, I guess... No, it's either Galio or Garen support, I guess. So we'll see what's happening. Akali almost assuredly in the mid lane.
I think you should put... I think their composition plan is to put Galio support, but there is a little bit of fun flexibility there now because with Mundo support into Galio, that's kind of miserable because every time you taunt, the Mundo's just going to ignore you. It's not! They're doing Renekton support! I hate it!
Wait, what?
I'm swapping all of the aquarium signs!
All right, well... You know, I am worried for the identification of the aquatic life in Minnesota, but this game is going to be spicy. Toki wanting to go tank v tank in the top side, but Renekton support was not on the menu when I woke up to watch Wild Rift today, TJ, but we have arrived. Here it is. And remember, this is a very important series. This is the series that qualifies you for one of the last 2 major spots. Oh, regional spots even.
Yes, winner of this series goes to the Mall of America, tries to identify some fish.
And play Wild Rift.
Gets nothing. They go home, and in a very real way, losing here probably means the end of most of these teams. Like, that probably means that you need to find a new team for next season, because these teams are not signed to organizations, so you don't go to finals. It's very rare that these sorts of teams stick together through an off-season.
Yeah, I mean, you heard from Yikes. Enemy's been in just about every tournament we've held this season, and even they had to change players recently. So it is one of the unfortunate things, but one of the fun things, of course, that you do get to see these teams potentially rise up rapidly into the upper echelons of play, as we have already got the lanes dispersing out a little. It is Camille jungle, which makes sense given the rest of the picks here, but already some attention. Yena here onto Baby looking aggressive. Akali going to go back in for it. But Orianna holding on. In fact, more than holding on. Exhaust is down. Could have been a solo kill. The Shroud, though, going to protect the Akali.
This is one of my favorite parts. Okay.
That way?
Bottom lane's scary. This is one of my favorite parts about that mid lane matchup, though, is Akali can just do nothing for the first 3 levels. You think of that as the easy lane win for the Akali. But it takes her a while.
Ooh, Yena going to get stunned up here. Lin with the roam. Good flash. Olaf going to get out of there. The taunt, though, not going to be so lucky. Support Renekton, though, able to flash out to safety.
Gonna get away. Very dangerous stuff, though, from that way. Is this Renekton support is kind of weak during the opening levels. We always talk about Renekton as this lane bully, this big tank carry. Not until he has his ultimate, not until he has his full kit. So these opening 3 levels, much like that Akali mid lane, are going to be a little bit scary. You're relying on Cloudy's Senna to boost the Renekton through that start.
All right, and the other thing I guess to note, this does happen in a lot of center games, and I still always forget in the duo lane, that way is currently taking the farm in that lane. So it isn't support Renekton in the same way as we might expect, but it is, the classic center and melee champion just getting farm. As the 2-1v1 topside is going to one for Toki, gonna grab first blood just barely.
That's my stuff, Julian! An HP battle decided by, like, 1 auto attack? That's ridiculous! How did Garen and Mundo get down that low? Well, they were both just sitting on each other doing AoE damage for the last minute.
I mean, the really bad news for Garen up there in the top side is that he had Ignite for that 1v1. Mundo has double combat, like double mobility summon, his Flash and Ghost. Ghost is not good in a 1v1. Especially when regen is involved between the 2 laners. So I don't know how Toki got away with that one, but we'll see if he can get away with more on the top side. Garen, oh no, the dive is there. The Garen ulti, though, is going to secure the kill on the other side. And now the wrap up there with Camille ulti is going to give Galio the double kill.
So as we break out of this early game, with the top lane skewing towards Fun Havers, that's very scary. That's why there's an instant response from Eilish. That's why they send their team up here to try and find some response. You can tell all of the focus from both these teams is about getting their tank online. That's why you have supports and everything up here. That is going to mean that actually what will matter most in this mid game, I think, is our mid line. Because the majority of the damage in a game where neither tank has run away with the top side is going to come from the Akali either accessing the Orianna Senna backline and destroying it, or the Orianna being able to be that high DPS threat in team fights, even without the best frontline possible from a Mundo.
Yeah, we're definitely in a weird spot as far as damage dealers go, right? Senna is a more supportive marksman. We have 2 different mages that are going to be dishing out damage here on either side. So, it's not, Jinx, for example, right? Your classic hyper carry that we do see sometimes, although very rarely these days. Curious to see how the late game's going to shake up, but of course we have to get there first. So I do agree that the mid lane is the spot to watch, and Asami has been having a good go of it so far. Akali, I believe, is commonly called the tadpole in the early levels, TJ. Hasn't grown up into a frog just yet. Yeah, you don't know this one?
No.
Oh. Well, Akali's
is this
got
Animorphs again? Is that what's going on?
No, this is not Animorphs.
Okay.
This is current Maybe it's just a League PC holdover. This is current League of Legends cutting edge Akali theory. She's often called the tadpole because she's kind of useless in the early levels, and then when she gets her ulti, she's jumping around. She's growing up into a frog. A frog that does a lot of damage, which is kind of terrifying, actually.
Speaking of damage, we do have an Infernal Drake up here. We'll fight for this.
Baby, in we go! Akali already popping the shroud, trying to dive in with the ulti. It's Garen spinning around, but the damage is there to get the kill. Akali, though, kills off the enemy AP carry. That's a very big pick there from the mid side, and the double's going to happen, but that way, able to jump in and spin for their own double as Morgana barely going to finish off that final kill, but Toki, the last tank left alive, is going to swoop in and finish off the fight.
But there's no jungler. Yina went down during that fight, so nobody walks away with this Infernal Drake. We will have a round 2 here. We do get a perfect demonstration of how both compositions are supposed to work in the first half. You have this double dive onto the backline, utterly deleting Asami's Orianna, guaranteeing there isn't high damage. And then we get the flip side. Here's what Cloudy's supposed to do. Here's what his entire game plan is. Sit behind Toki and just farm free stacks, get infinite gold.
Well, farming up a little, but Toki does sweep it up there. As you mentioned, round 2 is going to be on the table. Very important dragon, of course. Infernal is a high-value target, as Olaf going to be forced to Ragnarok very defensively. Yina going to flash away as well.
Yeah, very difficult. Needs this speed boost now to get anywhere near. See if that works.
They just walk it in. Look at the Mundo! Going exactly where he wants, straight to the middle of the Drake pit.
Because they're just taking damage, so if you're Ailish, you don't worry about it. You can just keep poking.
Yeah, again, going in that way, even popping the Dominus, just going for the fight. Instantly, Gallia with a beautiful taunt. The Dragon's loose. Morgana's going to get it. Ailish pick it up. But now the team fight's going to be the big decider. Akali exhausted and killed, as that way is just wreaking havoc in the backside of the Rift. Garen, though, does dive in, get one kill, looking for Cloudy. Not going to happen there as the Blast Cone barely able to save it. And now the battle is there again, but Ignite Garen with a bit more health is going to force Toki away. But Toki is not deterred. There's a shield as well from the center. They can chase this. The root does land, but now the silence is there. Toki so low. Can they kite out successfully? Dodges the cleaver. Back and forth. Garen just living forever, but the final cleaver's going to give Toki the killing spree.
That's Wild Rift! Funhoppers lose the Infernal Drake, win the team fight up top. They're able to convert that into the first Rift Herald of the game as well.
That way dead, so a kill back for Ailish at the end of it all, but a bloody affair around the first 2 different dragon fights gives Ailish the dragon with the gold lead and the kill lead, and now the first tower gold over to Funhavers.
Which is a major swing, especially considering who the big winner of all of those fights was. It was Cloudy, it was Toki. They are leaving this initial skirmish with incredible amounts of gold on both of them, with incredible amounts of souls, specifically on Cloudy, who's just been able to farm off of enemy champions this entire time. And Asami repaired some of the damage that was done the first time we had a fight, and they got instantly picked off. Although I'm not quite sure why this Orianna is trying to take the scuttle crab. Did they get it?
Yeah, they got it. Mission success. Oh no! Oh no!
Lynn actually a really good objective control this game. Kind of weirdly,
yeah,
getting
true.
both that Infernal Drake and the scuttle crab.
Okay, I see you, Lynn. That is
the
exhaust
soft smite, actually, the pool.
Yeah, that's true. It's, got some deeps to it. The old soil. As you mentioned, though, Toki going to be a big problem here. Alongside Cloudy. 7 assists, kind of a perfect center game in some respects. And Cloudy, after my heart, with the Divine Sunder center. Been very nice to see that item kind of popping around since its recent introduction into Wild Rift.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see Cloudy going that way because it will give them a little bit more damage. We're actually talking during the downtime, during the last game, about center players not building higher damage builds here. And this will mean with Divine Sundra that we're going to have a decent chunk coming out of Cloudy in this mid-game, not waiting for Murmon or Souls to give them damage, which is oftentimes the problem with the starving centers. They build so defensively that they don't have anything until post 25-30 minutes, which in Wild Rift just means you're a non-factor.
That way also going decent. Looking for the 1v1 was going well, but now it's a 4v2. Camille going to dive on in. The Dark Binding lands. That should be an easy kill. And there's one. The taunt lands. That's only one, but Yana gets dove on by the Garen. But Yina's going to live, and now Toki running in there. I think he can do this 1v3. I'm feeling it for the Mundo. Mid lane's going to go down for Funhavers, though. They popped the Herald and went for it. In fact, they're going to get the second charge as well. Akali now trying to run interference, but that's a beautiful route there out of Cloudy. But Baby going to dive on in. Asami in trouble. Going to have to play support here, but Cloudy is not going to survive the fight, I don't think. Asami dies already. The shockwave dissipates. Camille grabs a double kill, and now Toki wandering into the literal 1v5. Mundo is going for it, but the silence just feels too good, and the CC chain will put an end to Mundo's reign of terror.
And that is disastrous for Funhavers. They lose their 2 carries for free for no real reason in the middle of the map. Asami and Cloudy get the turret, they get the Rift Herald charge, and they hang around for God knows what reason. They feel like they should be able to get another charge. They should be able to get a little bit more gold, and they're not willing to back off. That means that they both die. Both carries are off the map now as we head towards this next dragon. They're just now respawning. Toki similarly as he tried to bail them out. And a whole lot of gold onto the one person you don't want to have any, Tyrant, in the mid lane playing that Akali.
Yeah, I will say, one thing I love about Eilish, they just want to scrap. Every possible angle is a good angle, it seems like. You know, doesn't matter how many tanks, how many divers they need to commit to the plate. They are willing and ready to fight you, although they are abandoning the Cloud Drake in favor of fixing the wave in mid first.
Well, it forced Eilish to back off, so there's a very good bit of map movement. And now, ideally, they can fight through this choke point. That's the dream for Funhavers. Put their tanks in the choke point and just give Asami room to operate. Yep,
it's a money spot for Orianna. That choke point is so good on all iterations of Summoner's Rift, but the Dragon's still being aggroed by Eilish. That's kind of a weird flank here with Garen and Akali both trying to pin to the rest of Funhavers. Funhavers sticking together in the 5-stack, just trying to run somebody over, and Garen is going to be a decent target they can try and pick off. There's the speed up stun, but Bork proccing means that, again, you have to come back for this Dragon, and Yina does not want to let it go to waste. Pops the Ragnarok. A little scary now. Has to run in for the 50-50. Is gonna not get the Dragon. It's Baby that finds the smite. Yina dies just barely at the end of it all. And now Galio's gonna dive on in as Eilish just pile on through to the rest of Funhavers. And it is absolute carnage, TJ, as they will get those kills. But that way in Toki, can they still do it? The big tanky frontline is here. The Bruisers, the Juggernauts, the Mundo going where he pleases. Toki, make it 3. No, it's Renekton that grabs it as Baby's barely gonna get away.
The humanity! They're unkillable! It's a Titanic going through an iceberg pastry! They're too big to fail!
Yeah. Right now that certainly seems like it as we watch this fight again. They're not going to get mid, so we'll have a look now. Focus back into what happened because it looks so good for Eilish in the initial dive.
It was everything they want. They delete this backline, and then they have a sobering realization, which is they have no sustained damage to deal with Mundo. They have no way to sit at range and chew away at his HP, and the right call is honestly just to bail, but they linger too long. They are not going to win those fights unless they can engineer them such that the Mundo, the Renekton, are tied up with just damage being soaked into them at range by the Morgana, by Lyn. If they're trying to just 1v1 in the late game at melee range, Mundo, a Renekton, they'll lose every time.
Yeah, you can see the respect being given. Baby now going to dive on in. Eilish again, always willing to scrap. Great shockwave though, finds 2. Baby is low but not dead just yet. Akali in the Shroud's going to sneak away. Tyrant trying to be okay. Will recall to safety it looks like. And Eilish lose no one for the attempt.
And a couple of things about Mundo in this game while we're waiting. Of course, he's getting a ton of lifesteal from those cleavers. Every time you see him throw a projectile out, he's getting a ton of lifesteal.
Ooh, that way, Dominus.
Wow.
Snuff stick's not enough. That's enough. Protobell, baby.
Protobell.
Just pops it. Gets it there with the spinning sand damage, I think, off to Dominus. That way, though, is going to die to a very nice binding out of Lyn.
The other thing, while he's doing his AoE Pulse, his second ability, he gets a third that HP back if you fight him in melee range. So that's what makes him so
very
tanky.
Nice onto
right
Baby.
Here.
And yeah, just tanking it up. Toki grabs 2 kills. Again, unperturbed with what Eilish is bringing to the table. There's 3 Oblivion Orbs, including a finished Morello for Eilish, and it just doesn't matter. Toki is too tanky.
And this is a draft problem. You need sustained damage. This is a game that like an Ashe thrives in. This is a game that a Caitlyn thrives in. Anyone who can hover at range and do consistent damage. And you look at the Eilish comp, and I thought maybe it would be this Morgana, but we're seeing fight after fight, great difficulty in wielding that Morgana sustained damage into a frontline because the rest of the team is diving the backline. So there's no space for Lin to operate because everyone who could be protecting him is busy tied up trying to get at Cloud and Asami.
Tyrant's going to get a kill here. Very nicely done. Perhaps always the flash there for Asami, but Tyrant was very hungry to get a kill and does at least grab one back. But the gold situation is not good on the Eilish side.
No. And they can't take any more team fights at this rate. It's not going to go better for them. The game plan has to be, okay, we have the 1v1s. How do we find skirmishes, picks? How do we weave into backlines and find individual kills?
And how do we run away from the window for like 10 minutes? Because that's how long it's going to take to kill Toki at this point. 3 completed tank items and a stone plate. And Cloudy's in mid lane, almost getting picked. Not going to die just yet. Is enough there. Ignite plus burn, I believe, there from Lin. Does get the damage down. Asami got picked off earlier, so Eilish got 2 kills in the last few minutes. Not bad for the gold situation.
And down bottom, with a little bit of a meatball off, rolling into each other. Nobody wins, everyone backs away. Now with the player advantage, Eilish can start this dragon.
It would be nice for them to get. They are stacking those up. That is one of the things they can lean on here as they are still behind in this mid game.
These are the best odds they're going to get. Cloudy's about to respawn. It's not going to get better for them. They need to force it now.
Baby in, that's the play they want to make. Tyrant gonna dive on through. Shockwave's decent, but Renekton tied down and killed. Galio able to get the credit there, but Toki again needs to be dealt with. Not dead just yet, though. That way is almost gonna get picked off as Garen dives on in. Make sure to get that kill there, but Toki picking off the Akali, regenerating up, chasing down the Garen. They're gonna have to keep kiting again. The Mundo is very deadly, but it's not enough. In the 1v3 as Baby flashes in to finish off almost the final kill.
And you see there, because they have the kill on Cloudy, one, there's a whole lot less damage in the team. And second, they are able to split the team fight. They are able, for the first time, to take a series of isolated 1v1s. Oh my. I don't know why you're here, Cloudy. This is just a mistake. He gets away with it, but he shouldn't be here.
Yeah,
they're able to split the team fight. They're able to get a series of isolated 1v1s, and that works out for them. That gives Baby, for instance, the opportunity to find individual kills onto Asami, who's all alone in the bottom lane. That gives them the opportunity to gang up and take down the raid boss, complete the MMO level, and kill Toki. That's the sort of thing that you need to be able to do, and they're not going to be able to ever do it in a 5v5 team fight. So the rest of the game for Eilish revolves around finding Asami out of position, revolves around Cloudy getting caught out near a pit after a dragon's already been fought for and taken.
All right, well, Eilish done a good job of actually pretty much evening this game back up, and they're still stacking those dragons as well. Will be Mountain Elder for this game, but we'll have all those Elemental Drakes stacked up. Now just have to focus on this fight around the Baron. They'll grab the Crab Vision. But again, it is still dicey. Have to play these fights very well on the Eilish side if you're going to navigate against, again, a frontline that we've seen be so problematic for so many different engagements.
Yeah, Julian, I didn't realize that the League of Legends MMO was already out.
Yeah.
But this is just a raid, isn't it? You have to beat all the ads.
Yep.
Deal with the mechanics. Get to Toki.
Uh-huh.
Make sure your carries don't go down.
Yeah, he's not quite a gear check. I think Toki's, got a bit more finesse than that, Does have some mechanics you have to learn. It's not just, get your gold and do your damage.
Would be kind of soft flame if we just said he was...
A gear check, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes tanks are like that, but not this one. Let me tell you. Toki's got it all.
Baron started here. This is mostly just bait. They're not... Funhavers don't have a comfortable enough lead to do that. But they know they win 5v5, so they're trying to force one.
Galio finds a massive taunt! What a play from Just Mobile Gamer. That is everything they wanted there in that exchange. Now Lin is diving in with the Morgana ulti, takes out the center, just rips the rest of the team to bits as Toki will barely live as that way is so tanky as well. The front line just does not stop, but Baby, he's going to grab that kill, and somehow that is only a 2 for 2.
And that goes to show... You can land the greatest engage I've ever seen, and still, the Funhavers composition is built for the 5v5. Always, if you take a 5v5, no matter how disadvantaged it starts, they will find a way to bring it back.
Completely absurd on both ends of the spectrum. Just Mobile Gamer with the engage of a lifetime, and somehow Funhavers make it a wash.
And so much of that somehow is just the tanks being able to ignore it. Between Mundo, between Olaf, you have so much of the team that can ignore stacked CC and just immediately be doing damage. And then Renekton, that way just turns around, runs into the middle of the giant, massive grouped up players and says, hey gang, I do AoE damage. That is kind of my whole thing. And that results in a very, very easy turnaround for that way, a very messy fight. Still, even trades good for Ailish at this point. They will take those.
Yeah, I mean, fun to watch for sure. Little Garen impression in some ways there for that way, but see what happens around this next dragon fight. Not up just yet, but it is getting close.
We do have just degrees of Garen here.
Yes, it is all the champions are Garen.
OG Garen, we have Mundo, who's like kind of cracked Garen, we have Renekton, who's slightly depressing Garen. It's everything you need.
Malphite's like, you know, big gap closer Garen. We got Toki getting assaulted again. Actually, a decent amount of damage. Lynn's a good target. Flash out there for the Morgana's nice. Center ulti as well, and now they just go in for it. Olaf will not be stopped. That's angry Garen for your TJ there in the back line. And now actual OG Garen is in trouble, but the turnaround could be there. Taunt again is massive from Just Mobile Gamer. That way, just flicking around the fight though, as Tyrant is trying to find an angle, and Asami is going to be the last two left alive. And Ailish, I think they've managed to find a way, but Asami is very deadly against these low health bars.
Yeah, a huge root landed by Cloudy before he died, if I'm not mistaken. He dies, but the root still lands, and it buys Asami the space to escape that fight, which otherwise would have been so disastrous. As is, Ailish are starting to put together a series of team fights. They've closed the gold gap significantly. They now have a lead for the first time this game, and it is in perfect time because Julian, the entire game, is going to come down to these next maybe 2 team fights maximum, as we have an Elder Drake up and a Baron up.
Tyrant looking for a very, very critical pick. They're flashing in. They're committing for the play. They do find it. That is huge for Ailish.
Asami shouldn't be there. He's way too far forward. His entire team's dead, and now they're going to have to fight without him. 4v5 for the Elder with the game on the line.
Yep, Yen is here. The rest of the team actually perfectly on time to contest, but it will have to be a brawl. Toki, point man there, as the flank is attempted there by that way, but Ailish just want the fight. They know if they can get these kills, it just doesn't matter. Lynn able to take down the raid boss once again as Ailish finally passing the damage checks, finally figured out the mechanics. It is raid boss slain, it is Cloudy dead, it is only that way and Yenna left alive, and now just that way.
And it's a little bit of greed to try and push the minion wave down mid. Not really accomplishing much. And it costs them everything, as they are seriously lacking in damage in that fight. And it's going to be even harder to do damage from this point on, because of course Elder Mountain Drake is giving some beefy resistance stats. So I do suspect that's Ailish locking up this game. It's very difficult for Funhammers to turn this around. Ailish are going to be able to get the Baron as well as like a bonus buy one get one free type deal. And that, Julian, only puts them 1 game away from the WNS finals, 1 game away from the Ball of America.
Yep, plenty of good deals in that mall, I'm sure, but this deal's not too bad. 2 objectives,
I hear there's an
and perhaps
aquarium.
a game win. I've heard that a lot.
Do you think Rafa's going to buy us pretzels? Because he was
I
saying
hope so. I love pretzels.
Give me your ideal pretzel while they're reselling.
You know, your usual.
Really?
I'm fine with that.
But are we talking like snack food size pretzel or like big bread pretzel?
Both.
Both.
I just love salt. I don't know if that's, I don't know if that's, being in America for too long, or if it's just something from my upbringing in Australia. But
your career choices make perfect sense now.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
just chasing the salt.
Exactly. Just want some high quality sodium.
Baron push. Should be pretty easy for Ailish. They have so many tanky boys, they can just sit here and sustain the damage in.
Yeah, Tyrant's also just being such a menace, but this Galio support has been pivotal in Ailish picking up these fights, and they can just walk it in at this point. They've got the Baron up still. They're going to go in for it again. Baby, constantly a threat on this Camille. There's all this front line. They've got the next exposed, and Ailish, they have played so many games just to get to this point. They're going to find themselves one game away from doing what they came here to do. That's qualify for the regional championship. One last fight for the road here as Ailish can see their trip to Minnesota so close now, TJ. Game 1 goes to them.
And what a performance. They had those problems I was talking about compositionally, where the 5v5 team fights were so hard for them to win front to back. And they made the necessary adjustment. You can see the point on the graph where they did. They made the necessary adjustment. They stopped taking flat 5v5s. They started engineering 5v5s that they could split into 1v1s. And most importantly, they started delivering on team fights in the side lanes, in skirmishes that could get them player advantages, so they never had to take and win a flat 5v5.
And with that, we think about star player TJ, and I think you're going to like my candidate for star player on Ailish's side. I think it's just Mobile Gamer. I think that Galio was so important to winning those key engagements that he gets my nod.
It was really good.
But
I'm very tempted by Tyrant. His use of smoke veils and stuff was really good. Also, as I suspected, this damage screen would underline, Lin's Morgana was quietly doing work in that game. I said that they didn't have enough sustained damage. They didn't really for the composition they were facing, but also Morgana does a lot of sustained damage. But I'm with you, it was a big taunt. I mean, we can just give it to him for the big boy
I get behind
taunt.
Lin as well. Now I'm being swayed by 56k with the damage. That's a lot. This is not like that long a game either, by the way.
No.
Like, yes, there are tanks. Your damage numbers are going to go up against tanks, but that's a very unhealthy amount of damage. Let's put it that way.
If you compare it to the other side as well, then I think it's less impressive, because that is just kind of the game we were having. Asami walked away with 45k. Like, they're the role players. You can't just be swayed by the big numbers. That's their job, is to generate big numbers.
All right, so where are we landing again? Are we on Tyrant or are we on just Mobile Gamer?
I really like Tyrant in those team fights.
All right,
just
let's go with
Mobile
Tyrant.
Gamer did well.
Yeah, no, it's Tyrant. We'll go with Tyrant. I mean, I think obviously the Planetary, your other favorite award, can be awarded to your favorite role, which is support. So just Mobile Gamer definitely looking good. But, I mean, Tyrant Akali has been a problem like all weekend long. And I wouldn't be surprised if there are some adjustments in draft, maybe taking that one away, because it is such an obvious comfort pick for them. Even in a composition where I thought Akali was going to struggle to succeed against.
So, Star Player Award to Tyrant in the mid lane.
To Tyrant, the mid lane. Yep.
Planetary Award, which we give to people who aren't quite stars but do deserve, they are a big celestial body. That's over to the Galio, that's over to the Sport, just Mobile Gamer.
Yep, that's not an official award, I don't think, but
what?
It is in our hearts. Well, okay, maybe it is. You know what? Maybe you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is.
Julian, you take that back right now.
Maybe there's a planetary leaderboard out there, and I just haven't seen it yet. Haven't
Anything
explored the far corners of the
official.
galaxy.
That's how broadcasting works.
Yeah, technically correct. Your favorite kind as mid lane. What's Tyrant? Get it going once again here, baby. Also, constantly finding angles there. I mean, this is what you have to do with the divers, right?
Really good performance by Baby. I think, like, how toxic should I be today, Julian?
I would keep it to a minimum.
Okay. I'm going to say there were some unfortunate errors that happened between Asami and Cloudy, where they went a little bit too far forward, like 5 times in a row in the late game. And that meant that it was really hard. And I understand why those errors happen. You're looking for every little bit of gold you can get. There's some big assassins that keep diving you. You need your full kit. But at some point, it just kept giving those 4v5 opportunities, and you can't get away with that.
Just watching some of these fights back is like, it is a lot going on.
Yeah.
As far as, I mean, like, they lost so long. Oh, yeah.
Did you use that post-mortem route?
But this is kind of what you were saying, though.
First-person shooter perk that just happened. That was the martyrdom or something.
Nice. Well, this is kind of, off the back of Asami's mistake, like you mentioned. I think it is fair to call it that. Getting picked in the mid lane meant this 5v4 was forced. And Ailish able to very comfortably clean this up, get the Dragon and the Baron off the back of it. And then the game was a piece of cake from that point onwards. Because it was not, in order to get there. As we do have a look at Tyrant and the Akali that they played this game. Those are some nice numbers, TJ.
Yeah, the kill participation is the really impressive one to me. And I want to highlight that because they're playing Akali, which is not by default a character that is expected to be in the middle of team fights, but due to the nature of the game, the Akali had to sit in the middle of fights and do damage to key targets. The percent damage is lower, but that's one because we were playing in a game where Morgana was just farming damage by putting the tainted earth underneath Undo and getting free numbers. And also because so much of what Akali is doing is sitting in the middle of that team fight in the smoke veil, waiting for their cooldowns to be used most optimally. You are saving those cooldowns for the low HP target, for the chance to blow up a Sami or Cloud. And we saw that, we saw him delivering on that, and that's why he's my star player.
Yeah, you don't farm damage, but the damage you do has to be precise about where you point it, and Tyrant was on point pretty much all game long. He even looked good just in general in the very early stages of the game, despite getting bullied a little in the lane, which you kind of expect to happen. Orianna pretty good in the early levels, and melee versus range tends to be bad for melee, especially for your little tadpole Akali, which we had fun learning about in this game as well.
I'm still getting Animorphs vibes from Tadpole Akali. I'm not, and I see the disturbing cover art where it's like a tadpole on one side and Akali on the other, and then all the little stages in between. And that's about, we were talking about this earlier, that is literally all I know about Animorphs is what the book covers looked like.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, I can see it. It makes sense, you know. That is kind of what happens from levels 1 to 6, you know. Eventually you transform into Akali, get to actually do stuff. Sometimes you do 36k damage and carry the game.
So I do have a brilliant idea for a new skin line. Kind of after KDA.
Can't wait for
I
this.
know those Akali skins sell really well.
Very popular champion.
Have we tried horrific shapeshifting?
Be a fun April Fool's line, I feel like.
April Fools. I get no respect around here, Julian. It's depressing.
You know what? That's just where my mind went. Perhaps it's, you know, maybe it's a marketing issue on your side. Maybe they need to work on the branding of your skin line.
I need to find some better keywords.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe you put together a focus group of Wild Rift players, see what they think.
I'm pretty sure that's what this is, Julian. This is the focus group of people who are going to determine. And if you want the horrific, horrible Akali shapeshifter from Tadpole to Akali skin line, you will know who to send your messages to. It is pastry time. He makes those decisions.
Definitely send to TJ Esports on Twitter. If it's good enough, he'll write a post about it, you know? Don't send them to me. I don't send them anywhere. They just redirect to Freak. You don't want that.
Do send them to... after that game, I do want to draw a big flag on the fact that we saw a very different look from Yina there. They were on an Olaf, they were on a little bit more of a frontline character, and maybe because of the composition they drafted around it, maybe because they were playing the Olaf instead of the assassin pick-focused character we've seen Yina performing on previously, we didn't get the deliveries. We saw a much worse performance from the Star Jungler than we had in the upper bracket throughout the entire run of Funhavers so far. So I think that is right away the lesson that has to be learned. Funhavers drifted away in their focus from the top side, from their tank frontline. Yes, that still was the players making the team fights happen, but only because their backline was getting destroyed. The composition needed their backline to succeed, and that didn't look like a style they were especially good at executing in that late game when it came under threat. We saw multiple times Cloudy and Asami kind of disrespect this style and get caught out in positions that wouldn't matter if you were playing to top side. If your entire game plan rests in the top lane, it doesn't matter if you get caught out in the mid lane a little bit because you're taking necessary risks to get control of the wave or whatever. It matters less. But with this style of team composition, the players weren't evaluating those risks appropriately, and I think that has to be something you're paying attention to in this game too. If we get a run back of that style of draft where the game is going to hang on the back line, then we need to see better performance out of Asami and Cloudy. Or if we get a shift where it's all assassins in Yina's hands, where it's a little bit more focused up topside in their results because they have an assassin who can gank Toki early, then that means they're addressing it at a compositional level.
All right, we'll see what happens, because draft is starting perfectly on time, as TJ dovetails us into game number 2 here. It is,
I feel like
Ailish up 1-0, looking to try and take this win, push themselves into one of those, actually the final qualification spot.
I feel like sometimes I start talking and you just kind of, you just let it happen, you know?
Yeah. A lot of my career is listening to Colorcasters.
I feel like I can hear 90% of Twitch chat just zoning out.
We're just vibing. To be fair, I was actually trying to remember the other styles that Fun Havers had played, but I guess we can just let them answer us now as they show us this comp. Because Ailish are kind of off to the races already. Darius Galio feels like a good start to an Ailish draft, and Senna is still the focus here for Fun Havers. Their first pick, once again, as they stick on blue side. Malphite is going to be a change, though. And given what we've seen today, my assumption is that Malphite most commonly appears at support.
Which is painful for me. I don't really like Malphite. And I certainly don't like Malphite's support because he doesn't do anything, Julian. He's just a pet rock that you could look at. But the thing he does do well is if other people try to hit your pet rock, then their fists get hurt, I guess. And we've seen that inexplicable strategy work. That way just has a taunt somehow as Malphite. And he gets people to auto-attack him.
This is really interesting. Okay, so it's like... I feel like we're almost doubling down on something on the Fun Haver side, because Seraphine Malphite Center is like, you have decent engage, you have great support, but for what carry, right?
Yeah.
Is that another big frontliner? Is it an assassin? Because we know Ailish, they've got an assassin again for baby.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an assassin jungler for Yina. That's where this draft is pointing. The Seraphine gives like a really good set of boosts to an assassin. Senna again functions in that role. It's very similar to the Orianna Senna we saw last time.
Yep.
I do want to flag some things that could go wrong with this composition. As I mentioned, Malphite is just kind of a rock. Seraphine should be pretty easy to bully during the early game, as should Senna. So a lot of this rests on Yina's ability to run the map and protect their carries. Also, a lot of this rests on are Ailish going to be able to access those lanes early. They haven't picked an especially early game jungler in the Kha'Zix, but they do have the tools to start fights earlier with the Galio in that bottom lane as a support. That can engage very early against a Malphite.
A lot of frontliners banned out here. A lot of like bruises, basically, on both sides. Garen, Renekton, and Diana, and then Corki.
Make it a Mundo.
Ban there for Fun Havers. Make it a Mundo. I like Mundo here for someone.
I think we go Toki Mundo again.
I liked it. I mean, even the Darius is like not that dissimilar a matchup. Toki obviously can handle those 1v1s. There's Ashe. Also a nice change here from Ailish. Love to see some Ashe.
Remember last game when I was like, hey, what if they had an Ashe instead of Morgana?
Yeah.
Lynn was having the same thought in-game. I could tell. The reason I said it is from the way that Lynn was playing, I could tell he was thinking, man, I wish I was playing Ashe. Here we go. This will allow him to just sit behind the Galio and farm some free damage against whatever beefy frontline comes here.
Ooh.
And there you go. Enough of the assassins are getting banned out here or counter-picked in the case of the Kha'Zix getting picked up. That Yina's pool is getting destroyed, and Yina doesn't have anything left they feel like they can play apart from the Olaf.
Ooh!
That's going to leave us... Okay, we'll go through this piece by piece. That's going to mean that a lot of this depends on Yina's ability to position well early. They're going to have to start snowballing in lane early. We need to see Yina protect that Seraphine in the opening few moments. If they do, if we get to late game, this Aurelia will single-handedly end the game. Aurelia is one of the most powerful picks in the game right now in Asia. If you are watching the WRL, which is the Chinese Pro League, if you're watching the Vietnam Pro League, you will have seen a ton of Aurelia in the jungle. You will have seen a ton of Aurelia in the mid and top lane. She is incredibly powerful late game, and on somebody who is comfortable playing her, she is nigh on unbeatable. So,
and this, again, is good support for that champion, right? We talked about Senna and Seraphine, all about buffing somebody up. That someone today is Toki.
One problem, though, she does lose lane. It's, like, hard to lane on
this
Aurelia.
Lane really sucks, actually.
Yeah. And versus Darius, it's going to be a hard loss. It's going to be a big L. It's going to be me playing top lane. So,
yes.
Either Toki, don't say,
I did experience that, yes. I experienced that yesterday!
Give me all the... They didn't know that. I was it was self-deprecating. They didn't know how real it was. We'll see whether or not Toki can kind of outperform the matchup or get protected again by Yina, who is the most important part of the early game, needs to protect their laners.
Yep, very excited for this one here. Aurelia, a champion I feel like maybe we'll see more of. Again, we got a couple weeks until we're over in Minnesota at the Mall of America for the WNS Season 1 Championships. Excuse me. but not there
Those
yet.
are the words. They were just kind of out of order.
The words. Yep, we got so close. Put them together in the right order this time. It's like a good scrapbook, you know.
No,
Gotta go
I
chronological.
feel like a key part of scrapbooks is you can put them together in any order. I feel like that's the whole deal.
All right, good catalog, pamphlet, informational brochure.
Sure. Let's start this broadcast, which can be compared to an informational brochure. By
Hey.
keeping an eye on the Olaf, I put a whole lot of emphasis on Yina's early game. I will hold to that. The rest of this game is going to be kind of defined by their presence or absence in lanes once Baby starts ganking.
And as we see, ooh, actually nice from Toki. Dodges into the zone to not get the pointy end, or the pointiest end, I should say, of the axe. Don't want to be in the outer circle if you can avoid it. I thought that was Ash for a second. It's just a Seraphine auto attack. As Yina just rotating on into the mid lane, making sure that gets pushed through. That is going to give Olaf all this control here on the right-hand side of the rift.
Lin kind of getting abandoned here. This is interesting. I always push for Braum players to play really aggressively. You can get away with it. Just Mobile Gamer, I thought, would be doing that in lane, but he's very respectful so far of this Senna Malphite. Here's Yina ganking this lane early as well. Oh, full rotate.
Yeah, for a dive, actually, it is. No ultimates anywhere. They're just going to have to do this with some abilities. Good root almost lands, but that's enough damage still onto the Ash, and First Blood is going to go over to Cloudy. Just Mobile Gamer now in trouble, but Baby, ooh, this is good cleanup if they can get it. But the exhaust is very nice, and Kha'Zix gets nothing. Oh, actually got that way, never mind.
So, even trading, I guess?
Yeah, I guess.
As Ailish get a revenge kill, Lin managing to get some auto attacks out such that they get credit for the kill. Still negative because it was Lin that went down, so just in terms of characters, it's a negative trade. I think a little bit of awkwardness from just Mobile Gamer as well, frankly. They didn't look totally comfortable on their character there. You can see them splitting from the lane, leaving their Ashe out to dry. If a Braum stands in front of an Ashe and auto attacks the people running at them, you win a surprising number of 2v3s. And just Mobile Gamer instead got out of position, forced Lin to blow flash to reset the positioning. So that does need to be cleaned up. Kind of fits with the criticism I was going to get into earlier about his positioning in this lane, where I think he's being a little bit too passive, which is going to defuse the power of that Ashe.
Also, as we've checked in a couple times here, Turkey actually holding his own here in the 1v1 in top lane.
Yeah.
Even against the mighty Darius.
So, some good character signs kind of across the map from Funhammers. Just Mobile Gamer looks a little uncomfortable on the Braum. And up top, their hero Toki looks very comfortable, reclining on their Aurelia.
Yeah, just lounging. Little result opening up on the top side.
In a trade magazine, in an informational portfolio.
Yes.
Whatever it was you said. I saw a gamer bed that's like a gamer chair, but it's a bed that reclines.
Yeah.
They're selling them for like thousands of dollars, and it like reclines all the way back as a bed, and then you push a button and it goes up into gaming position.
Nice. See, look, I am not responsible for the business development at Riot. But if that company out there, looking at Wild Rift tournaments thinking, we need something to sponsor, I don't know. I can see the 10 players on stage, getting to choose between the different modes. I kind of like that.
I would cast from the gaming bed. That's what I'm saying.
See, there you go. You know what? You've already got a taker. So if you're out there listening, you know what to do. As Rift Herald has gone over to Funhammers. That's a big deal, actually, because the Dragon not going to be traded for. In fact, Funhammers is going to run down here and just try and brute force Ailish off both major objectives here.
Which works, because Ailish not comfortable taking the fight here. Again, weird positioning.
Toki a little low. Braum multi's not bad. Galio's going to right on through as well. Beautiful taunt again from the Galio out of the Ailish side. Now there's going to have to find the fights. Darius, though, is going off. He pops the ulti, got the spin. 2 kills already, and now the Malphite just in complete peril as he is going to get killed. It's a double kill for the Galio that is taking farm, and that is 4 almost clean for Ailish.
And it was a very awkward fight for Ailish. They were so split, they didn't know how to start the fight. They didn't know how to get in. And then Toki just handed it to him. dashes over the wall, gets into a very weird position up top. You see it at the end of this clip, 1v1ing a Darius with Braum around the corner. And all of a sudden, it's very clear how you start this fight. Galio in, big taunt, followed through with the beefy front line, and it's the front-to-back dream for Eilish. Lin sitting at the very back here, just chipping away as Ashe, completely uncontested. This is the ideal team fight for them. They get it. They get the team fight, they get the kills, they get the dragon. Gold lead suddenly in their hands.
Yeah, Tyrant, another good game here on a completely different champion. Kind of missed it in draft a little because we assumed it was going to be the Galio support, again, given how good it looked for just Mobile Gamer, but Braum instead, Ashe looking great here for Lin, and those two frontliners perfectly complemented in that team fight there as Toki started off on the wrong foot, and now Divine Sunderer Darius is done. Toki was going to have a bad time, is now having a terrible time. This is not the vacation they were promised. It is a kill for top lane instead.
Yeah, early lane very hard for Revelia. She's still not online yet. And her numbers are broken. To be clear, once this Aurelia gets to late game, Toki's going to be able to win that 1v2. But right now, you can't be in those positions, you can't take those fights, and Toki goes down to exactly the same sort of 1v2 that cost him the first major team fight of the game.
Nice little juke there from Lin. Cloudy can't quite find the root, and it is tower damage across the board. First brick goes over to Eilish. Second, picked up there by That Way. He managed to finish off the bottom lane tower, but they'll be on the back foot for a while now here. Eilish going to have a very strong mid game here with this 2,000 gold lead, especially if Tyrant keeps finding angles like the one he got in their first exchange around the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, Tyrant really impressing me this series, this tournament, with his awareness in team fights. We saw it demonstrated on the Akali kind of subtly with where he was putting the smoke veils, what he was saving cooldowns for. Now he's on Galio, there's a punctuation mark under every good team fight decision he makes. Because he can single-handedly win a team fight, as we saw earlier.
Yep, Yin are going to pop the Herald. That is kind of how this all started. Funhaver's got the Herald and then tried to take the Dragon, so they will commit it into the mid lane. That charge is going to do a lot of damage. Not quite enough to finish off the tower, but they'll easily brute force that there with the rest of the siege. Might even get a little bit further on, but probably not going to let them have the charge if they can help it. Instead, it's Braum going down. Yena picked up a freebie.
Yeah. All of Funhavers are going to be quite happy with that.
Oh, baby,
what
is going on? He is going so deep with the Galio behind. Baby still going in and still lives to tell the tale. Eilish just fearless, TJ, as they dive on in, but the Seraphino is beautifully placed to shut down Kant. And now That Way, chasing in on the rest of them, doesn't have ulti, does have flash, but it's not going to matter. Tyrant with the Aftershock is not going to live to tell the tale. It is Asami with the double kill.
And maybe have a little bit of fear, Julian. I would have preferred that in that circumstances. Baby goes very hard. They have the knowledge that their engage is behind them, which I think is the game plan. They're like, okay, well, Galio can ult to me. Darius is coming in on the side flank. We're going to make this fight happen just through our front line. But the most important element of these team fights is the front to back, and they did not have their back in position in this fight. You see Lin arrives a little bit too late to really contribute to anything. By the time they're here, the front line engage has all been spent. There are no more cooldowns to build a safety pocket for Lin, so the front line just melts, and Lin doesn't get to do anything.
And this is exactly what Funhavers would have asked for. Gold is back to even. Infernal Dragon's up in 8 seconds. And the Rift Herald
again, Julian.
is going to be the trade. They certainly are having some fun, but a bold trade here for Eilish. Decide that maybe they just can't fight, so they'll take what they can get. And unfortunately, all they're given is the Rift Herald. Is Infernal Dragon going over to Funhavers.
Infernal Dragon, incredibly powerful in Wild Rift. If you're one of those LCS gamers who stumbled into our broadcast.
Welcome, first of all. Just Mobile Game up. Lead and Rip. Cloudy. Ooh, Toki. Toki? Little too close for comfort. The Braum is right on top of you, Toki. That was not it. Just gets killed there by Tyrant.
You certainly are gaming today, Julian. I do say. Very aggressive look there from Toki. Again, kind of impatient on his power spike. He's playing such a powerful late game character, and he's falling so far behind because he's unwilling to wait for that power spike, to wait for those items. You see him now at equivalent gold to the team's support. It's just a very bad state of affairs for an Aurelia.
Yep, Turkey just going to have to go back to the side lane, pick up farm. We'll check it on the Aurelia later if the game kind of gets to the point where she can really take over, because as you mentioned, she certainly can. But Turkey not there yet, going to be delayed quite a while. Sami, though, feeling pretty good. In general, Fun Havers have kind of evened things out, but Ailish do get something back, getting those kills. They're going to have that gold lead back in their pockets, but losing the Infernal Dragon does feel bad. We'll see if the Rift Herald was worth the trade.
Yeah, that will, of course, come down to use here for Ailish. I think they would very much like to gain some ground in terms of turrets. But it's going to be, because all the tier 1s are down, it's going to take kind of an expedition, a game plan, in order to get that deep into Funhaver's control. Toki trying yet again to get some gold in his own pocket.
Yeah, already, though, 4v3. Ashe ulti is going to weave into the front line. Decent Braum ulti as well, but they're still missing a player here. Lin had to walk all the way here.
Yeah.
Only the ulti's global.
Lin will catch up. Funhaver's very weirdly positioned here, pressing for the advantage. Rift Herald in Ailish's hands. They could choose to avoid this fight, just summon it elsewhere. Instead, they're walking into it. We're going to get a 5v5.
Oh, the Herald wasn't popped. Oh, never mind, it was.
They are summoning it mid.
Yeah, it must have been Lin that had it, and now they're going to try and win the exit fight here. Diving in his baby. Flash out there from Yina is going to be okay, but Ashe is getting stuff done in the mid lane, but can any kills happen here for Ailish? Doesn't look like it, so just the charge in the mid lane. Funhavers do sweep up the Herald, and no tower is felled by Lin.
It is a clever bit of macro, though, for Ailish to get extra gold into Lin's pockets. He does get 2 plates. If they had been able to stop more of the resets from Funhavers, which I think was the game plan, cancel the retreat, then they would have been able to buy enough space. But 2 of the players from Funhavers managed to, Asami I think in particular, managed to slip away in the bush at the very top, just recalling there. And that meant there were people on hand to stop Lin from getting the turret, so he doesn't get maximum gold. You're still feeding your turbo carry, though, which demonstrates Ailish's understanding of their win condition. They need to set up these fights for Lin to absolutely melt the front line of Funhavers. That is the dream.
Well, so far so good. Bottom side, Darius in trouble. Great route there out of Cloudy. But Darius relatively tanky. He's going to burn the flash to escape. We'll be fine.
A little scary still. As we are seconds away from our next dragon. Toki still fishing for a fight.
Getting the blue buff there, just trying to take over Ailish's jungle, push them away from this dragon.
I don't think Toki's actually... Yeah, he hasn't actually repaired his gold deficit at all. He's still astonishingly far behind in gold, because he's been spending all this time running around with the team.
Oh, Toki, no, not
He's just
again.
dead.
Oh, it feels so bad, man, but Toki just going to get picked off one more time. Oh, that's a beautiful bit of dancing, but not enough to get the kill. Tyrant gets away. Imagine if Aurelia had a little bit more gold, TJ. Just a little
She's so
bit.
good, though. Down like 2,000 gold, still nearly gets a kill in a 1v3. Nearly being the operative word is Toki's over-aggression. Puts him out of the game again. And this is going to be Ailish now with a 1,000 gold lead on the map. Control of the game. This is the game they need to win, the nexus they need to break in order to guarantee their spot at the grand finals of the WNS.
Yeah, it's been a long, arduous road for Ailish to get to this point. They would like to play fewer games of Wild Rift, so sweeping this series is going to make their job a lot easier on their road through this Last Chance Qualifier. But of course, Funhavers are going to offer quite a bit of resistance. Asami has Infinity Orb now done. So this Seraphine's pretty scary on the burst side of the map, but can you get through to the Ashe? That is the big question. Lin, 3 items done as well.
And one of the key tools to like get onto the Ashe for a team that doesn't have assassins is this Aurelia. And let's take a look at the gold count. She's now behind their support. So that's why I'm being so hard on Toki, both because he's playing the best scaling character on this team, and also because that Aurelia is the key to their victory. Funhavers, surely this is just a bait. Here we go.
I have to hope so.
but I don't know why you're forcing a fight. Here we go.
That's
Maybe.
why, because I can find the angle. Lin is going to be the target. Goes into stasis, though. Can they keep saving the Ashe? The backlines are diving each other, though, and Baby's looking to play cleanup. Onto Cloudy, getting aggressive, but Asami with a great bit of root does manage to peel off for their carry, and Olaf is low, but not low enough, as Cloudy is just living to tell the tale for a little bit longer, but the bleed stacks on the Darius as Kant goes off with the quadra kill.
A relatively even team fight, as it's very good team fight game planning and communication by Funhavers, but I can't help but wonder if forcing it was the best call. As you can see, everything kind of goes perfectly right. They get access to the backline, they're forced into instant stasis, get an instant kill onto the enemy carry. In their backline, Cloudy and Asami stabilize, stay alive, but the front line just melts before they can reset, reconnect with their backline. And now they've lost the fight by 1 kill. Very good little note, just a fun little thing. You can see here the Rift Scuttler got broken, so there's a little vision pad for Funhavers. That was actually Yina's call after the fight was over. Yina realized that his entire team was going to die, and he just took out the Rift Scuttler so that they would have vision on this Baron. Really, really good decision in the moment.
Yeah, nice little heads-up play, but I think the other thing by Elish's comp that's kind of fun, you know, we've highlighted Lin as the obvious carry, and I think that's fair, but this Darius, pretty good backup if he can get into the fray and just stack up and reset on people with the ulti. We've seen Darius's carry games before, and Lin is obviously going to be the target always, as that ulti barely is going to miss, but they're going to start the fight anyway. They dive back through. Here comes Darius on the flank. Perfect positioning. Baby's going to dive Asami, but the Galio's going to go down. Lin, though, critically still alive as the fight is absolutely split, and Lin is going to get crushed by the Olaf, but Baby is going to assassinate just about everyone left alive, as it's 2 left only for Funhavers, 2 left only for Eilish, but make it 1 apiece, or 2v1 as Eilish get that 4th kill.
And that is a critical team fight because these timers are 40 seconds. And that Drake timer is 20 seconds.
Quick math says.
Yeah. So we will have these players coming back a couple of seconds after the Drake is spawned, and they'll of course have to run the entire way. This is an opportunity for a Wild Rift technique where you swap out your boots for teleports and just teleport right into the fight if necessary. Asami is going to try and get some vision here, but after last game, playing Seraphine, do you really run the risk of getting close to this?
No,
no.
He just knows because he's got a ward there. Baby perfectly setting that up, almost finds the
Asami
assassination.
plays it well.
Well, the arrow as well.
Stun. Wow! That was from spawn, Julian!
Yeah, he's got good aim.
Didn't mean anything, but it was sick!
Alright, they're going to reset is the problem. Baby going back to get some health. Is going to actually fully go back to Ace. Probably has gold to spend as well. Has not left the map since that happened. Death Dance now finished.
So here we go for the Elder Dragon, which will again decide the game very likely. And Eilish's teamfight game plan is still the same. It's all about protecting Lin, and on the flip side, it's about getting onto Cloudy and Asami. Funhavers have the benefit Cloudy and Asami can take care of themselves a little bit more. Their front line is all about getting Yina onto Lin. Yina kind of their only source of dive damage. Neither the Malphite or the Aurelia are doing that much.
Oh, Malphite missing the ulti. That's a critical whiff, but good positioning for Eilish to dodge it. Darius now going to go godlike as Toki dives in, and it's just not enough. Lin is going to shut that down. Cloudy kill Tyrant, but Tyrant, the job is already done. The Assassins can dive in. The Darius is popping absolutely off in this fight as the Ace will signal, if not actually effectively, the end of this game.
A really good hold there by Khan on the Darius. He sits in the middle of that fight. He guarantees safety for Lin, and that makes it so easy for this Ashe to do what she's meant to do, chew away at the HP, guarantee a team fight win, and book Eilish their ticket to the North American Finals for the WNS Season 1.
Yep, Season 1 Championship now officially punched their ticket as Eilish don't even need the objectives to finish it off. They will take the Nexus, take the sweep, and that's all they need. It is grand finals for them, and it is one of the final spot in the championship now secured.
Don't go anywhere though, because they now need to play in the upper bracket for very important seeding. The loser has to play Immortals, the most dominant team in North America this season, immediately upon arriving at the Mall of America. So, very important match still to come between Enemy and now Ailish, having won out this match.
But we can celebrate a very good-looking series here for Ailish. 2-0, I think not what we expected at this point in the tournament. A hard-fought game, but Ailish just coming up huge in this whole weekend, to be honest.
Yeah, look at the numbers here. I'm actually really impressed again by Tyrant. We talked up Lin in that late game, and they were doing a lot of damage in that late game, but so much of the early game was decided by the beefy boys up front, being, again, the power duo that's been winning games all night, Tyrant and Kant on that Darius and Galio.
And I guess to that point, who is our star player? Is it the Darius? Is it Lin for doing their job? I'm leaning Baron Lane.
Yeah, it was that last team fight where the second the engage comes through, he instantly guillotines the Malphite. That was really satisfying to watch as somebody who's always like, Malphite does nothing. Seeing the Malphite just get chopped in half like a geode as soon as the fight began felt really good.
All right, Sierra, what do you think?
I think that's definitely a worthy star player as well. Just really strong performance. This is the first time I'm getting to chat with you after watching all that. Really strong performance coming out from Ailish. So well deserved to see them moving on to Mall of America, going into the grand finals. They have made an outstanding run here, Pastry.
Yeah, I don't remember what the final number is, but it's like somewhere close or more than like 15 games of Wild Rift to get to this point. They have played so many games to qualify. They're not even done playing, by the way. That number's going to be even bigger by the end of today, either 2 or 3 bigger, depending on how the series shakes out. But just getting to this point as a team that we didn't know really anything about, a name that we didn't know, maybe some players we knew a little bit about, but lots of unknown on that side as well. These are the success stories that make esports so fun, and I put a lot of stock in Ailish's momentum. That's why I predicted them in this series, and it finally kind of pays off here with a sweep to qualify them to the championship.
Yeah, and they definitely had hurdles to overcome going into this, into not knowing if they'd be playing today, to all of a sudden moving on into the grand finals, and every part of the way too. We bet against them on the deaths. CJ, you included, as soon as you hopped on broadcast, betting against this team, and they came out here to show everyone wrong, including yourself.
Yeah, I was really impressed by the way that Ailish were playing these team fights. We had a couple of, I feel like, just like finals nerves things, maybe fatigue, as Julian was pointing out, just from how long these players have been playing. But they, once the games were on the line, tidied up those mistakes in a very conscious way that was more impressive to me than if they'd never made those mistakes at all, which obviously is the ideal. But to be able to go, okay, these are the specific mistakes we're making. We're leaving Lin out alone in these team fights. We're not playing enough to our backline win condition. And be able to adjust that until you have fights like this one and the last one, where you can see Lin just having so many players sitting in front of him, taking those hits, giving them maximum amounts of time to win in the fight. That's really impressive for me.
Yeah, for me, looking at the flexibility, actually, just the difference in comps between these two games, how Tyrant basically flipped completely from initiation and like tanking in this game, basically, right, to assassin play. You have to play those champions completely differently and play team fights completely differently. And both these games are won off the back of very good 5v5 fighting out of Ailish. This is the team that I've said doesn't shy away from a scrap, which is highly entertaining. Please do not change. But really impressive just to see like them adapt throughout the whole weekend to get to this point and finally qualify.
And star player stats on our screen, 70% kill percentage, by the way, TJ. And I mean, just seeing this player in action, it was definitely a show.
For a top laner, for Tyrant here, playing on the top lane as Darius, surely he doesn't have 70% kill participation. Well, two things went right for him. First of all, the entire early game revolved around the top lane. All those team fights, if you remember, happening up towards the top side of the map in the early skirmishes. Second of all, every single team fight, Tyrant was ignoring the rest of the team and beelining to the backline. They didn't have a dedicated assassin that was able to make that dive happen. Kha'Zix is never going to be able to dive onto two players in the backline and win out that fight. So instead, you make that Darius duty. And every single team fight, he runs into the backline, he finds those two players, the Seraphine huddling very close to her only protector, and manages to get those kills.
Such a great performance. And I mean, if this is how Ailish is going to be playing too, I mean, Enemy have been looking so good. But Alish with this lower bracket run to meet them all the way there has been absolutely insane here, Julian.
I just love teams that send it, and this team sends it every game. It doesn't matter at the matchup, doesn't matter how bad the goal deficit is. They just go for it, and their execution is very impressive. So not only are they just fun to watch, they're also pretty good at what they do.
They're not the only ones that are good at what they do, though. Of course, coming into Last Chance Qualifier, there is the side prizes, most improved players that we've gotten to witness throughout the event. Because honestly, yeah, we knew that at some point it was going to be 2 teams making it on, but there has been so many amazing players along the way. I'd love you to each speak a little bit about these awards and why these ones in particular were given out, TJ.
I mean, the 2 Fun Havers players are instantly the ones that pop out to me because we did just see them lose, and we did just see them lose in a kind of devastating manner because they are so close to managing to qualify for the finals here in Season 1. But they demonstrated something that I think every team has done over the course of this season, which is these players, Toki and Yina, we saw throughout the season, we saw playing on weaker teams, not even finishing very high in the qualifiers, all the way to now where Yina single-handedly brought Fun Havers through some of the games earlier in the bracket. Same for Toki, who's able to dominate on tanks into strong lanes. Sometimes you see top laners in North America get away with big wins because the other team's more focused down bottom. That wasn't what was going on. Toki was taking on very aggressive, very empowered lane opponents and being able to get wins. And that's something we didn't see Toki doing early in the season. That's something that, frankly, none of the North American top laners were doing earlier in the season.
Yeah, it's a shame that Toki's last game is that Aurelia game, because I think his Aurelia did actually look good when he was able to actually find engagements. But again, when you're completely stuffed for gold in the game, you're just not going to get too much done. So definitely a player that I'll be excited to see again, and this will not be the last time we see Toki. And I think the good news, I guess, is that, I mean, winning this award is great for you. You also pocket some pretty nice cash for yourself, which obviously feels good, but I don't think he's going to win it many more times. I think he'll finish too high to get this award again, which is good news for the Fun Havers squad.
I like the way that you put that as well, the last 2 on our screen. We got Joey from Yod as well as Mercy. And I mean, you got to give some love to support players. We talked about this earlier on in the day, but I just mean, well, we'll start with you, Julian, about these 2 players.
I mean, it's so funny that Joey's even here, right? Because Yon were a team I think expected to make a bit of a deeper run, but a team kind of like TJ was saying at the start of our series, like some of these teams, maybe a lot of these teams, we won't see again, but I think we will see these players again. So it's one of the reasons it's so nice to highlight individuals is that we can track these players even when they shift teams. And obviously for Yon, not the result they wanted, not the result any team wants when they show up to a tournament, to not be able to qualify for the next thing in a qualifier, right? That's kind of the whole point of the tournament. But I think this is so important to continuing to have people register for tournaments and play, because it is a big draw if you can stand out as an individual and win these prizes, both individually for yourself financially, but also as far as your spotlight goes and your kind of reputation as a competitive player in a burgeoning esports scene. So it is nice to give these things out, even though again there are some feels bad for not getting to go a bit further.
I want to give a very quick shout out as well to Mercy in particular. They did an incredible job over the season on a team that kept showing up. Tilt City Banditos, very first qualifier, they were in my Twitter DMs telling me they thought that Kangas was their favorite caster and not me. And they kept showing up throughout the entire season. And that to me has been really, really exciting, because I've cast esports, mobile esports before, where teams that don't win stop performing, stop showing up. And so to see the not just persistence, but also growth on teams like specifically Tilt City Banditos has been nothing short of inspiring.
I love that you're giving them a shout out after they slid into your DMs to tell you that Kangos was better than you. And
I want to make that clear. I'm the bigger person here. I'm growing as a human being and forgiving them and admiring them.
I do agree, though. Respect to teams that are putting in that work, putting in that effort. And like you said, with some of the players, I really do hope that we get to see them just continue to pursue Wild Rift going forward and stuff as well. And that it won't be the last that we see of them. But for this tournament, it might just be. We have that bracket. We've said goodbye to almost everybody at this point, and now it's time to figure out who is going to be taking that number 1 spot. NME going up against Ailish, the top team arguably, against this team, against every single odd, has continued to push through this tournament. And honestly, with how Ailish have been playing, I do actually expect this to be a really good matchup, Julian.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if we don't play 3 games here. It is only a best of 3 because, again, it's at this point, both teams are qualified, which is great news, but as we mentioned, seeding is critically important in this point. I think the other thing that's fun for me is, like, when you're in either case, right, Ailish are a newer team, Enemy have been around a long time, but both of these teams are looking to make their mark not just in the scene, obviously they want to perform well at the championship, but also within their, personal team infrastructures, let's say. These are teams that do not have orgs behind them yet. And they certainly could if they continue to have a good performance. I mean, I feel like given the state of Wild Rift right now, if you come from 7th and 8th and potentially top 4 or better at the championship, probably getting some organizations in your Twitter DMs that have to hope.
And for Enemy, that's just been an incredible story as well, because they've spent this entire season on the cusp of qualifying. Literally every single tournament, we were saying, well, they were almost there. I'm sure they'll get through next time. I'm sure next tournament, Enemy will qualify. And to see them finally cross over that line here at their very last chance, I think is both really exciting. I'm happy that they qualified. Rafa was very pleased with them as well. But also, I think it is not indicative of how well they're going to perform. And that's why this seeding matters so much, because Enemy in particular are coming into this tournament as a serious threat. And so if they're able to get a win here, get a little bit better seeding, that positions them to do very well at finals. And if Ailish beat them, that tells us something very exciting about Ailish, one of the newest teams, I think the newest team, who's going to qualify for our WNS Season 1 finals.
Yeah, this is very much like a veteran of the scene, grinders in the Wild Rift scene, going to every single qualifier, finally having their go on the biggest stage, and the newcomers that are just walking in, playing 25 games of Wild Rift, and here we go, only 2 or 3 more to maybe get yourself that coveted 7th seed, given that, hey, your competition's going to be tough regardless, but you might as well make it as easy as you can.
Yeah, and I mean, they've been putting the reps in with just how many games they've had to be playing over this weekend. Of course, Baby has been someone who has been absolutely performing, just to even just highlight somebody. But even just saying that, then I want to start shouting out everyone else, because this roster has been performing so well. But going up against Enemy, I think, is going to be that big final test in this, because Enemy was the team that everyone expected coming into here because of their majors performances to be doing really well and to put on a good show. And they've done exactly that here, TJ.
Yeah, I think we talked to Yikes earlier. They definitely had a rough period. We definitely had a couple of Enemy performances that didn't look like their best performances. But we've seen a shift in this final tournament towards their stars. It's been Tybe, it's been Luan DJ, making the top side of their map sing, and Yikes as this roaming aggressive support, as somebody who at times still feels like somebody cosplaying a support player, it will be willing to get out of the bottom lane, leave Gumiyasu on a more supportive AD carry on something like a Varus that's going to be fine, just sitting behind turret, getting the wave clear points in, so that they can unlock the top lane. And that means that the top side of the map, both in top laners and in jungle matchup, which is going to happen on the top side of the map, is going to be incredibly exciting in this final game.
Baron lane should be an absolute banger in this grand final. But Yikes is kind of like an extra jungler, which is really frustrating if you're a laner. Like, there is nothing more tilting than a player that is always in your lane. Because it's tilting enough when the jungler comes to your lane, but when it's the jungler and the other jungler, and you're wondering, like, what is happening at bottom lane? Why haven't you taken all their plates? You should be pushing their inhibitor tower. Like, it's just, Yikes is brilliant at the way he plays, like, the psychology of his opponents. But, like, he's he's a menace. Like, he does it for a reason. He doesn't just want to be annoying. He is very effective when he roams.
I like that you bring that up, and it's really funny because our head-to-head matchup is actually our jungle matchup, and I'm kind of thinking now that we should have had a third spot here just for Yanks going into this. I mean, both of these two players that we have here, I mean, Atai Baby, both have been highlighted for their play and being big win cons for their team, and that's something to definitely be looking towards in this matchup, TJ.
We just saw Baby delivering out of the jungle. I think Tybe, it's been a shift towards him. We've always known he's a talented player, but he wasn't leading the focus of the team in previous versions of Enemy. We saw him being a little bit quieter and joining into team fights. Today, he's starting fights. He's leading the focus of Enemy, and that's been a shift, a very welcome shift, that is going to give Enemy more firepower as it concentrates the gold, the resources, and yes, the attentions of their permanent roam support, yikes, in that jungle and top lane.
Yeah, I think if you just look at the last series, it's easy to look at Baby, be like, oh, your solo laners were kind of like getting the work done and you were just a great supporting actor. But if memory serves, Baby was responsible for the AP Gragas jungle this tournament as well. And that is a carry game if I've ever seen one. So both these junglers can either play behind their strong solo laners, play behind their other carries, or just straight up carry the game themselves.
Yeah, it is going to be amazing to watch that all unfold. And just even these teams as they clash in the grand finals. We do have to take a quick break, but after that, we're going to be throwing into the draft of Ailish up against NME.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers. So, some news for everyone. Unfortunately, due to an emergency, Eilish will not be able to field a roster. Therefore, the victory is going to be going over to NME. Stuff happens sometimes. We've still been so grateful to see how they've been playing today, and I'm really excited to see them moving on forward here, Julian.
Yeah, it feels bad, obviously. I mean, everyone always wants more games in any tournament, so it sucks we don't get more. But for me, like, I feel extra bad because, like, I was very excited watching Eilish all weekend. I was super excited to see how they do against Enemy. But with that being said, I think this is a team that can do real damage at the championship, so I'm super excited to get to see them play, which thankfully we don't have to wait very long for.
We definitely don't. We have that updated bracket as well. Of course, Eilish and NME won't be the last time we get to see them play because they will be playing at the WNS Season 1 Championships Mall of America, which will be really, really exciting, especially this will then mean that the seeding is now determined, and it's going to be Enemy going up against Sentinels here, TJ.
Yeah, and that's kind of... It's cursed either way. Enemy, I think, are very happy to not have to play Immortals immediately. Immortals are, of course, coming into this as the 1 seed, as the strongest team in North America. Sentinels, though, definitely were on an upswing when they qualified. So Enemy playing into them, that's got to be a very exciting match to look forward to. Eilish versus Immortals, that's going to be rough, but it will be a chance for them to kind of show what their best is against the best. And then we break down the rest of the field. There are a lot of questions still to be answered at this WNS Season 1 Championship. You have the Immortal Sentinels block at the top with Tribe Gaming looking to regain their former form, looking to climb back into that top 3 conversation. Cloud9 underperforming this season, kind of grouped with some teams down there that have overperformed this season, with Suzaku and Saint looking really good alongside these other community teams, No Origo and Eilish, climbing into these last few slots. We have just an incredible dearth of talent here in North America.
Absolutely. For me, this has been the season of growth for North American Wild Rift, and it's so exciting to see both established teams and newer teams rise up, and this should be an extremely competitive tournament. That being said, even though I do love this format where, like, we've kind of, put IMT and Sentinels in the shadows for a couple weeks and they haven't been able to play in any of the majors or the qualifiers, of course, I am very excited to get to see them again. So not only do we have, 6 teams below them that I'm definitely looking forward to watching here, and I think there's been so much growth for North American Wild Rift in a very short amount of time, right? Like less than 6 months since the season ended last year. I'm looking forward to seeing the best play, as always. That's one of the reasons we show up to esports tournaments and IMT and Sentinels. I want to see if they've got anything in the lab. They have the advantage of hiding some technology, perhaps, TJ.
Julian, can I say something that's going to get me yelled at on Twitter?
Sure.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
I can't stop you, so yeah.
I mean, you could stop me, but you're choosing not to, and I love that about you.
That's definitely not what happened.
I think that North America is the best Western region right now.
All right, quick, move on before Twitter explodes, Sierra. What do we got?
All right, we'll move on from that one. But as it is the end of the day, I just wanted to get some final notes from both of you. I know we did get to see some amazing Wild Rift coming out today. A sneak peek from these teams of what we can expect going into the WNS Season 1 Championship. So, Julian, we'll start with you.
What are my thoughts of the day?
Yeah, thoughts of the day, the tournament, Last Chance Qualifiers, what we're going to see going forward.
My main thought right now is that I hope no one has clipped what TJ has just said. But that is probably not true. That's probably already happened. So in absence of that, I've been like, as someone that's been in esports for a long time, it is so exciting to be part of a more grassroots esports scene. And it gives me like the same feelings I got when I first started getting into League of Legends casting. And Wild Rift will feel different in a few years, and I'm excited for that future as well, both in NA and globally. But it's so fun to watch newer teams, grassroots teams, for things to change so often, to only have a few established orgs, to have so much uncertainty, while also seeing the scene grow and become stronger in a very short period of time. Like, yes, I don't want you to clip TJ Twitch chat, and I know you already have, but I also get where he's coming from, and I think that future is very exciting.
Well, TJ, I'm asking you your final thoughts. I also see you have something written down.
Oh no! Oh no!
Flipped, shipped.
Oh no!
All right. All right. I'll give you a chance for some more wholesome ending thoughts here, TJ.
I think that North America, and this was what I was
so
hoping
afraid.
at the very beginning of the season. You can go back to me and Julian talking on the very first broadcast of this season. I said, I think the thing that North America has right now is we have a ton of really good players. And unlike Season 0, where there was a best team and then kind of everyone else, I think North America has shown that we have a ton of talent, and all those teams are pretty close. Which is why I think that we're really good right now. Which is why I think North America, while probably not yet competing with the Asian regions, can put in a serious word internationally. The final proof of that, though, will be in the pudding. That will be, of course, at the Mall of America, the WNS Season 1 Finals, where we will have to look good, otherwise I'll look like an idiot.
Love it. Great ending thought here. Well, that is the end of our broadcast. Thank you, you two, for being absolutely amazing and making a couple of memes that we can see on socials later as well. Big thanks to production for being awesome, and humongous shout out to our sponsors for making this possible. And with that, Last Chance Qualifiers is complete. Congratulations again to NME and Ailish for qualifying. 8 total teams now are locked in for this WNS Season 1 Championship to try and compete for the $80,000 prize pool. The championships will be taking place April 29th and May 1st. And if you want to join us, you can do so Mall of America in person or Wild Rift Esports on Twitch. We cannot wait to see you there and cannot wait to see what these players have to bring. Have a fantastic rest of your night, everyone. We'll see you soon.
back line puts down the Cataclysm.
Happens, and the rest of Cloud9 are now diving.
Enemy are still alive. How are they doing this?
spot, but Sobel, look at this, a submarine malfight!
Now the engaged by Iraqi Zoro pushing Jackie Raider, pushing Truth right into the rest of the fight.
Meals is just gonna make an absolute delight out of that.
But it's catastrophic for the side.